January 2nd bull, Legacies Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Second in the class is a December 25th bull, Springs Creek Lumineer, shown by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Once again, this is Class 1 in the ring.
All right. Well, hey, good morning, everybody. It's good to be with y'all in the air-conditioned building. I feel sorry for y'all back there in the barns, but I know y'all have had a great week, and anytime you can spend it with your families and showing cattle, it's a good one. And so I wish y'all the best. I'm looking forward to the show this morning. I was talking to Mark here this morning. Going through the data yesterday, it was pretty fun, but probably took about 3 hours, honestly, to do it right in terms of, kind of weighing out the multi-trait excellence of each animal. We've got so many EPDs to consider and look at that you can find strengths in each and every cattle from a genetic standpoint for the most part. And so did the best that I could to balance that without necessarily having a notion of, well, terminal traits are more important than maternal or vice versa. Just which cattle put together the most problem-free and yet progressive set of values. And then, this morning, obviously, we'll complement that with their phenotype. and it should be a lot of fun. Here in this first class, I want to compliment both of y'all. Y'all both have a pair of bull calves that I think are very, very different, but each are going to offer a lot in a strategic program. The black bull, I'm starting here phenotypically. This bull is structurally a little more desirable, in my opinion. His hind leg is extremely good. He's complemented by extra length of hip and length of neck. The way that he just operates in the ring, very flawless. He's also probably a little calmer, and that certainly helps. But that bull's pretty late maturing. I think in time he'll fill out behind his shoulder. A little nervous, just to be frank, about his testicular size. But again, he's pretty late maturing, and assuming that that's kosher, I think he will do very, very well. Genetically speaking, that bull there is still the terminal leader, even though the bull in second has more muscularity. But it's primarily because of his direct growth. This bull is exceptionally good in terms of the progression of his direct growth values there, but he does carry a little bit more birth weight in his pedigree, which it would have to be monitored. Hey, Reed, you did a nice job, buddy. I know your bull's a little nervous here this morning. It's probably one of the first times he's been out here in the public. But that bull there is awesome. He's big testicled. He's really muscular. I love his rib shape. He's just a little nervous off of his hind leg and his rear ankle, maybe just a little bit thicker and coarser there in his sheath. But I like his ruggedness and his masculinity. He's actually the calving east sire of the two, although you wouldn't have guessed that looking at them physically, but maybe a little south of the border in terms of his growth. So nice pair of cattle. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
In your placings for Class 1, first place goes to Legacy's Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Second place goes to Springs Creek Limousin, shown by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Next in, we have Class 2. Class 2 bulls. Entry number 4 was born December 7th, 2023, JTBW Louis Game, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Entry number 5 was a December 2nd bull, LDIL Long Jump, shown by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 2 of our bulls in the ring.
Well, another tremendous class, and again, I give you all a lot of compliments here, and a really nice pair of black bulls in our second class, both December borns. We'll start Ellie's calf up here in the front, and then just to start off with, physically speaking, although both I think are very, very strong, I think this bull right now is probably a little ahead of the other in regards to just his natural dimension through the base of his chest and heart and back up into his forerib and off the backside of his shoulder. He particularly is just a lot bigger in his top shape and deeper in his loin edge just based on physical evaluation, and he's really big-ended. That booger has got an awfully cool front end and a good hind leg to complement all that body and dimension as well, and a good scrotal. And so you start looking at the pair on paper, they're actually razor thin. The bull that I do start here does have a little bit of a leg up on growth, and even though they're kind of a wash in terms of calving ease. What I found fascinating about that bull when I looked at him yesterday on paper was he's only got about a 10-pound advantage in yearling weight comparatively, but on carcass weight, he's got about a 23-pound spread. And so maybe a big yielding type bull that genetically has a lot of value there in terms of dressing percentage perhaps for his progeny down the road. This bull here in second, Reed, you got a nice calf. Or Tanner, excuse me. This bull here is one that I think is, again, just a little nervous here this morning. It's kind of hard to get the best, most maximized look when they're not quite as comfortable yet in terms of their ankle set. But I still read his angles good. I think his scrotal will be adequate. A bull that, doesn't have many problems. He just needs more time, more than anything. And I think when he fills out, you're going to like that critter pretty darn good. And he's still got a solid genetic profile. So congratulations. Let's give those two exhibitors a nice round of applause.
And your results for class number 2. First place goes to entry number 5, LDIL long jump, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And second place goes to entry number 4, JTBW Louis Game, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Class number 3 is now entering the ring. Entry number 6 is a November 28th bull, ENTJ Leroy, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. And entry 7 is a November 12th bull, NCPC Mafia Man, shown by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Once again, this is class 3 in the ring.
Well, another really good class here, a pair of Novembers. Nathaniel here in the cowboy hat will win the class, and Eliza's got a great bull there in second, but just very, very green and giving up quite a bit of weight per day of age, but has some parts I actually prefer we'll discuss here in a second. Nathaniel, your bull, I give you a lot of credit, buddy. You got a bull here that's grown well, a bull that I think is mashing the scales, and then he reflects that genetically. When you look at this bull on paper, he's got a good progression in terms of weaning and particularly yearling weight. And again, I spoke of carcass weight in the last group, but for me, carcass weight would matter more than yearling weight by some margin. And this bull has a big advantage and really, really elite in that particular category. And so I like what I see there. This bull, physically speaking, I think one that's long and extended, and you can see why he generates pounds. He's good testicled from behind, a bull that's a little twisted, but I think good. A bull that's big in his upper hip. You know, the other bull actually may be a little more out there in terms of pin width or stifle width, but this bull's so long muscled, I think, you could imagine that he's going to generate a lot of red meat yield in his progeny. This bull, I think, plenty adequate structurally. It's hard to make bulls bigger in their frame and yet keep them sounder, and I think that bull does a good job of still being put together very adequately, and the slope to his shoulder and the bend to his knee, and particularly his front feet size are very, very good. The bull there in second, as I told Eliza in person, I like a lot of things about this little booger. He just looks like he might have been on a first calf heifer or something in terms of the amount of nutrition that he's received here pre-weaning. But you talk about a calf that has got a really, really cool hind leg. He's got a little extra bend into it, but there's some size to his fetlock down there, and he just really gets out and motors on it well. He's got a real cool square hip in him and a nice shape to him, even though he's really, really raw. That bull's going to be very, very good. He just needs time. You look at him genetically, and again, both these cattle are pretty close from a calving ease standpoint. He's just a little bit more modest than some of the other categories, but yet still got good carcass merit because he ends up, even with a disadvantage in pounds, being a little ahead of the other in terms of his terminal index. So nice pair of cattle. Wish you all the best with them down the road.
And your results for Class 3. First place goes to entry number 7, NCPC Mafia Man, shown by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. And second place goes to entry number 6, ENTJ Leroy, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Following in the program, the order was 2-1. Now we will have our Division I champion, reserve, and third place overall selection. From Class 1, we have entry 1, Legacies Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. From Class 2, we have entry number 5, LDIL Long Jump, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And from Class 3, we have entry number 7, NCPC Mafia Man, shown by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Our second place winners are also in the ring. From Class 1, entry number 2, Springs Creek Lumineer, shown by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Entry number 4, JTBW Louis Game, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And entry number 6, ENTJ Leroy, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Once again, this is our Division I champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
All right. Well, we trying to balance a lot out here with trying to make sure I'm looking at the right numbers on the right cattle here as we get back into division. You know, part of the process yesterday of sorting through the data, we just ranked them within class, right? And so as we get back out here to division, I've got to make a quick recomparison on the data, make certain that I'm comfortable with how we balance the emphasis of that with the emphasis of the cattle. And so, you know, you really honestly, you start studying back on the genetics of these cattle in these three class winning positions, and they're actually relatively comparable. There's quite a bit of give and take for cattle that, although genomically tested, are still, you know, non-parents. And so, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room in there, probably in terms of giving you the privilege of sorting them from a physical standpoint. But each one of them offers some really good things. And so, you know, in this comparison, you could side with the young January bull. He's probably the most elite from a structural standpoint out here, just in terms of the read of his rear ankle, the length of his hip, the way his tail head lays into his spine, and just the upheadedness of that particular calf, I think is extraordinarily good. And in the long run, you could make an argument that bull may be as strong as any of them. The only question mark that I have on him, just to be straightforward, is testicular size. And I know he's a young gentleman right now. You know, it's kind of hard to evaluate that sometimes, but perhaps in the long run, you know, I just hope he's got enough girth there. The middle bull here that's got the nose ring in him, this bull here is one that, physically speaking, he maybe brings his hock in just a fraction, and you may pick on his tail head or his hip length just a shade. I think those are pretty minor flaws in the big picture, and the fact that bull is a really kind of a cool moderate size with some pounds on paper and some carcass weight in regards to his genetics. That bull there and physically just so dense-centered and big and beefy in his top. I'm telling you, that's probably the thing I like about him most, is just how extraordinarily good he is right over his 12th and 13th rib, just the muscle expression that he carries to be that cool in terms of his shoulder shape and his neck cockiness, if you will. If I had to change your bull anywhere, I probably would say I'd make him a little more manly in his head, but he's got more manliness in his scrotum where it's going to count, and so that's a good thing. The young man back here in the last slot, you know, your bull's long and extended. I wish right now he probably was just a little bit better off of his rear foot, and I'm being real picky there, young man, just in terms of the flexibility and the squareness of hock and hind leg that maybe the other cattle possess. But genetically, that one there is the outlier of the group in regards to yearling weight, and really doubles up the middle bull there in terms of carcass weight. And so kind of a fun comparison. Again, ultimately, I think data-wise, the cattle are very, very close, and you could argue a lot of different traits back and forth. In combination, I like the middle class. Could we give this young lady right here a nice round of applause? I know they're kind of stirred up, but if you want to bring your bull over here, he'll be the champion. Congratulations. 3 out of each division. All right, I got my marching orders. The bull that was second behind that one, again, I think a good calf, one that right now is maybe just a little bit plainer through his throat, which ain't a big deal at all. I don't care about that really, but maybe off the backside of his shoulder just needs a little bit more time. For reserve, I like the young lady's January bull. If we give her a nice round of applause, we'll follow with that bull. He's a good late maturing bull. Nathaniel, you can just hang out right there, bud. You're doing good. That red bull back there, really stout and muscular and expressive and pretty bully-headed already for a young calf. I like what I see there. He's got a little more sheath and maybe just a little less relaxed set to his ankle, but he's calming down. A little bit of that was just the calf's behavior just a moment ago. So give me 1 second. I want to study the data on those two, and then we'll make a call here on third. All right, well, that red bull there, again, I think you done a good job with them. That bull there, you know, he's kind of cool because he's got that stout, muscular, robust look on foot. And then of all the cattle in this particular division, he was kind of the standout calving ease specialist. And so that's a pretty neat tandem in that bull. At the same time, he's lagging behind quite a bit in terms of growth. And so, you know, you could use him for that role of calving ease, but you might have to give up just a little bit. I think in combination, the bull that may be arguably one of the best genetically is the young man here in the cowboy hat. We're going to stick him out in third, okay? If you want to bring your bull over here. Let's give all of our exhibitors here in this first division a big round of applause. They did a great job. Commend y'all.
And your Division I champion bull goes to entry number 5, LDIL long jump, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Your Division I reserve champion bull goes to entry number 1, Legacies Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. And your third overall goes to entry number 7, NCPC Mafia Man, shown by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Now entering the ring, we have Class 4. Class 4, entry number 8 is a July 28th bull, FSC land payment, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. This is a single entry class.
All right, Brock brought us a meat wagon to Tulsa. He's got a really nice July bull here, and would really strongly encourage you to come take a look at him. His basic build is awesome. We only walked him in here just a few steps, but you can already tell just how functional he's built. He's so practical in his center body and just loaded with product and red meat. An awfully nice individual for Brock here, and proud of him for raising him. You know, on paper, I think just a nice, consistent set of values, not necessarily outreaching anywhere, but not necessarily totally problematic. So let's give this young man a nice round of applause. He did a great job.
First place for entry number 8, FSC land payment, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Now entering the ring, we have class number 5, another single entry. Entry number 10 is LFL Lovell, born June 6, 2023, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
All right, we've got several single entries in this class. Is another here. Colt's got a June 23rd, and really an impressive bull in terms of pheno-geno combination. This bull here has just got a really neat, smooth look about him. He's double-digit in his calving ease and got a really nice spread, one of the best that we've seen, if not the best, as I'll have to go back and study that. But from birth to weaning and then a year of age, he's really impressive. A bull that's got really solid docility and carcass weight, and I think about the biggest MTI that we've looked at so far. And so, you know, physically, this bull here's got that calving ease type front end with a a big mature bull's back and muscularity-wise, and a big set of testicles to go along with it. So a really nice combination there in that regard. Could loosen him just a fraction in terms of maybe how he sits down on his rear ankle and amp him up in that foot size, but I think a lot of value both physically and genetically here. Let's give Colt a nice round of applause and a good entry here in this class.
In first place for entry, class number 5, goes to entry number 10, LFL Level, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in, we have class number 6, another single entry. Entry number 12 is an April 20th bull, L7 Lukenbach, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Once again, this is class 6, single entry.
All right, Memphis brings us a April the 20th yearling bull, and this bull, you know, just looking at him, I'd say just screams masculinity. He's got a really masculine head and neck to him, and he's plenty good in his testicular size. A bull that's got some bone and ruggedness and some muscularity about him. I think a lot to like here in terms of those physical power parts. You know, the bull's maybe got a little bit of sheath. I'd clean him up a little bit in terms of just that navel, and then maybe just pull his top line and shoulder and forerib together. Just a shade better, but I think that's being critical. This is an awfully good calf. And then genetically solid. Again, I don't know if he's got any outlying genetic pieces, but at the same time, not necessarily any drawbacks. And so congratulations to you, Memphis, on a nice entry.
And your result for class 6, first place goes to entry number 12, L7 Lukenbach, shown by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Now we will have our Division 2 champion, reserve champion, and third overall drive. First in the ring is from class 4, entry number 8, FSC Land Payment, shown by Brock Freed. Class 5 is entry number 10, LFL Level, shown by Colt Parkinson. And from class 6, we have entry number 12, L7 Lukenbach, shown by Memphis Peterson. Once again, this is for your Division 2 champion, reserve, and third overall placement.
All right, well, a cool division here. These three gentlemen here have done a marvelous job raising these cattle. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them real quick, if y'all don't mind. I think three bulls that each to their own in terms of the strength that they may offer a particular mating. I think these guys did a great job representing the breed and doing a good job here with their breeding program. Out front there, Brock's got a calf that I would say solid genetically across the board, but his strong suit really is phenotype. That bull, I really like that bull quite a bit. That bull is elite in his structural build and stays so balanced in motion because of it. And then just in terms of the blend of body and muscularity, I think a really, really good bull. If you picked on him, and I say his structure is elite, and it definitely is. I like his feet really well. He does push a little bit of this hock, and I'll concede that. But I really just like the way that he generally travels in terms of flex and squareness right at the ground. And that bull does so many good things there, just in terms of his body cavity and the squareness of his rump, and to have that type of dimension through his upper hip and stifle. He flows pretty well into the edge of his shoulder for a bull. I think looks very, very nice in that regard. The bull that Colt's got here in the middle, I would say he's my leader from a genetic perspective. That bull there has the best calving. He's direct, and yet he still brings forth the most yearling weight. And so that tandem right there, for just any commercial cow-calf operation is going to be desired. And that's probably one of the biggest things I was looking at from a genetic perspective is that combination right there, right? Because it's going to matter to everybody. Only about 10% of operations retain ownership, but that spread is going to count for a lot for pretty much any customer that you're going to deal with. The bull also has a tremendously elite mainstream terminal index, and the papers I'm looking at here, they're rounded a little bit peculiarly for marbling and yield grade. So I would imagine that bull's got a little bit more carcass merit. Interestingly enough, their carcass weights are kind of analogous, even though the bull's got a little bit more yearling weight. Physically, definitely like the bull. He's got an awesome front end, a really great blend to his shoulder. The way that he flows back into his forerib and center body's awesome. A bull that's got good muscularity running down his top. I love the front two-thirds of that bull really, really well. I'd change him, Colt, just a little bit in terms of his hip and hind leg structure. If I could upgrade that bull and just pick up his pin set, maybe square him down a little bit more flexibly with a little bigger foot from behind. And so that bull there, other than that, I think he's awesome. That bull's good nutted, and like I said, awesome in terms of his genetics. Memphis, your bull back there, he kind of looks almost even more advanced in regards to his masculinity and about his head. He's big in his forearm. He's a big-footed bull. He gets just a little piecey in terms of his top and forerib and sheath, maybe a little more up and down in terms of hock. Genetically, he's nice, but probably of the three out here, he's probably third in that regard. So I guess for me, it comes down to the front two bulls, a little bit more of a genetic edge there, a little bit more of a physical edge here to Brock's bull up front. For me, as you weigh those out and figure out where your emphasis is, it's margins of differences. I really like the physical composition of this bull right here. Brock, you're going to be my champion bull. Colt, you're going to be our reserve in this division. A nice contest here in terms of this show here where you're balancing genetics and phenotype. Great job.
And your Division II Limousin champion bull goes to entry number 8, FSC Land Payment, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Your Division II Reserve Champion goes to entry number 10, LFL Level, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And third overall in Division II goes to entry number 12, L7 Lukenbach, shown by Memphis Peterson of Puquana, South Dakota. Next in, we have class number 7. Class number 7, entry 13, is a February 21st, 2023 bull, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. And entry 14 is a January 30th bull, AVAM Louis, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 7 in the ring.
Well, a really nice pair of spring yearling bulls here, or late winter bulls. The bull up front there, a calf that you start studying him from a genetic standpoint. I think he has the upper hand in this pair. Really strong calving ease and good solid growth thereafter, and a nice MTI advantage. That bull physically, I just like his hip and hind leg structure a little bit better. I think that bull there is really long muscle to complement that hip and hind leg structure, and got a nice smooth shoulder shape to him, and a good set to his neck and the way that it carries off the top of his shoulder. Annabelle, congratulations on your class winner. He's a little twisted in his scrotum, but I think pretty adequate there in terms of scrotal size. The bull that we've got here in 2, man, you talk about a big testicled bull, a bull that's really ripped with muscularity. He's got a ton of shape and a real traditional type look about him, and I mean that in the very best way, in terms of one that can contribute length of body, one that can contribute some red meat yield and some muscularity to his progeny. He's still not bad at all from a genetic standpoint, maybe just a little off pace versus the other one. I'd like to change his hind leg just a fraction. He gets just a touch more upright in terms of his ankle or the size of his rear feet. He's a pretty elevated bull from a frame score standpoint. I think on the right cows that need that extra height and elevation and length and muscularity, that bull will complement them very, very well. So nice pair of cattle.
And your results for class number 7. First place goes to entry 13, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer. Second place goes to entry 14, AVAM Louis, shown by Ava Miller. Following along in the program for class 7, the order was 1-2. Class number 8 is now entering the ring. Entry number 15 is a January 11th, 2023 bull, BAIP Lancelot, shown by Paige Bauer of Griswold, Iowa. And entry 16 is a January 10th bull, 436 Attack Legend, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Once again, this is Class 8 of our bulls in the ring.
Well, as they stand, will be the order that they are aligned, and we'll start. Both these gals did a great job. Paige is going to have the winner. This bull is genetically got about 20 more pounds at a year of age and about 7 at weaning. Adequate calving ease. The other bull back here that Peyton's got, he's got more calving ease. So just depends on what you need and want. I think physically looking at the cattle, this bull that starts, obviously just the main difference is when you get behind those cattle. That bull there is by some margin the thicker-ended bull, the more muscular bull down his top and through the base of his stifle. Really big testicle bull and one that I think's got a good look at proportion and balance here as he stands still. I'd change him up a little bit in terms of just the confidence of his rear feet, if we could, when we pull that bull into motion. And that's where I see an advantage back to your bull there, Peyton. You did a nice job. This bull here has just got a good smooth shoulder design. He's probably a little bit more secure in regards to his hind leg placement today. When we get him behind that bull, Peyton, I'd just like to see a little more in his britches. He gets just a little flatter right there, and down his top, sweetie, I'd like to see him just a little bolder right in behind his shoulder, but he's very good back over his loin edge. And so there's a lot to like in your bull. I'd like to lengthen his hip just a little bit. I do really like his calving ease. Y'all both did a marvelous job. Congratulations to both of y'all.
And your results for class number 8. First place goes to entry number 15, BAIP Lancelot, shown by Paige Bauer of Griswold, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 16, 436 Attack Legend, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Following in the program, the order for class 8 was 1-2. Now we will bring our class 7 and 8 winners in to select our Division 3, Limousin Bull Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall. From class 1, first place was entry 13, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer. From class number 8 is entry 15, BAIP Lancelot, shown by Paige Bauer. Second place In class number 7 is entry 14, AVAM Louis, shown by Ava Miller. And from class number 8, entry 16, Attack Legend, shown by Peyton Smallshoff. Once again, this is your Division III champion, reserve, and 3rd overall selection.
Well, here in our last division, we had 4 very, very nice entries, and my strongest compliments to the exhibitors. Out front here with entry 13, we have a bull that I think just physically, you really just like his completeness. He's very complete on his feet and legs. That bull's good in his top line and good in just his blend to his shoulder and neck, and the way that he carries his neck off his shoulder design. He's a long muscled bull, and he's got some elevation. He gets a little tucked up in terms of his heart, but not bad at all. You know, you look at genetically, we're, I guess now looking back over the data and my perception of it yesterday, my only concern on that bull was his stayability. And I know that's a hard trait to prove. It just takes so long to get that number proven by his females, and that'll be proven in time. But that's my only hickey on that bull. I'd like to see that bull maybe just a little bit better there in that sense. The bull that we've got, comparatively speaking to him in here behind him, a bull that, you know, physically, man, this guy's got the muscularity. This bull's got the body. He's got that masculine kind of manly look about him. And so I love that. You know, when you start studying him from a genetic offering perspective, that bull there is one that, you know, is a little bit weaker in terms of his calving ease and what he might project, but he does make up for it very, very well in terms of being in the top 20% of the breed for his direct growth. And you look over there in ribeye area, I do want to point out that the bull that we have there, he was a real outlier in the entire bull show, not just this division, in terms of his ribeye area being in the top 2%. He's a little weaker because of it in his marbling, and so that's maybe a little bit of a drawback. Milk-wise, bull that is a little bit lower, if you will, but not necessarily terrible in that regard. And so I think you start studying him, and there's a lot of pieces there in terms of muscularity that he can bring to the table. I would say more than anything, young lady, I would change his rear foot shape. He's just a little bit round and a little bit off in terms of that outer hoof wall. And so, you know, that's something that sometimes EPDs can't tell us, but I would sure change his feet just a little bit. So I like the bull up front to be our champion. Let's give this young lady right here, Annabelle, a nice round of applause. Nice job. Yeah, y'all just kind of stay put here. We got to pick 2 more. We got a lot of moving parts. You know, we get in our comparison here for reserve, and then I think we need to pick a 3rd in this division. And the bull that steps in, I mean, this bull is one, again, that he's got maybe a little more of a traditional breed look about him in terms of just that length of side, that muscularity, with maybe just a shade tighter middle. But, man, there's a lot to like here, and I think you got to maintain your breed strength in terms of those core traits. I do think that he's, what I like about him, he's flat-boned and smooth-shouldered. And so he's not coarse. He'll add some red meat to him without being too coarse in his outline. Genetically, that bull, as I look back here at some of the percentile rankings, he's a bull that is good in his scrotal and good in his docility. Honestly, I kind of color-coded this. He doesn't have any red on the paper, and so that is one of the few bulls in the show that didn't have any red in any column, and there's about 13 of them or 14 of them, I think, and so impressive that, there's no drawbacks. At the same time, he didn't have any green on the table either, and that was where I was highlighting those traits that were maybe in the top 10% for progression in the breed. So, I think that's a good problem for E-Bull. I like his feet a little bit better. Young man, I'm going to use your bull here that was second for my reserve champion. Congratulations. So, young lady, you'll be our third overall in this division. Nice job. Good job.
In your Division 3 champion bull goes to entry number 13, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Your Division 3 reserve champion comes out of the same class, entry number 14, AVAM Louis, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And your third overall goes to entry 15, BAIP Lancelot, shown by Paige Beyer of Griswold, Iowa. Next up, we have our Grand Champion Neogen Ultimate Bull selection. We will be selecting a Grand Champion, a Reserve Champion, a third, fourth, and fifth overall. Coming in the ring, we will start with our division winners. From Division 1, we have entry number 5, LDIL Long Jump, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. From Division 2, we have entry number 8, FSC Land Payment, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. From Division 3, we have entry number 13, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Our reserve champions also coming in the ring. From Division 1, reserve champion was entry number 1, Legacies Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. From Division 2, we have entry 10, LFL Lovell, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And from Division 3, we have entry number 14, AVAM Louis, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Bull Reserve, third, fourth, and fifth overall selection. While our judge is looking over this, let me introduce Mr. Ryan Rathman. Ryan is an associate professor in beef cattle biology and holder of the John W. and Doris Jones Endowed Professorship in the Department of Animal and Food Sciences at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. Ryan has a bachelor's degree in animal science, a master's degree in reproductive physiology from Texas A&M, and a PhD in ruminant nutrition. Ryan teaches courses in cow-calf management, animal breeding, and genetics, and artificial insemination. He conducts diversified applied research, including cold cow reconditioning, confined and semi-confined cow-calf system management, and beef cow sustainability. Ryan is the all-time winningest coach in collegiate history, having coached 9 national champion collegiate livestock judging teams, 3 at Texas A&M and 6 at Texas Tech. along with 5 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. Ryan operates RK Cattle, a registered Red Angus seed stock operation. He has judged 400 plus livestock shows across the United States and abroad. Ryan is married to Kyla Coles Rathman, and they have 2 daughters, Kinley and Carly. Please help me welcome Ryan Rathman.
All right, thank y'all very much. This is a great show. I know there wasn't many, but a lot of working pieces to organize and blend together in terms of, trying to get the bulls who maybe haven't been to town a whole lot out here and cooperative and behaved enough where they can relax and those showmen can feel good about the job that they did, but also on our end, just in terms of getting the data emphasized to the degree that it needs to be relative to the balance of that with phenotype, right? So this is real world. And so, I think the objective is awesome. The objective here, through my lens, guys, is the fact that although showing cattle is cool and a lot of fun while you're young, we want the cattle that y'all select and breed and create to best emulate cattle that are going to actually have the most marketability to our largest customers, which is the commercial base. And so you have to satisfy their desires. And so in this breed, it's like any other. You can't create them problems with calving ease or other factors environmentally in terms of how the cattle work in production. But at the same time, I sure think that as a continental breed, really the premier terminal breed, in my opinion, they've got to offer growth and they've got to offer muscularity. And then I know you are continuously working on advancing marbling to keep pace in the market as well. And so, there's a lot to balance here, but I hope you kiddos that are participating in it take the time to really study, learn, and develop your skill set in regards to genomic and DNA knowledge and what that means as far as you building a nucleus for your program that hopefully one day some of y'all will, maybe make a living out of, And so one day, whether you believe it or not, you're going to have to get a real job, and we'd love to see y'all in the cattle business and breeding good breeding stock to keep our industry moving forward. So, I've talked a lot out here, and probably for most people and my students included, too much. This first little bull, man, he's a nifty little booger. I just like his front end. I like his general frame score. I like his muscularity. I like his center body. He's got a good soft look about him with some expression. I'd lengthen that hip just a little bit. You start studying him on paper, and that's where I want to talk. That bull there does a lot right. He's in the top 10% for weaning and yearling. Unfortunately, he's kind of in the bottom 5% for birth weight. And so a little bit of a drawback there and a little bit of a drawback in terms of stayability and marbling. He's at the bottom 5% of the breed for those 2 particular categories. But, again, I'd highlight his growth. He's up there for total maternal in top 10%, and scrotal, he's in the top 15. The bull that we've got here in the middle of the group, I think his name was Brock, if I remember correctly. But, Brock, your bull is one that, man, I love physically. He's a bull that I'm torn on a little bit because, truthfully, you got to tolerate kind of how he bends his hock a little bit out. But other than that, what I look at is, man, he's got good spread to his toes. He's got good shape to his outer hoof wall. And so, if he rolled over on this back toe back here, I'd probably have a bigger cause for concern. And so my argument would be when we got good sneakers on him, that hock shape is probably tolerable. And, if you show pigs at all right now in that game, these livestock that have a little more roll maybe to their hock, they're the ones that are actually the most flexible from the side, and that's what this bull does. You study him from the side, you could argue that his skeletal design is the most on point of anything in terms of bend and set and flex. And then I just love the balance, the body, the muscularity of that bull. Y'all are a good team, both moderate both thick. We got a good pair of exhibitor and bull there in terms of a good pair out here. Hey, your bull, Brock, he's maybe a little bit like the bull I just described in regards to he's got good good solid numbers. You're going to have to protect him a little bit on calving ease. I guess, as I study the paper, that's kind of the drawback is you're going to have to maybe not mate him to heifers, but I sure think he's going to add a lot to a mature cow base. The bull that we got then out of the last group that Annabelle's got, that bull is a really nice bull phenotypically in terms of being elevated and long and extended and long in his muscle pattern, correct enough in his structure. I probably just open him up just a little bit underneath his center body and to the base of his heart, but a very, very nice bull. Phenotypically, or genetically, I should say, he's maybe a little bit soft on stayability. That's where I'd watch him. But he's a solid bull across the paper, but tends to maybe trend a little closer to breed average in most categories. And so, again, great show. It was a pleasure to sort it, and it really, I'm fired up for you exhibitors and hope that y'all have learned a lot from an educational standpoint and find a lot of application for your cattle out here. One more time, let's put our hands together, congratulate the kids on an excellent show this morning.
And your grand champion, Neogen Ultimate Bull, comes out of Division 2, entry number 8, FSC land payment, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois.
All right, we set Colt's bull in there, and that bull, he was a little different speed in terms of his strengths versus the bull that I just used. This bull here is one that physically, again, hook bone forward, I love him. He's so good in his body, he's good in his top shape, and he just blends together seamlessly. He's got a really nice calving ease look about his shoulder shape and just the shape to his head to still have some scrotal and some muscularity. Again, I didn't think maybe from the side his length and squareness of hip or the laid to his hock and ankle was quite as good as the bull that I just used that walked out the ring. What I do love about this bull, and I really want to highlight, is in the emphasis this morning of numbers. This bull right here is probably arguably the best in show in regards to his numbers. If we look over there in the MTI column, I think he ranks in the top 5% of the breed. The next, just to give you all an idea, the next closest bull in the entire offering was in the 45th percentile. So he, by some margin, had his competition beat. In terms of MTI, that was primarily generated based upon his marbling. He's in the top 3% of the breed for marbling, where I know y'all are really trying to make a push, and accordingly so. He does that by still being in the top 20% for carcass weight. And so at the end of the day, in terms of the beef business, pounds on the rail, that marble is the name of the game. And at the beginning of their life, that bull there is still in the top 30th percentile for birth and top 30th percentile for weaning. So I strongly want to emphasize to y'all, as y'all look at the show, the consideration of those values and what they mean and what we're trying to balance out here. And so again, great show here. I'm going to stick with those two bulls. I like the genetic strength of that bull. Let's give Colt a big round of applause here on his reserve champion. Nice job, Colt.
And your reserve grand champion, Neogen Ultimate Bull, comes again out of Division number 2, entry number 10, LFL Lovell, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
No? They didn't stick around? Okay, didn't stick around. So that judge is an idiot. All right, so this is again, we're going to go top 5 here. In terms of selection in our show, and so some nice comparisons here to make them between, and these two bulls that are very complete in their kind. I like the little bull here to surface as our 3rd overall bull. I really like physically. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. Annabelle, congratulations.
3rd overall comes out of Division 1, Entry number 5,
Ellie. I
LDIL
kept calling
long
you
jump,
Annabelle.
shown by Ellie Deal
My bad.
of Marshfield,
Sorry, Ellie.
Missouri.
Sorry, I was calling Ellie there, Annabelle. My apologies. Senior moment. Date of birth issue on the judge's part here. Calf, we step forward right there, really, really good looking. A bull that, just needs time to fill out in terms of the skinniness of his forerib and just that scrotal size as we talked about before. A bull that just needs to come on and develop maybe just a little bit there. And so, but a very, very, very good calf in terms of just his general outline and design. So for me, I'm going to go back to the bigger bull out here. I think a bull that I'm a little more comfortable with right now, just scrotal wise. Young lady, you're going to have our 4th overall. You were Annabelle, huh? Yeah.
4th overall comes out of Division 3, entry number 13, Lucky Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermay of Chadron, Nebraska.
Yep, congratulations, Annabelle. And then we're going to go back to the little bull here for our 5th overall. Congratulations, see ya. Nice job.
And 5th overall, Limousin bull comes out of Division 1, entry number 1, Legacies Morgan, shown by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. That wraps up our Neogen Ultimate Bull Show. We will be taking a picture break and then move in to the Limousin females. Once again, we will take a hopefully quick picture break before we begin our female show. During this time, don't forget to stop by and check out the Limousin Booster State basket tables. Over against the wall to my right, take a moment, purchase some raffle tickets to put into the basket tables, which are at ringside. This is just one of the 2 fundraisers that our Limmy Boosters do. Our Limmy Boosters provide scholarships to our high school seniors, gifts to the exhibitors during opening ceremonies, and state grants. Please help support your Limmy Boosters. Don't forget also, while we are waiting during pictures or as you are around this week, we encourage you to walk through the booths which are near the concession stands underneath the Coliseum. There are 8 businesses featuring everything from jewelry, hats, toys, home decor, and supplements. We encourage you to support these small businesses this week while you are in Tulsa. All right, we're ready to start moving on to our female show. Coming in first, we have class number 9 of our Neogen Ultimate Show, females. This begins Division 1. These are females born January 6th through January 30th. First in, entry 17. CHAC, Man, I Feel Like a, shown by Logan Joseph Sashery of Dayton, Texas. Entry number 18 is KRLE, Miami, Miami, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry number 20 is BBPB, Melrose, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 21 is SEEE Marshmallow, shown by Hardly Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Once again, this is class 9 in the ring, females born January 6th through 30th. We do want to take a minute to thank our generous photo sponsors. You can go to legacylivestockimaging.com and download these photos for free. Thanks to Legacy Livestock Imaging, Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousin. Also, if you have family and friends that want to watch at home, they can go to Live Auctions TV. We are being live streamed.
All right, as they're rolling them in here, I'll start talking, and we'll keep it brief. I know y'all got a lot of cattle to show today, and so I'll probably try to start picking up the pace. The one I like physically is also, I think, very, very strong genetically. Talk about a good-legged, good-looking female. She's still green as a gore when you study her rib cage. There's no holes. She's only going to get better in time. I really like that female. The heifer that we got here in second, you talk about one that is not only stubborn, but really, really big-ended and just bold-bodied. Got an awesome rear ankle to her and good feet and a long, skinny neck. Little piece here right in behind her shoulder, but in time, that one there is going to be remarkably good. Logan's coming next, and he does an awesome job. This is a really cool heifer. I know she's a little piecier and shorter out of her hip, but, man, she is cocky-fronted, huge-centered, big-legged, and thick-ended. That gal right there has a lot of possibilities. Highly encourage you to take a look at that one. I think those all four of them in here are outstanding. Harley's a little lady here that's 6 years of age at the end. Harley did an awesome job, got a beautiful smile. I enjoyed talking to her. That's a heifer. It's really sound and deep and hairy and cute. They make a good pair. Just like to see that heifer a little wider based from behind. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And your results for class number 9. First place goes to entry 18, KRLE, Miami, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 20, BBPB Melrose, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 17, CHAC, Man, I Feel Like A, shown by Logan Sashry of Dayton, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 21, SEEE Marshmallow, shown by Harley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. If you're following in the program, the order for class 9 is 3, 1, 2, 4. Now in the ring, we have class 10. Class 10 is December 3rd and December 27th females. Entry 23 is MINO Leading Lady, shown by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. And entry 24 is PBRS Looking Good, shown by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Once again, this is class 10 in the ring.
All right, we got a pair of young gentlemen here, and this first one's very, very young. He hadn't been on the earth very long. Old Gabriel here, he leads Miss Lady, and she's a good height to match him right now at this stage in the game. I really like this heifer as an individual. She's cute-headed. She is good on her feet and legs, good center, just rock solid. The young man right here in second, you got a nice calf. I mean, obviously she's more elevated, longer, and stretchier. She's also very good-legged. Maybe hook her in a little different there in her neck to shoulder and right in behind it, but that's a nice effort. Maybe just gave up a little bit of power to the young man's effort. Let's give those two gentlemen there a nice round of applause.
And your results for class 10. First place goes to entry 23, MINO Leading Lady, shown by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 24, PBRS Looking Good, shown by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. If you're following along in your program, class 10 order was 1, 2. Now entering the ring, we have class 11. Class 11 females range in age from November 10th to November 25th. First in, we have entry 25, BBPV Leona, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 26, LDIL Landing, also owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 27 is DL Limelight, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 28 is RCC Luxury, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. And entry 31, Reva's Iced Out, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class number 11, Females in the Ring.
All right, as they're rolling them in there, I'll just start talking. You know, again, blend of genetics and phenotype here. I've had this pair switch physically, but genetically, the one that starts rises to the top, and they're both very good genetically, but this female that tops the group, let me point out where she's good. She is by some margin elite in her calving ease in this group, and then on top of that, the terminal leader, excuse me. You talk about calving ease genetics, was still leading terminal genetics. That's why she tops it. And then just look at her physically. She just embodies a functional brood cow. And so a great combination here to start, young lady. Well deserved. One here in second, man, big-legged, squishy ankled, cocky neck, and big-ended. That's a good one right there. I sure fired up about that one. Physically, for some people, depending on where you live and how much grass you got, she might be a little short-legged for you. In my part of the world, I love her. And genetically, she is the growth leader in the group. Heifer in 3 with a little white in her underline. Told the young lady she almost looks a little clubbier around the corners. I told her I meant that in a positive way. She's cocky fronted, super dead level in her hip, a little higher in her tail head, longer in her teats, and a little turned out up front. The heifer that this young lady's got next in the group moved up a slot. She's skinny, but man, she's good looking. She just needs some time, needs a little more hair. She's pretty slick like the back of my head, and so maybe doesn't make the biggest, strongest first impression, but that's a good one. Young lady, your heifer right here, just a little skinny bellied as well, but she has got an awesome hind leg on her and a cool neck set. She paddles a little bit out of her front end, but a nice entry. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause as they exit there, please.
And your results for class number 11. First place goes to entry 25,, Leona, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 26, LDIL Landing, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 31, C5, Reba's Iced Out, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 28, RCC Luxury, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. And fifth place, entry 27, DL Limelight, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. If you're following in your program, Class 11 order 1254, turn your page 3. Now we will have our Division 1 Limousin champion, reserve champion, and third overall selection. So once again, this will be our Division 1 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. Coming in from class number 9, first place was entry 18, KRLE Miami, shown by Carly Favor. First place from class number 10 is entry 23, MINO Leading Lady, shown by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. First place from class 11, entry 25, BBPB Leona, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Coming in second places from class number 9. Second place was entry 20, BVPB Melrose, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place from class 10, entry 24, PBRS Looking Good by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri.
Gabriel, turn your heifer right in there, buddy.
And second place
Help him get her
from
straightened
class 11, entry 26, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Dill of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division 1 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Man, a great calf division. 3 really good-looking ones out here, and a trio back there that are awesome. You know, in terms of just pointing it out, in the first class, I think the heifer that ends up winning was second genetically, and a good heifer that's really skinny and going to have her best days ahead. The little man in the middle with the little heifer, that team right there was also the best genetically in their class. And then the last class, the heifer that ends up topping it, awesome physically, and was the genetic leader by my estimation in that group. And so great cattle, commend all of y'all. We're going to use the young lady out of that last class here. Let's give her a nice round of applause on her division champion right here, entry number 25.
Your Division 1 Limousin champion goes to entry 25, BBPB Leona, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri.
You know, we get to sorting in here in reserve, and man, the physical confirmation of this beast that's in second is really incredible. Her genetics were fourth in that group, but only because her calving ease needs to be mated properly. She's got some other areas where she's very, very good. I like this effort to follow for reserve champion. We'll keep those two together out of that class.
Your Division 1 reserve champion comes out of the same class. Entry 26, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri.
Picking 3? Okay. All right, we start rolling into third overall. We're going to go up here to the first class, young lady. Congratulations to you. Nice job.
And third overall for Division 1 comes out of class number 9, entry 18, KRLE Miami, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Now moving right along, we will start our Division 2 round with class 12. Class 12 has females born in October, October 3rd through October 27th. First in, we have entry 33, CBHS Laney, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. We have entry 34, CHR Let Her Roll, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. We have entry 35, PJLC Lady, shown by Denver Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. We have entry 36, CHR Lana Sue, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Entry 39, LFL Lenore, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 40, KVLN, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. And entry 42, LFL Liberty Bell, shown by Jensen Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 12 in the ring. We would like to thank Neogen for sponsoring our Neogen Ultimate Show. We would also like to thank Red Rock Limousine Ranch for their show shirts, for sponsoring our show shirts. Cattlemen's Congress for our own show programs. DNA Cattle Company for our sweepstakes awards. We had several contribute to Family Fun Night, Young Show Cattle, Mary and Sunny Booth, Destin and Charmaine Kendall, Spring Creeks Cattle Company, and Osborne Family, all of these for our Family Fun Night, along with Trace Falkenstein, Lightning Ridge for our Sweepstakes Awards. Shows could not be possible without our generous sponsors.
All right. Well, those guys are getting them organized again. I'll start talking. Really a nice heifer here that's in combination going to begin. I lined her up over there third, and honestly, it's just a state of condition. That heifer is so skinny right now in the shape and turned her forerib and just kind of slick-legged that she maybe didn't come out as robust looking yet as what she will in time. I told the young man before we pulled him over here based on genetics now in combination that you talk about one, though, that was good-legged, good-bellied, and high-necked, and really, really feminine. That female right there is really got the components, the parts and pieces of one that I think is going to be extra good and obviously blends that together genetically. So we'll go ahead and let her ride right there. All right, the heifer that we got here in second, the red heifer one that, man, I like her length, her growth, her performance. She is good looking from the side, right in her lines and expressive. You know, she's maybe just a little less laid back at times when she first came in here in terms of her angles, but I mean, standing there, she looks very, very complete. Nice job to you. One that's definitely got thickness and boldness. The next heifer here physically for me hit me the strongest in terms of being cocky fronted, bold centered, and she's got the biggest hip by some, you know, as you look at them from the rear view. She's going to be a later maturing female with a lot of growing frame to her, but I think she's got the body to handle it. That's a nice entry. Colt, your heifer is kind of being stubborn and a kind of a knucklehead now, but man, I commend you on how fresh you've got her presented in terms of her hair coat, how cute and petite she is, and her neck and her head. She comes back so very good from hooks to pins. She shuffles her hind leg for me just a shot. The next heifer right here, man, you talk about an easy keeping Limmy female to add to the cow herd. That one there, she's a little pwned up right now, maybe just a little sandwiched in terms of her pin set, but man, her legs are right. Cow components are extra, extra good. Jensen's second to the end here. I told him we just need to get a little more flesh on that heifer. She turns out a little bit up front. And then Denver's back here doing an awesome job. This young man said that his dad was in charge of clipping and he was in charge of spraying the oil on her. So they made a good team out here. Good looking female, just needs a little more to her as you step in behind her.
And the results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 34, CHR Let Her Roll, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 33, CVHS Laney, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 40, KVLN, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 39, LFL Lenore, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 36, CHR Lana Sue, shown by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Sixth place, entry 42, LFL Liberty Bell, shown by Jensen Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. And seventh place, entry 35, PJLC Lady, shown by Denver Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. If you're following along in your program for Class 12, the order was 217-5-4-3-6. Now entering the ring is Class 13. Class 13 is September 2nd through September 29th, females. Entry 43 is LFL Lemon Kiss, shown by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Entry 44, LFL Lord Have Mercy, shown by Hunter Blakely of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Entry 46, J6 Caitlin, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Entry 47, MAWN Miss Louise, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Entry 48, MINO Luck Be a Lady, shown by William Roust of Nyanga, Missouri. And entry 50, TSSL SA point taken, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 13 in the rings, September 2nd through 29th females.
Brock, did you win now? All right. So these two gentlemen, Brock and Max here, I had them swap physically, but hey, they're both different molds, and in time, this one sure may beat the other one physically. She's got a little more grow to her, a little longer cannon bone, and I told Brock there before we had the genetics and combination that she's probably my favorite heifer structurally. Just the way she gets out and wheels out of her hind legs, awesome. Right now, she needs a little more to her just to in behind in terms of pin and stifle, but she's awesome. Max, your heifer's really good. You know, you talk about one that is going to be so practical, awesome-legged as well. She's just, I mean, I said that one's the best structurally, but you can't knock a hole in her. She's very good, cocky neck, big centered, huge hip. That's a cool little heifer. She's a September, so some people I told them are going to call her kind of midgety, which is fine. But you know, you just got to decide what cow size you want. Next heifer right here, you talk about long neck, feminine, long-sided, long-muscled. Like to add a little more bone, subtract a little bit more pone, and add a little more pin width. Young lady, your heifer right here, one that I like her freshness. I like her same outline as that one, just smooth, feminine, just turns them in a little bit from behind. The young man that comes second to the end here got a cute-headed, bold-centered, expressively muscled heifer. I change her up a little bit in her shoulder angle. Then the heifer that ends us out, very eccentric in her pieces, big-legged and cocky-fronted, maybe not quite as cowy in her midsection, but a nice group of cattle from top to bottom. Congratulations.
And your results for Class 13. First place goes to entry 46, J6 Caitlin, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 48, MINO, Luck Be a Lady, shown by William Roast of Niangua, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 30, TSSL SA Point Taken, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 47, MAWN Miss Louise, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 43, LFL Lemon Kiss, shown by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. And sixth place goes to entry 44, LFL Lord Have Mercy, shown by Hunter Blakely of Oolaga, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, Class 13, the order was 5-6. Turn your page, 1, 4, 2, 3. Next in, we have our selection for Division II, Champion, Reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 12 is entry 34, CHR Let Her Roll, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. First place from Class 13 is entry 46, J6 Caitlin, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Our second place in the ring from Class 12 is entry 33, CBHS Laney, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. And second from Class 13 is entry 48, MINO Luck Be a Lady, shown by William Roast from Niangua, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division II, Champion, Reserve, and third overall selection.
All right, well, quickly here, you know, this was fun to see, sort them physically and then align the genetics. We had a few things move around, and that's great. You know, it's perfectly fine. The heifer that starts this class, good-legged and correct. It's all you can ask for structurally to complement the strength of her EPDs. You know, you start looking at her now as I make this comparison, and she's quite a bit better in terms of calving ease, and a female that really charts well in terms of top 3% of milk and just maternally built, and she looks that way physically. Brock, your heifer, again, love her feet and legs, got a little extra bone versus the heifer in front of you. Like to just add a little more in her britches, and she was a nice heifer from a genetic standpoint. You'll have to protect her a little bit when it comes time from a calving ease perspective in terms of how you match her up, but she's got extraordinarily good growth. So I think just weighing things out, we're going to go with the first class here. Let's give this gentleman here a nice round of applause.
And your Division II Limousin champion comes out of Class 12, entry 34, CHR Let Her Roll, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma.
All right, we bring the red heifer in, and genetically, I had her ranked the first in her particular class, and she was a few slots lower physically, but I mean, you can see how good she is in terms of just her strength of lines and boldness. Got maybe just a little more frame or just a little more leg underneath there. I think a nice entry. I personally like Brock Seffer here to be our reserve. Let's give Brock a nice round of applause. We'll pull him out. Good job to you, buddy.
And your Division II reserve champion is entry 46, J6 Caitlin, shown by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois.
You know, we pulled the little gal in now, and like I said, some people are going to call her a little short-legged, but man, she's very good physically. Genetically, she lags behind. I'd sure like to upgrade her and strengthen her maybe in numerous categories and terminal traits as well. Probably now as I look, and not everything's going to fit together the same from a physical standpoint, but this heifer was one of the best genetically in the division, and she's still outstanding in terms of her phenotype. We're going to go with the red heifer next in line. Congratulations to you, bud.
Your Division II third overall goes to entry 33, CBHS Laney, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Now we will begin our Division III Limousin females, starting out with a single class, 14. Single class entry number 51. An August 28th female, MINO Lovebird, shown by Carter Curry of Abernathy, Texas.
Young man does a nice job here with single entry, just smooth made and feminine heifer with a nice pattern to her. Let's give this young man a nice round of applause on his class winner.
First place for class 14, entry 51, MINO Lovebird, shown by Carter Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have class 15. Class 15 is July 10th and 13th females. Entry 52, RSSL Lola, shown by Kaharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 54, Berries Louis Vuitton, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is class 15 in the ring.
Well, in this class of two, we're going to lean towards a little lady right here and a nice pair of cattle. Very, very strong. My strongest compliments to both of y'all on the quality of your cattle. I think the white flanked heifer is just one that's a little rounder constructed in her body, more expressive in her muscle pattern. I better like the lay of her tail head in this particular comparison. It's still cocky fronted. Sweetie, I know I judged y'all pretty quickly, but you're a good little showman. You get her together very fast. I'm proud of you. That's a good legged heifer up front. She's a little miscalculated just in terms of maybe how she flexes her rear ankle, but you can study her angles. She's going to make a cow and last a long time. This heifer that's second, man, I love the beauty of her from the side. Her silhouette, her lines, her length of muscles, awesome. She's really good. Her tail head's a little high for me, young man. I'd push her back just ever so slightly in her shoulder and just the way she sets down, but that's a really nice female.
And your results for class 15. First place goes to entry 52, RSSL Lola, shown by Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. In second place, entry 54, Berries Louis Vuitton, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. The order in the program was 1-2. Class 16 now entering the ring. We have June females born June 1st through June 19th. We have entry 147 PSRF Lynn's Dream, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 55 PC Laurie, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 56 PC Ladybug, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. And entry 58 LFL Lindy, shown by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Once again, this is class 16 in the ring.
All right, so they say that the genetics match the ranking of how I like them physically, so it's nice when a plan comes together. But I do like this female at start. She's got a little extra navel, and I would slow her down just a little bit, young man, if I were managing her just in terms of condition score. But that heifer right there is the most pliable female of the four, and she is functional and practical in her center body and a stouty when you get in behind her. Hey, this heifer we got here in second, young man in the hat, Scott. Talk about tall-shouldered and neat-fronted, long-sided, round-bodied. She's rounder than she is deep in her heart right now. I told him mainly I would just limber her up just a little bit, get her out and move just a little more pliable. Love the fancy feminine female that comes next. She just gets a little frailer in terms of her construction, maybe just a nickel tighter in the center of her loin in motion. Little lady that comes here at the end, she did a great job, got a beautiful smile. She's got one that I told her I love her depth and fleshing ability, the smoothness of her outline. I'd like to see her just a little bigger pinned as I move in behind her, stouting her up just a shade in this particular go.
And your results for class 16. First place goes to entry 56, PC Ladybug, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Second place goes to entry 55, PC Laurie, shown by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 147, PSRF Lynn's Dream, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. And fourth place goes to entry 58, LFL Lindy, shown by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. If you're following along in the program for class 13, the order is 3-2. Turn your page 1-4. Now, our final class for Division 3 is class 17. Class 17, we have May females, born May 1st through May 18th. Entering in the ring is entry 148, LFL Lindley, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas.
While we're waiting on cattle, I just want to thank Ryan again. We're lucky we've got one heck of an evaluator today. 9 national collegiate judging teams that he's coached, and I believe it was 6 meets judging championships nationally. I don't know which university got the head count in there, whether it was A&M or Texas Tech, but very lucky. What's going on today, and most of you know it, but if you don't, Ryan got all the genotypes or I guess it would have been Sunday evening, and did an excellent job evaluating just the EPDs. That was all turned in. He took about, I think he told me 3 hours to put it together, so he spent a tremendous amount of time on the EPD rank so the girls could put it in the computer, and all we're doing is adding the live placing or the phenotype placing to that EPD or genotype placing on the cattle, and then low score wins. Phenotype breaks the tie. We've done it 3 years. We do once in a while see classes where the genotype and the phenotype line up perfectly, but not very often. I just saw something in the last class that I haven't seen before. Not only did they line up the same, every combo score was a 5 on 4 head of cattle. So phenotype just broke that right in order on the deal. It's 3-2, 2-2-3, 1-4, 4-1. I ain't never seen that. We need to buy a lotto ticket tonight, Ryan. The reason we do this is because our commercial producers are using the genotypes on the cattle to increase accuracy on their EPDs when they're selling commercial bulls in here. So we know it's typically 2 kinds of cattle that we're showing and cattle that we're using for commercial, but we're seeing more cattle line up now with the EPD work we do that match phenotype that you would use your cattleman's eye or stockman's eye to line cattle up. The reason it costs money or it's too bad it costs so much money to genotype them, but what it does, it increases accuracy on the EPDs, and it gives you a quick look instead of waiting on progeny and phenotypes 3 to 4 years to prove an EPD out. This will give you an early peek when you genotype cattle, the accuracy of that EPD. So you do have the advantage instead of waiting it out. We still need your phenotypes to train the genomic marker panels to do the EPDs. But when you see what's going on up here, you'll see classes flip, and it's just because we're adding both the EPD or genotype score to the live placing, and the low score wins. So once in a while, classes line up. Sometimes you're going to see them flip, and that's just the way it goes.
Thank you, Mark. Here we go. Now entering the ring, class 17. Once again, this is May females, born May 1st through 18th. First in, we had LFL Lindley, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 60, KCLM Little Baby, shown by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Entry 61, Berries, Laura Croft, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 62, SHSK Dora, shown by Levi Marthler of Hastings, Minnesota. Entry 63, MLP Luxury, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 64, TASF 11-on-1, shown by Alyssa Slimmer of Savlesville, Maryland. Entry 65, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, shown by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Entry 70, Collinson Lady, shown by Tyra Mayer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. And entry 71 LPIN Lollipop, shown by Raina Nichols of St. James, Missouri. Once again, this is class 17, females born May 1st through May 18th in the ring.
All right, as they line them up, we'll talk. So this heifer here, for me, second physically and obviously very good genetically. She is a cow factory in terms of her power and muscularity, breed indicative and round-bodied, still very well balanced. She gets a little knock-kneed. I told that young lady that, and her tailhead fit and her ankle set, maybe just aesthetically at times a little bit off, but you can't argue the cow power in that one. The one we got here in second, I told the young man probably stays fat on air. You could probably put her in a dirt lot and not really give her anything, and she'd just stay in the right condition score. She's a little juicy through her brisket and around her tailhead. I like to change that about her, but certainly admire her fleshing ability. The heifer here in 3, a cold set, that heifer is just really complete, phenotypically very, very fresh. And I like her size, and I like her body, and I like her muscularity really well. She's another one that's so thrifty that you probably have to turn her out and really abuse her to have her stay lean enough, because she's just so easy keeping. So that's why I admired her kind. I thought she was awesome physically, very well balanced. Little young man here in the cowboy hat, got sure a good-looking feminine one. Maybe not as massive as a few of the other ones, a little longer in her slippers, but a nice heifer. The next heifer here, one that really neat neck to have that type of swell and depth to her body cavity. She gets a little pwned up, which unfortunately when you're slick-haired and you're pwned up, that kind of comes off just a little bit differently than the cattle that have more hair, so you're almost disadvantaged twice. But mainly I would like to see that heifer a little wider base. I'd like to see her maybe just use her hock. She meets her track, but she kind of shuffles her hind leg. This little lady was sure cute. She did a nice job. Got a big-bodied heifer there that's just a little bit up on her rear ankle. Young man right here sure had a nice one. She's awesome from the side. Young man, I had your heifer higher whenever they first came in, just based on the side. She gets a little bit bow-legged and a little bit out in terms of her shoulder design, but a very nice female. Good-looking rig right there. Young lady, your heifer, I'm going to tell you, I don't think I told you that over the line. That was my favorite heifer from the profile, just in terms of lines and quality. It's just a matter of getting enough body in her relative to her extra frame. And when that comes into concert, you're going to love where the judges place your heifer, because she does have the quality. And then the heifer we've got right here, man, a beautiful heifer in terms of her neck and shoulder and head. And she's, I think, made sound up front. Gets a little awkward in the way she goes from behind and dips in her loin. Just like to add a little bit more body relative to her chest.
And your results for Class 17. First place goes to entry 65, Boss Lake, Miss Manuela, shown by Bailey Haddon of Reesville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 60, KCLM Little Baby, shown by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 148, LFL Lindley, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Fourth place, entry 61, Berries, Laura Croft, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Fifth place goes to entry 63, MLP Luxury, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 71, LPIN Lollipop, shown by Raina Nichols of St. James, Missouri. Seventh place, SHSK Dora, shown by Levi Mathaler from Hastings, Minnesota. Eighth place, entry 64, TASF 11-on-1, shown by Alyssa Slimmer from Sabellisville, Maryland. And ninth place, entry 70, Collison Lady, shown by Tara Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. For those following along in the program, Class 17, the order was 3, 2, 4, 7, 5, 8, 1, 9, 6. Now in the ring, we are selecting our Division III Limousin champion, reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 14 was entry 51, MINO Lovebird, owned by Carter Curry. From Class 15, first place, entry 52, RSSL Lola, shown by Kaharis Wilson. From Class 16, we have entry 56, PC Ladybug, owned by Kason Kaiser. From Class 17, entry 65, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, owned by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Second place that are in the ring, from class 15, we have entry 54, Barry's Louis Vuitton with Rowdy Berry. Second place from class 16, PC Lori, shown by Corbin Brockus. And from class 17, second place was entry 60, KCLM Lil Baby, shown by Brant Gazaway. Once again, this is your Division III champion reserve and third overall selections.
All right, we get back out here in this division, trying to make sure we're centered here and got everything accurate on organization and balancing these numbers with the cattle here in a division drive. Hey, let's put our hands together, congratulate all the kiddos out here, if y'all don't mind. Y'all been a good crowd. I appreciate y'all. And, you know, we had a single entry up front. Young man's got a good little heifer. Little gal there in the second class. Man, you talk about a really fancy heifer that standing there is really, really admirable and good in a lot of ways. And genetically, she was a nice balanced female. Maybe a little softer in terms of grow, but on the better side of breed average for calving ease, and has some ribeye area and some yield grade really that looks attractive on paper. The third class there, the young man's got a heifer that's, man, she's bulky and dense. She's got a little more shoulder laid into her. I'd like to maybe change the angle there hock just a bit and upgrade her just a little bit now as we get in this division drive in terms of the strength of the numbers on that particular individual. The next heifer right here, a white flanked heifer that stood second physically and then rose to the top here in combination. This is a powerhouse, a real factory. Like I said, aesthetically, maybe just a little bit knock-kneed or just a little bit up on her ankle. But, you know, for me, it's just a production call. I like the cowiness of this female in tandem with her genetics. Young lady, you're going to have our champion in this division.
Thank you.
Nice job.
And your Division III Limousin champion comes out of Class 17, entry 65, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, owned by Bailey Hagden of Reelsville, Indiana.
The second place heifer in that class, I mean, as deep and soft-bellied as you want to make one. Hard to keep lean, I'm sure, but she shuffles her hind leg a little bit. I think she's pretty rock solid genetically. For me, for reserve, though, I like the little lady's heifer coming out of class 2. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Nice job, babe.
And your Division III Reserve Limousin champion comes out of Class 15, entry 52, RSSL Lola, shown by Kaharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri.
Well, it's a very nice heifer that stands in behind that one in terms of her silhouette and design. I liked her well. She's very, very fresh, and you could pick on her shoulder angle just a bit, but that's a nice individual, and you know, you got to protect her a little bit in terms of milk and birth weight on paper, but I thought she was a really good individual. We're going to use her for 3rd overall. Congratulations to you.
Division 3, 3rd overall, also comes out of class 15. Entry 54, Berries Louis Vuitton, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Moving right along to our Division 4, starting with class 18. Class 18, Limousin females are born April 15th through April 27th. Entry 72, NCC Likely Innocent, shown by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. Entry 73, L7 Last Word, shown by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. And entry 74, REIB Miss Queen, shown by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. Once again, this is class 18. Females born April 15th through 27th.
Well, a really nice class, a remarkable class winner here. I like this female a great deal, and I'm sure many in the people are fans in the audience are fans of her as well. That she is so comfortable at the ground to carry that type of brood cow mass and cow power. Still got a show ring quality look and the genetic leader of the bunch as well. So congratulations on a great entry. These other two are a little tighter physically. I like this one just a little bit better in terms of motion and the upfrontedness of her neck, because she's really feminine young lady. She's kind of could fit inside that one today, probably just in terms of of mass and dimension, but there's not much wrong with your heifer. That is a beautiful heifer with an elegant look. She strides and meets her track. She's got maybe a little more of a hitch in her hock when she sets it down, but still very correct, particularly up front. This heifer that's 3, Sweetie, exact same pattern. She is so elegant and refined in her silhouette. She's just a little closer to average in terms of maybe her hind leg, but still going to last a long time as a cow. That's a great trio, one of the stronger classes that we've had.
And your results for Class 18. First place goes to entry 74, REIB, Miss Queen, shown by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 72, NCC Likely Innocent, shown by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. And third place goes to entry 73, L7 Last Word, shown by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 19. Class 19 is females born April 1st through April 5th. First in, we had entry 79, CELL Lily, shown by Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Entry 80, Winslow's Lemon Line, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 81, Spring Creek's Lucille, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Entry 82, CICL Love Me, shown by Bennett Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Entry 83 is a scratch in your program. Entry 84, LFL Libby, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 85, SHSK Lucy, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And entry 86, TF Laffy Taffy, shown by Harper Torgerson from Artesian, South Dakota. Once again, this is Class 19, females, born April 1st through 5th in the ring.
So keep in mind as we roll through these classes, the classifications of these cattle. So your Lim Flex and your purebreds are going to have 2 different sets of percentile ranks. So you can find those on the Digital Beef website under the percentile ranks. You'll be able to compare Lim Flex to Lim Flex, and purebreds have their own set. These high percentage cattle do not. So those are being compared against the entire herd book. So that's something to keep in mind for them. So if anybody has any questions on those, definitely come find me.
All right, we'll begin our discussion and keep it short, but really my compliments on a great class from top to bottom. The heifer that starts, I had ranked physically there second, but I mean a close decision. She's a little sweeter fronted than the maybe bigger center, thicker ended heifer right in behind her. She travels plenty good. Is she 100? No, but she's way up there in the top 20% or so, still structurally in my opinion. And then genetically, I think the one I had ranked first genetically was Scratch, and so she was ranked right behind that heifer. So of those cattle that are out here, this was my favorite heifer on paper. Genetically, she just read very problem-free in her production values, and I would imagine, young lady, as you look to breed her, if you're focused on the combination thereof, she's going to be easy to find a sire to match with because she just doesn't have anything that you got to really correct. The heifer we got here in second, heifer I really like physically. She's got a little more dewlap, but that female is just chunky and thick and kind of just outmasses this particular group. Could be a little stronger on paper, so she ends up second. Heifer we got down here in three, plenty flexible down low, but a little too flexible in her spine, just got a little slack frame. She's got a cute petite look about her up front, just a nice feminine female. Next up for the young man's got a nice long-bodied female. She too is feminine, and I certainly think she'll make a nice respectable cow. She had a little piecey right in behind her shoulder is mainly where I wanted to upgrade her. The red heifer here, honestly, she's a little curly haired and slick-legged, and so she's a little harder to maybe make that first impression. But judging past that, you start looking at this female. I had her up there third or fourth, I think, initially physically. That heifer's correct in her lines. She's not just showy anywhere, but there's nothing majorly wrong with that heifer. I think it's a nice heifer, and the young lady should be proud of her. I told this gal right here, you have probably maybe the pounds heaviest heifer in the class, biggest legged. I may get a little concerned about her eventual cow size. She may be a little heavy just for me and the way I like them. I like to maybe bring her flank down a little bit relative to her chest. The heifer that we got next, a good-looking female. I told the young man, in terms of just how fresh she's got that one presented and condition-wise, I thought maybe the best managed in class. Very expressive. Just like to loosen her up a little bit structurally to move her higher today.
And your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 80, Winslow's Lemon Lime, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Second place, entry 85, SHSK Lucy, shown by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Third place, entry 82, CICL Love Me, shown by Bennett Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Fourth place, entry 84, LFL Libby, shown by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 81, Spring Creeks Lucille, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry 86, TF Laffy Taffy, shown by Harper Torgerson from Artesian, South Dakota. Seventh place, entry 79, CELL Lily, shown by Kaysen Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Following along in the program, Class 19 order was 7, 1, 5, 3, Scratch, 4, 2, 6. Now in the ring, we have class number 20. Class 20 has March 24th through 30th females. We have entry 87, LFL Lena, shown by Wesleyan Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Entry 88, BMFK Eliana, shown by Emery Mathaler from Hastings, Minnesota. Entry 89, Berry's Lipstick, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 90, LFL Lola, shown by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. And entry 91, MLP Let Her Go, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 20 in the ring, females, born March 24th through 30th.
All right, I think we got it ready to go. The little man in the hat will win the group, and he's got a nice entry. When she first came in, I said, there's a really deep, smooth, feminine, good-looking, high-quality female. Likes her to get out and stride just a little bigger in her reach. Maybe open her up just a little bit as you get in behind her. I switched her from third to second at the end there just because I think going away, when you watch those cattle tracks, she's a little bit square, more ideal in the placement of her hock. Congratulations, Bud, on your blend of genetics, which was awesome on paper with a nice female physically. This heifer here was my favorite physically, and I'm sure she was for y'all too. She's an easy find just in terms of how sweet her front end is, the barrel and length of her midsection to have that type of top line. I mean, she is a powerhouse. I mean, she's by some margin the powerful female in the group. She's a little borderline just in terms of the way her shoulder lays into her, and then genetically was a little further down the line, and so she dropped to second. Young lady, your heifer was my favorite heifer on paper. She had the most progression, and I thought she looked really good in several columns, had a lot of multi-trait excellence. This heifer got a little fatter in her chest relative to maybe looking a little stale in her body depth. And so just that combination, you change it up in her, get a calf in her, lean her up, that heifer will do awesome for you. Little lady coming next got the one that's a little steeper in her rump line, a little bit in at her hocks, but man, she's cowy, middled. She does an awesome job. The heifer here we got at the end of the group, I had flip-flopped her there as we brought them in. Like her from the side going away. She's a little off the mark in terms of just how her hind legs put together, but a beautiful female. Nice job to all of our exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause if y'all don't mind, please.
And your results for Class 20. First place goes to entry 89, Berry's Lipstick, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place goes to entry 91, MLP Let Her Go, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry 90, LFL Lola, shown by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 87, LFL Lena, shown by Wesleyan Elliott of Pecos, Texas. And fifth place, entry 88, BMFK, Eliana, shown by Emery Mathaler from Hastings, Minnesota. If you're following in the program, class number 20, the order was 4, 5, 1, 3, 2. Now entering the ring, we have class 21. Class 21 is females born March 1st through March 14th. Entry 93 is DJ Lollipop, shown by Michael Stafford of Primeville, Oregon. Entry 94, Attack Leah, shown by Drake Reese of Avon, Illinois. Entry 96, AVAM Luetta, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Entry 97, DEBV Lainey Wilson, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Entry 98, CELL Laura, shown by Olivia Jacquin of Marthasville, Missouri. Entry 99, TFOR Leona, shown by Tyla Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. And entry 100, CELL Lexi, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Once again, this is class 21, females born March 1st through 14th in the ring.
Well, this class is going to take a little bit of sort. It's a little bit like making your Christmas list and wishing for certain things, and then when you open the gifts, you maybe get what you expected or not what you expected in terms of the way they eventually align here. But hey, this heifer ranked second, both physically and genetically. She was a heifer that was exceptional in her calving ease genetics, and on foot, this female has got the right cow size. I thought she's got a little extra bend her hind leg, but I can certainly buy into that when she's made as functional as she is off both ends, and then respectable, really just from every angle from a width standpoint. A nice female to land on. The young lady comes here in second. Man, you talk about one's got some performance, some depth of body, and broodiness. She's got functional angles. She's maybe a little unorthodox in the way she uses her hock at times. I was probably a little critical of the fat laid in between her navel and her first quarters back there. I'd like to just maybe pull the reins back on her just a little bit to guarantee that we're going to have reproductive success. The heifer that we got next, young man, you did a nice job. This heifer had a little lower physically just because I'd like to see her a little fresher, a little higher in her neck, but she obviously genetically was one of the better heifers out here. Congratulations. The next female in the group was my starter from a physical standpoint. Unfortunately, genetically, it looks like I had her at the end. So that's what I mean by my comments at the beginning. This female, though, you got to admire, and I hope you do well with her here in the shows to come, because she is cocky-fronted, big-ended, and sweet-looking here from the side. I love that heifer. She's very nice. The next little gal coming with the cool pants. This little gal's got one that's smooth-shouldered and neat and maternal-looking from the side. Maybe just a little closer to average in terms of her natural width. Like to lay her tail head in a little differently, but a good heifer phenotypically. Maybe not quite as strong genetically. The next heifer, a little bigger in her kind. Like to accommodate that frame with a little extra belly. And then the young man that comes at the end did a remarkably nice job, but just got one that's a little bit smaller frame, which is fine. But relative to that, I'd like to see her probably naturally a little looser in terms of her structure. So a good class from top to bottom. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And our results for Class 21. First place goes to entry 96, AVAM Luetta, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 93, DJ Lollipop, shown by Michael Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Third place goes to entry 97, DEBV Laney Wilson, shown by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Fourth place, entry 99, TFOR Leona, shown by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Fifth place, entry 100, CELL Lexi, shown by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Sixth place, entry 98, CELL Laura, shown by Olivia Jacquin of Marthasville, Missouri. And seventh place, entry 94, Attack Leah, shown by Drake Reese of Avon, Illinois. Next in the ring, we have our first and second place from classes of Division 4. This is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall. From class number 18, we have entry 74, REIB Miss Queen, shown by Parker Chestnut. From class 19, we have entry 80, Winslow's Lemon Line, shown by Samantha Pico. From class 20, we have entry 89, Berry's Lipstick, shown by Radley Berry. And from class 21, we have entry 96, AVAM Luetta, shown by Ava Miller. Second places that are in the ring, from class 18 is entry 72, NCC Likely Innocent, shown by Aubrey Shank. From class 19, second place, entry 85, SHSK Lucy, shown by Dalton Miller. From class 20, entry 91, MLP Let Her Go, shown by McKinley Palmetary. And class 21, second place, entry 93, DJ Lollipop, shown by Michael Stafford. Once again, this is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
All right, if y'all could, let's put our hands together, congratulate these exhibitors out here on their cattle and what they've done here to get them tested and put together a nice set of values. You know, as y'all look at the lineup here, for the sake of time, I'll keep my comment short, but I think that, you know, just physically, all 4 of these cattle are outstanding, going to make great replacements. To me, there's one that's a cut above, both structurally and power-wise, and then you look and look at what she came in from her class. She also ranked first genetically. As you compare her back to the others out here, I would say there's still some out here that probably have a little bit of an upper hand in multiple categories, but at the same time, the heifer I speak of doesn't really have necessarily big problems on paper. She will have to be numbered up a little bit, but no major problems. And so, young man out of the first class right here, we'll have your champion heifer. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations. Nice job. All right. As we look now at reserve, again, I think a lot of give and take here physically. All 4 of the cattle actually a little more comparable here genetically. You know, the first one there was second in her class genetically and second physically. And then this one right here, good looking, maybe a little off in her hip and up in her flank, but a female that's moving around here that still reads pretty problem-free in her values. Young man there in the cowboy hat, his heifer, if y'all looked on paper, was really a big in her spread, and so awesome, and one of the better cattle in terms of calving ease and direct growth combination. And then the last heifer that stands before me breeds elite in regards to many categories: calving ease, direct, and stayability. I like the maternal offering in that female. We're going to go your direction. I like the strength of her numbers, and she's very good here physically. Let's give this gal here a nice round of applause as she comes out. I think she was helping another gal that, or another exhibitor that was showing. Congratulations there on your reserve in this division.
In your Division 4, Limousin champion comes out of Class 21, entry 96, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa.
You know, we get down here for the third overall slot and look at the options, and you can do about anything you want. In all honesty, this heifer's thick. Just like to change that hip and hind leg a little bit. The heifer in behind that one is a little deeper, maybe flank, but not quite as bold and thick, but still respectable. You know, numbers-wise, I really like the uniqueness of the growth spread in this young man's heifer that we've got here in the cowboy hat. Young man, you're going to be third if that's all right with you, bud. Congratulations to you.
All right, I got a correction here. Your Division 4 champion was actually out of Class 18, entry 74, REIB Miss Queen, shown by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. Your reserve champion was entry 96, AVAM Luetta, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third overall was entry 89, Berry's Lipstick, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Now we will begin class 22. We are going to take a quick, just a short break for our judge. All right, moving on to class number 22. Class 22, we have February 12th through 28th females. We have entry 101, DLCN Lady May, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. Entry 102, SHSK Linda, shown by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Entry 103, Berries LIV, shown by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Entry 105, OLIM Last Dance, shown by Olivia Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Entry 106, PRF RNK Laney, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 107, FWLY LHC Crystal, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Entry 108, PBRS Lane, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Entry 109, KJOR Lady Bells, shown by Kawaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. And entry 110, CELL 3067, shown by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. Once again, this is class 22. In the ring, females born February 12th through 28th. Another minute to thank some more of our show sponsors. Of course, the Oklahoma Limousine Breeders Association and our Tulsa Convention and Visitors Bureau. We also would like to thank our diamond sponsors, Limousine 365, MC Marketing, Jerry Bunch, Sundowner Trailers. We do have some Sundowner trailers set up outside. If you've got any questions, make sure you go find Mike Palmetary in the Oklahoma stalls. He can help you out with a Sundowner trailer. Our gold sponsors, ABS Global, Buckhorn Creek Ranch, David Schrock, Forum Credit Service of Oklahoma, Little Buster Toys, London Landscapes, P. Bar S Ranch, and Oklahoma Junior Limousine Association, just a few of our sponsors that help make this show possible. Don't forget, you can go find all the photos that Legacy Livestock is taking online. Thanks to Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Raptor DP Farm and Ranch, Red Rock Limousine. You can download any of the images online going to legacylivestockimaging.com.
Young man, go ahead and pull all the way down there because we got a lot of cattle line up. Keep on coming. All right, Mr. 103 right here will win the class. I had him second physically, Genetically, a heifer I also had second. So in tandem, she wins, and she's top 10% of the breed for TI or MTI, and then up there because of her marbling. This is a female that physically is plenty good. You know, like a lot of cows just like her. She's moderate, she's thick, she's bold. She could maybe be a little square just in terms of how her outer hoof wall hits the ground off both ends and toe them forward just a little truer, but I didn't think she moved bad at all. That's a nice effort. Congratulations to that young man. This heifer here was sure got a cool cow look, kind of that real sporty neck and that real moderate, deep swell to her belly. She's going to be very easy keeping. Almost so easy keeping when she first came in, young man, just to reveal my thoughts on her. I thought she was packing a little heat right in front of her shoulder. I'd like to harden her up maybe just a little bit, but I'm glad you ended up second here because I sure like that heifer physically. This heifer here I like the best, and it's because of her stoutness. She is a rig when you get in behind her. Cocky fronted. She's got the biggest forearm and bone circumference. She's a little off in her rear foot. I'd like to change that just a little bit and obviously upgrade her numbers. She was about 6th in class in that respect. This is a nice heifer. Just got a little up in her loin and a little extra navel, but a really nice, good-sized cow that could move just a shade better in her hock if I had to be picky, but I really like the maternal look she offers when she stands still. Young lady there sure had a nice one, just a little higher in her tail head. Really like her off her rear pasturing quite well. Just fit her together a little better in her forerib. Nice female here that was real boxy and expressive. Y'all keep on going. Sake of time, we got to keep rolling here, but if y'all just keep on moving them, I can talk them if y'all won't stand still. But the next heifer that comes, a nice heifer that just gets a little curled up on her rear foot, and a little broken apart right there behind her shoulder. But man, she's deep and she's thick, and I think a good heifer. Young lady sure did a nice job right there. Got a good striding heifer. Just need a little more belly relative to her frame. Told the young man here at the end, that's a nice heifer. Just need a little more to her relative to the competition today.
Your results for Class 22. First place goes to entry 103, Berries Live, shown by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Second place goes to entry 110, CELL 3067, shown by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Third place, entry 106, PRF R&K Laney, shown by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Fourth place, entry 102, SHSK Linda, shown by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 109, KJOR Lady Bells, shown by Kawaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Sixth place, entry 105, OLIM Last Dance, shown by Olivia Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Seventh place, entry 107, FWLY LHC Crystal, shown by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Eighth place, entry 108, PBRS Lane, shown by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Ninth place, entry 101, DLCN Lady May, shown by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 22 was 9416, 37852. Now in the ring is Class 23. Class 23 has February 4th through 10th females. We have entry 111, CELL Larsa, shown by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Entry 112, SSUL Charm, shown by Gemma Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Entry 113, TFOR Lady Hood, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Entry 114, OLIM Latte, shown by Kyle Rule of Dodge City, Kansas. Entry 116, SSUL, How About Her, shown by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Entry 117, CELL Lane, shown by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Entry 118, TFOR Levitate, shown by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. and entry 149 TFOR Leslie, shown by DM Marie Shoup of Iliff, Colorado. Once again, this is class 23 in the ring. Females born February 4th through 10th.
Well, an awesome class here and an awesome class winner. She was my second favorite genetically and my first phenotypically. I was just talking to the gal that had my favorite heifer genetically. She's that cute little gal that was on the end there, Diem, and told her how much I liked her heifer data-wise. But anyways, the one that starts here, just a beautiful female from the side, the way she draws up, so fresh. And good in her look up front, neat in her lines, boxy and thick when you get in behind her. I know I'm not looking at them on rear view initially, but you can tell she's got power from the side. And her teat structure reads right. And so I think she hit the ground a little squarer as well than her counterpart here in second. That heifer that wins, she is top 10% in both her growth columns and carcass weight. The heifer that goes second, super feminine, a little rounder at the edge of her shoulder, perhaps by just a little more fat, a little shorter in her hip was the difference I thought when I placed those two physically. She's solid, but a little more middle of the pack genetically. A beautiful heifer from the side. You can all see that heifer's quality and her depth. Heifer that rolls into third is really thick and expressive and cylinder in her rib cage, and got a good ankle on her. She's a little rounder shouldered, maybe just a little rounder because of her type and kind, but a nice heifer there that was strong in her numbers as well. This next little gal moved right up the line. I said to him, "Do you know why your heifer was good?" And I said, "Because she had the good marbling." I said, "Do you know what that is?" She said, "Maybe." And but that's a part of this. We're learning on what everything is, and she's got a nice heifer. Just needs a little more belly. The next heifer dropped maybe a spot or two, and she's a little progressed in her bag for her age. But I do respect her body capacity, her width, her softness of structure. She gets a little extra navel, maybe a little extra chest. Good heifer here. Got just a little bit tighter in terms of the base of her heart and rounder in her shoulder. But I really like the way she was made out of her ankle, but dropped maybe a little bit on numbers. The little gal here with the red heifer did a great job. Heifer I'd like to just free up a little bit, maybe peel a little fat off of. And then the little man here at the end of the group had a heifer that I think kind of slid in there a little bit towards the middle, but has dropped a little bit numbers-wise. A little sharper hock, maybe just a little bit looser in the way she's made and from an aesthetic standpoint, but she's going to make a heck of a cow. The right size, good bellied, and very square hip.
And your results for Class 23. First place goes to entry 113, TFOR Ladyhood, shown by Trotter Thomas. Second place, entry 112, SSUL Charm, shown by Gemma Dorsey. Third place, entry 118, TFOR Levitate, shown by Tyler Thomas. Fourth place, entry 149, TFOR Leslie, shown by Dame Marie Shoup. Fifth place, entry 116, SSUL, How About Her, shown by Bailey Smith. Sixth place, entry 114, OLIM Latte, shown by Kyle Rule. Seventh place, entry 111, CELL Larsa, shown by Grayson Nightingale. And eighth place, entry 117, CELL Lane, shown by Grayson Nightingale. If you were following along in your program, the order for Class 23 started with 7. Turn your page. 216, 5, 8, 3, 4. Class 24 is now entering the ring. In Class 24, we have females born January 2nd through 28th. We have entry 121, MSHP Layla, shown by Jamie Benton of Glenwood, Iowa. Entry 122 is a scratch. Entry 123 is Attack Lucy, shown by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. Entry 124, Attack Lovely, is shown by Vincent Alfrey of Elmwood, Illinois. Entry 125, SHSK Cruella DeVille, shown by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Entry 126 is DL Loretta, shown by William Roast of Niangua, Missouri. Entry 127 is also a scratch. Entry 129 is Attack Layla, shown entry 130, CELL Lila, shown by Kuaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. And entry 131, AVAM Lima Bean, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 24 in the ring, females born January 2nd through 28th.
Well, the heifer that starts the class, I thought that was a tight mix. I walked him there, and I don't want to take much time, but I told the gal that I wanted to see her move a little better out of her hock, but I'm glad she won because she is the cow in terms of broodiness and just that right cow size. And she's a little chubby, but she blends together well in terms of her balance, even carrying a little bit more. And genetically, she was the standout in this class, and so it worked out well. She is big in her growth and carcass weight and TI figure. The heifer we got here in second, best hind leg by some margin. That's what you love about that one. She got that panther hind leg. She's a little skinny in her forerib and heart. You critique some for being a little fat. You critique others for being a little harsh. And, you wonder where you need to be because at a show, obviously, everybody's got a different feed bucket program. And so you can decide. I personally want to see her a little cowier. And I appreciate the fact she's leaner, but a little cowier probably to have physically ranked her first. But she ends up second. Let's keep on rolling them down. We're getting them bunched up here. Let's keep on rolling. Y'all can keep walking. Y'all don't have to stop. The heifer we got next, one that, takes a good long stride. She was at the front of the group when we walked them in. She's a little bit flatter relative to having some pones. This heifer is the one I like the best physically, and I understand she's a little chubby in her pones, but she moves about as good as anything out there. She's good in cowie in her midsection, very productive in her kind. I'd like a lot of replacements just like her. She's not out there on the edge of the universe anywhere, but just a good heifer. Guys, let's keep on rolling them. If y'all got to help them, just bring them around and roll them. We don't have to stop. Can y'all keep rolling them? The heifer we got next is really moderate, just got a little bit chuffy up through her front end and a little bit shorter striding, but a nice heifer. Next one in the group, one that honestly I thought one of the better cattle in here. She got a little bit low fronted and a little bit chesty, just a little bit flatter pinned and a little bit poned up, but I like and admire her cow parts real well. Young man second to the end had a nice heifer. He did a great job. This little heifer he's got, I wanted to see her move just a little better off both ends. And then the heifer we close with, young man, your heifer is got a lot of growth physically. I wanted to maybe tone her down a little bit in terms of height relative to just her body and loosen her up a little bit out of her shoulder.
And your results for Class 24, first place goes to entry 125, SHSK Cruella DeVille, owned by Danica Lowry. Second place, entry 124, Attack Lovely, shown by Vincent Alfrey. Third place, entry 121, MSHP Layla, shown by Jamie Benton. Fourth place, entry 123, Attack Lucy, shown by Griffin Reese. Fifth place, entry 131, AVAM Lima Bean, shown by Ava Miller. Sixth place, entry 130, CELL Lila, shown by Kawaya Jorgensen. Seventh place, entry 129, Attack Layla, shown by Zachary Alfrey. And eighth place, entry 126, DL Loretta, shown by William Roast. If you're following in the program, Class 24 order was 3 scratch, 4218. Turn your page, scratch, 7, 6, 5. Now entering the ring, we have our Division 5 champion reserve and third overall selections. From Class 22, we have first place, entry 103, Berries Live, shown by McCrae Stafford of Primeville, Oregon. From Class 23, we have first place, entry 113, TFOR Lady Hood, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. And first place from entry 24 is from Class 24 is entry 125, SHSK Cruella DeVille, shown by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second place from Class 22 is entry 110, CELL 3067, shown by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Second place from class 23 was entry 112, SSUL Charm, shown by Gemma Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. And second place from class 24 is Attack Lovely, shown by Vincent Alfrey of Elmwood, Illinois. Once again, this is your Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall selections.
Well, another outstanding division. It's been a great show. You know, as you look at the cattle out here, what this show is trying to achieve. They're good cattle physically, but they were some of the stronger cattle in their respective age groups from a genetic perspective. The heifer that I like out here, just to go ahead and talk about her and then name her, is a heifer that, as you look at the paper, you know, she's top 10% for grow, but yet still top 40 for calving ease. She's top 20 and 10 for her carcass and terminal index. And then I'll just be honest, physically I like her the best. Young man out of the middle of the lineup will have our champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause if y'all don't mind. Great entry here.
Your Division 5 champion is entry 113, TFOR Ladyhood, shown by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado.
You know, we get in here for reserve, but man, this gets tight. You know, just in terms of three cattle that are good replacements. Genetically, the weakest of the three is the heifer in the middle, and so I think a little bit, I'm a critical of her a little bit in that sense in this show. But the other two are very, very good. They're thick and they're stout-ended. They offer a lot of growth. I think the heifer in front's probably still a little bit thicker and probably has a little better angle to her hock when she stands still. And when you look at that one, she's got to be protected on calving ease, but she brings some big-time growth to the table. Young man, I'm going to use your heifer for reserve. Congratulations to you.
And your Division 5 reserve champion is entry 103, Berries Live, owned by McCrae Stafford of Primeville, Oregon.
The young man's white flanked heifer here is 110 by entry, and she was actually the heifer that on paper read the most problem-free. Didn't have any red marks on my sheet. Going to be really easy and flexible to mate, and so genetically she's outstanding, and physically she's very good. Young man, you're going to end up slotting in third. Congratulations to you.
Nice job. Third overall, Division 5 goes to entry 110. CELL 3067, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Next, we will start our Division 6 with Class 25. Our Division 6 are some smaller classes, and then we have cow-calf pairs, and then we will be choosing our champion. After we choose our champion, we're only going to take about a 10-minute break before we start steers because we can take pictures. We've got a new judge coming in. But once the Neogen show is over, we're just going to grab about a 10-minute lunch break, and then we'll move straight into steers. and our Bred Known show. But again, right now, we should be ready for Class 25. Class 25 is now entering the ring. Class 25 is December 17th through 29th, 2022 females. First in, we have entry 133, MLP Katniss, owned by Trip Wyatt James of Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 134, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And entry 135, JTBW Cookie Crisp, owned by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Once again, this is Class 25 in the ring.
Yep, I think the order I just lined them up in's the order they remain. And this female that starts is a December. Young man says that she's going to calve in November, early December type time frame. And, you know, these other heifers are very moderate, so she may come out here and look a little big to you. I still don't think she's huge, and you're from Washington, the environment you operate in may have a little more groceries, that's fine. So I think she accommodates it well and carries it well structurally. I like just the way that the floor of her udder looks like it's shaping up and her teats, and I appreciate the fact that she's bred on time. She's got a beautiful look. You got to present it very, very fresh. She's super stout, and then just no holes genetically. Heifer I got here in second, your big marbling heifer and calving ease-wise, rock solid, but she's very stout, very thick, young man. I'd like to see that heifer probably a little more feminine at the top of her shoulder and neck and lean her up just a fraction, but I love her shape. I like her size. I think she's awesome. The heifer we got here in 3 ranks there genetically, but I want to tell you, young man, that the hind leg this heifer's got is second to none. I mean, if we could give an award for best hind leg, I'd give it to her. She's very feminine. She just maybe right now just gets a little outmassed. She looks a little emptier in terms of her flank or her udder just at this stage of the game, but I like the way that one's built. That's a good heifer. I know she stood last, but she's not a last place type heifer. That's a good female.
And your results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 134, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place, entry 133, MLP Katniss, shown by Trip Wyatt James of Durant, Oklahoma. And entry 135 was third place, JTBW Cookie Chris, shown by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. Those following in the program, the order for Class 25 was 2, 1, 3. Now entering the ring, we have Class 26. Class 26 is November 2nd through 15th, 2022 females. First in, we have entry 136, DLCN Kipper, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Then we have entry 137, NCC Kiki, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. And entry 138, BMFK Kinsley, shown by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Once again, this is Class 26 females in the ring.
Well, the heifer I like physically stays number one. She was one of my top 2 picks there genetically because her ribeye and her carcass weight, the things that this breed should bring forth, she excels in. She's an awesome heifer in terms of neck and just body, size, thickness. Not to break her down too much, she's just very good. She's very complete. Nice entry. The heifer that we got then in 2 and 3, we flipped those. This heifer was the one I liked the best genetically on paper. She's a little bit more in production shape, if you will, in terms of being a little skinnier. And so she's given up some probably in terms of just that show ring mass, if you will. But her running gear, her feet and leg structure reads with a lot of longevity. Breeze down here in 3, she did a nice job. I was asking her how she does in showmanship because I think she's a good little showman. Very deep-sided, very practical heifer. I'd like to just upgrade her a bit in terms of her numbers.
And your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 137, NCC Kiki, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Second place goes to entry 136, DLCN Kipper, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. And third place goes to entry 138, BMFK Kinsley, shown by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Class 27, now coming in the ring. Class 27 starts with entry 139, female, born October 17th, 2022, KCLM Kiss Me More, shown by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 141 is an October 4th female, TASF Kinsley, shown by Dalen Moore of Knifick, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 27 in the ring.
Well, I thought this pair was close on paper, and I think it's close in the ring. And so you could do this one, honestly, either way. I'll go with the more moderate, deeper-sided, easier fleshing female, just like her maintenance look. It's going to be a little cheaper to run. She's a little chubby here in the show ring. You know, we kind of talk out of both sides of her mouth, but she's also the one that I did give the slight edge to on paper. The one I got here in second, young man, I'll be honest with you, it kind of almost depends which cattle come into the ring around her. Because she's a little taller and maybe a little more daylight underneath her. If she comes in with other cattle that make that combination in her look a little different, you could start her because that's a long neck, long-sided, super long square hipped female that's got a lot of good to her. I think she's fresher and I think her udder's better. I wish she moved just a shade better off her rear too.
And your results for Class 27. First place goes to entry 139, KCLM Kiss Me More, shown by Kinley Collum. Second place, entry 141, TASF Kinsley, shown by Dylan Moore. Next in, we have Class 28. Class 28 starts with entry 142, MINO Knockout, shown by Kaharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 143, CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 144, DL Kate Spade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Once again, this is Class 28 in the ring. These females were born September 6th through September 26th. This will be our last class before our Division 6 champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
All right, here in this group, we'll start 143, and on paper, I had her second. Her calving ease was a little questionable, but her TI, very strong, good terminal genetics. And you look at this female on foot, and she's a boxy, moderate rig that's going to make a great cow, maintain herself with ease, and she's refined in her teat structure up there. I'd lean her just a little bit, but, you know, just study her from every angle as an individual. She's more put together and just a little boxier in her kind. The little young lady that comes next, she's a stud of a showman. I like the way she carries herself. I said, is your heifer just slow and sluggish and stubborn today or every day? And she said, well, probably every day. But this little heifer is just a belly dragger. She's very loosely constructed, but a little too much in her top. Mainly, young lady, I change her front teats a little bit. I'm a little concerned about kind of how that udder may shape up in time, but I like the pliability, the broodiness in that female. Young lady, your heifer here ends up 3 for me from a genetic standpoint, but not bad. And she's sweet-fronted and got a good top line in her. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bolder. She gets a little harsher there in her forerib. Maybe just pull her apart a little bit when I get in behind her, okay? Nice work, good class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause, please.
And your results for Class 28. First place goes to entry 143 CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor. Second place, entry 142 MINO Knockout, shown by Caharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. And third place, entry 144 DL Kate Spade, shown by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. Now in the ring, we will be selecting our Division 6 champion, reserve, and third overall. First place from Class 25 is entry 134, DJ Cleopatra, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. First place from Class 26 is entry 137, NCC Kiki, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. First place from Class 27 is entry 139, KCLM Kiss Me More, shown by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And from Class 28, first place, 143, entry 143 CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place in the ring from Class 25 is entry 133 MLP Katniss, shown by Trip Wyatt James of Durant, Oklahoma. Second place from Class 26 is entry 136 DLCN Kipper, shown by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Second place from Class 27 is entry 141 TASF Kinsley, shown by Dalen Moore of Knifick, Oklahoma. And from Class 28, second place is 142 MINO Knockout, shown by Caharis Wilson of Marshville, Missouri. Once again, this is your selection of Division 6, champion, reserve, and third overall.
Hey, we get out here on this maybe last division. I think we have one more entry after this, but this has been a good group. And the cattle that are in front of us, again, they're the blend of genetics. Most of them rank first or second. And out here, I think cow size-wise, we're in pretty good shape, and we complement it with a lot of body. My pick in terms of this decision is going to be a heifer that I thought just reads a little fresher maybe than maybe her counterparts, and got that look, but yet handles it well and has some expression. And numbers-wise on paper, she's really good in terms of her ribeye area and yield grade like this breed should be. Young lady here out of the second class will be your champion. Congratulations to you.
Your Division 6 Limousin champion comes out of Class 26, entry 137 NCC Kiki, shown by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri.
you know, you step back now and say what should be reserved, and there's a quality heifer up front that reads pretty problem-free in her values. There's nice cattle in the middle that maybe one's a little skinny, one's a little chubby. The heifer in the back, she could be a little bit leaner, but when you start studying her TI and terminal genetics are quite strong. Just got to protect her a little bit on calving ease, young lady, when you mate this heifer, but I like her to be my reserve champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Good job. The little gal, I'm sorry, go ahead, announcer.
Your Division 6 reserve champion comes out of Class 28, entry 143, CELL 2390, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri.
This little lady over here that shows this big heifer, she doesn't weigh what a feed sack would, and her heifer weighs a ton, but this little gal does a good job. But, sweetie, I'd just like to change that udder, bring her together a little better. I'm going to go back to the front of the lineup for third overall. Young man up there with that really gorgeous, high-quality female. It's a little bigger in her kind. Congratulations to you, buddy.
Third overall from Division 6 comes from Class 25, entry 134, DJ Cleopatra, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Next up, we have one class, single entry, cow-calf pair. Our single entry will also decide our cow-calf pair champion. Then we will move straight into our grand champion, Neogen Ultimate Female Drive. Remember, after the drive, we will take maybe about a 10-minute lunch break and then move right into our steers. We will still do pictures with our judge, but about 10 minutes after the Neogen show is over, we will start our steers. In comes Class 29, our cow-calf pair, entry 146, BL Just a Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska.
Okay, this female here will close the door before we get to the champion drive, and I want to compliment you, young lady. I'm sure the reason you brought her is because she's a good cow, broody, productive, and big milking, and long-sided to be as modern as she is. But from a genetic standpoint, you could argue she's the best female that I evaluated on paper yesterday afternoon in terms of her calving ease and in combination with terminal genetics. So if y'all don't mind, let's put our hands together, congratulate this young lady. That's a great entry, and I appreciate you bringing her to Tulsa.
And your cow-calf pair champion is entry 146, BL Just a Dream, shown by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Now we're ready to bring in our division winners. So we can have our grand champion, Neogen Ultimate Female Drive. We will be selecting our grand champion, reserve champion, third, fourth, and fifth overall. Coming in first from Division 1, we have entry 25, BBPB Leona, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. From Division 2, we have entry 34, CHR Let Her Roll, owned by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. From Division 3, we have entry 65, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, shown by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. From Division 4, we have entry 74, REIB Miss Queen, shown by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. From Division 5, we have entry 113, TFOR Ladyhood, owned by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. From Division 6, we have entry 137, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. And from our cow-calf division, we have entry 146, BL Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Second place from each division. From Division 1, second place was entry 26, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. From Division 2, we have entry 46, J6 Caitlin, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. From Division 3, we have entry 52, RSSL Lola, owned by Caharis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. From Division 4, we have entry 96, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. From Division 5, we have entry 103, Berries Live, owned by McCrae Stafford of Primeville, Oregon. And from Division 6, we have entry 143, CELL 2390, owned by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is your grand champion, Neogen Reserve Ultimate Female Drive, along with third, fourth, and fifth overall selections.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure here to sort this genetic show, if you will, with you this morning. And I know it took us just a minute there in the bulls and before we transition the females on exactly logistically how we would best coordinate it for the sake of efficiency, but also getting a fair evaluation done. And I think it's worked well. It's always a pleasure to sort shows when you've got numbers. You know, to me, this is an educational event, and the show cattle sector is fun and fine, and we all enjoy it. But at the end of the day, if we're not trying to put cattle together that have a multi-purpose mating in mind, one that can meet maybe what we need in the show ring, but also meet what we need in this breed in terms of merchandising bulls, then I don't know what we're doing. Otherwise, the show ring's just a poodle show. It's just a hair show, a beauty show, if you will, and it doesn't make any sense. I want to see us strive in every breed to merge that together better, and I think we'd all be better for it in terms of not only just the enjoyment of what we're doing, but also our pocketbooks. It'd make a heck of a lot more sense. And so my strongest compliments to y'all in this breed and the leaders for organizing this, making it a priority, and for the sponsor, Neogen, for getting behind this effort. Can y'all put y'all's hands together and let's congratulate the folks that have made this a priority. And, you know, it always brings forth discussion in any breed in terms of how we do want to prioritize, how we can maybe jockey and emphasize that component. Just with a discussion I just had with Mark, I agree wholeheartedly. Here's the deal, guys. You know, 10, 15 years ago, before the genomic age, the non-parent EPDs, they can change a lot. And so using them in a show like this where they haven't proven themselves yet, it's really probably, you know, you're spinning your wheels. Now with genomics, hey, we have the opportunity to get a glimpse of what that animal is underneath their hide, and for a lot of these values, you know, the same meaning as 16 to 25 progeny. And so what we're looking at, what I'm talking about here, hey, this matters. And I would agree that you're starting to see cattle physically better match the numbers within the genomic age, which is a real fresh, a breath of fresh air from an evaluator's perspective, that those things are starting to match. They're supposed to. The data does matter, and the steps that have been taken to put together a validation population and build these markers, they do work. Whether you trust them or not, I guarantee you they do. And so I would sure make a big effort to spend the money to get it accomplished. The other thing I think it helps in this setting is we have a lot of junior exhibitors who don't have very many numbers. And when you don't have very many numbers, you can't build huge contemporary groups. It's hard to leverage your EPDs. And so the genomics help to level the playing field just a little bit in that sense. And so I hope y'all understand that, or come to better understand that in terms of how you can push your cattle and program forward. So I'm not going to go back through and talk the cattle. At this point, what I would tell y'all is the numbers and the cattle in combination deservingly put them forward in the front lineup. And so I would say that then we're talking margins of differences in numbers versus phenotype. But I think all the cattle out here are equipped with the right numbers. And so from my perspective, it probably leans a little bit more back towards phenotype. So I'll shut up now. Thank y'all for having me. It was a real big pleasure to sort your show, and I hope you'll have a good rest of the week. This young man right here with the April heifer is going to have your champion. Nice job. Great heifer, phenotypically won the show. For me, she was by some margin my favorite phenotypically. Gets pretty close, and for reserve, we're going to follow with the gentleman here in the hat coming out of that next division. Congratulations. Nice job.
And your 2024 Grand Champion Neogen Ultimate Female comes out of Division 5, entry 113, TFOR Ladyhood, owned by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado.
Hey, are we doing top 5? Is that right? Yes. This is a nice effort that comes in for that reserve selection. I thought the two heifers that it was razor thin between matched up a lot the same physically. Young lady, I know you kind of drew the short straw in that decision, but you're going to be third. Nice job.
And your reserve champion comes out of Class 6, entry 137, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri.
You know, at this point, there's probably a lot of different things you can do. There was a calf up here that was exceptional on paper, and I think she's a heck of a nice prototype in terms of replacement. She's going to be my next pick. Nice job.
Third overall comes out of Division 1, entry number 25, BB. Entry 25, BBPB Leona, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri.
Yep, so that was a fourth overall, the calf there. Now for fifth overall again. Hey, there's a lot of different directions. We polled the audience. Y'all are going to find fan favorites across the board here in nearly every slot. You know, like that little calf that's circling around right now. I'm sure she's going to be very valued here as we drop the numbers and just focused on her physical nature. She's going to be very, very strong. The balance of what I'm looking at for fifth, I like the young man coming out of this division right here. Congratulations to you, buddy. Good job.
And fifth overall goes to entry 103. Barry's Live, shown by McCrae Stafford from Primeville, Oregon. And once again, I messed up. Grand champion was actually Parker Chestnut. Entry 74, REIB Miss Queen, was our grand champion Neogene Ultimate Female, owned by Parker Chestnut. Reserve champion went to entry 113, TFOR Ladyhood, owned by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Third overall was entry 137, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell. Fourth was entry 25, BBPB Leona, owned by Ellie Deal. And fifth, entry 103, Barry's Live, owned by McCrae Stadford. And that does conclude our show. Please help me thank once again our judge, Ryan Rathman, for being here today and judging these females. He will be at the backdrop for these pictures. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we will move into our steer shows. I want to once again thank our photo sponsors. You can go to legacylivestockimaging.com and download these for free. Our sponsors were Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Raptor, DP Farm and Ranch, Red Rock Limousin, Also, don't forget to let your friends and family at home know that we are live streaming at Live Auctions TV. While we take a break, make sure you go by and check out our booths this week. We have some small businesses down by the concession stand in the Coliseum. Please take some time to go walk through these booths and shop a little bit of our small businesses. We have everything from jewelry, hats, toys, home decor, and supplements. Please support these small businesses while you are here in Tulsa. Also, please check out the Limmy Boosters basket table. All the states have donated a basket. Buy some raffle tickets. Put your raffle tickets in the basket of your choosing. This is one of the Limmy Boosters 2 fundraisers. They provide scholarships to our high school seniors. They provide gifts to each exhibitors during opening ceremonies, and they also provide state grants. We sure appreciate our Limmy Boosters. We also appreciate our Nalja Junior Board, who's been working very hard this week and in the ring. We have Landry Kleeman from Texas, Nikki Keaton from Texas, Riley Morris from Missouri, Eliza Truhl from Oklahoma, Michaela Askey from Arizona, Lily Mitchell from Wisconsin, Boone Beggart from Texas, Shane Kendall from Wisconsin, J.C. Smith from Arkansas, and Ross Turner from Oklahoma. You also notice some candidates of the board that are running this year. We have Brant Gazaway from Oklahoma, Turner Sanders from Texas, Wyatt Jacoby from Texas, Memphis Peterson from South Dakota, and Kason Kaiser from Texas. When you see these board members and candidates, make sure you give them a pat on the back and tell them thank you for all the hard work that they're doing this week and the weeks up until this show. All right, I believe we are ready to get started with our steers. Cow-calf pairs, then bred-known female and bull show. Coming in first, we have our prospect steers. Class number 1, we have a January 13th steer, Jiminy Cricket, owned by Katie Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. This is a single entry class.
Well, it's great to be here this afternoon with your Limousin juniors and your junior association. And we got quite a few shows to get through, and we're going to start off here with our prospect steer shows. Young ladies got a January-born steer calf. She said he weighs 363 pounds, right? Of pure potential, she says. So she's pretty excited about the potential of this little steer calf. He's got a good shape to him. He's nice in his structure, good in his balance. I'd be proud of him too, and think he's got a lot of potential as well as you study him in terms of his build and balance from his nose to his tail. So good job. I'll be excited to see what else comes in this prospect steer division, but we start off on a high note with a good quality baby calf.
And your results for class number 1, first place goes to Jiminy Cricket, owned by Katie Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have our class 2 prospect steers. Entry number 2 is a September 15th steer, BR Lucky, owned by Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And entry number 3, an August 1st steer, CPET Buck, owned by Chrome Peterson of Jinx, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 2 of our prospect steers.
Well, as we get into our second class of prospect steers, 2 young men bring us calves that are very similar as far as their maturity. They're bigger, longer, more extended kind of cattle that I think when they get to their finished weight, they're really going to weigh something because they got just a little more grow as you read them in their cannon bone and just how they're designed today. I think they're very comparable as far as body condition goes today, and the differences and the deciding factor that I see is this young man that wins the class up front. It's got just a little nicer balanced calf, particularly as you study him in terms of his top line and the set of his hip.
and down to his hind leg. I think as you get and study the cattle in terms of structure, he's a little nicer in the design of his shoulder. It lays smoother onto his body. He's more comfortable off of the movement, off his front structure, and sets down a little truer and better off of his front 2 feet as well. The difference that maybe you could say, well, this calf in second's got a little more circumference of bone. He might have just a touch more muscle, but I think as you get down to it, both of them are very comparable muscled. I think both have plenty enough muscle for steers at this point in their life. This calf, like I said, probably has a shade more to his twist and down into his lower stifle. Structurally, though, is where the deciding factor was, I thought, in a pair of steers that are very comparable as far as condition and muscle at this stage.
And your results for class number 2, first place goes to entry 2, BYBR Lucky, owned by Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And second place goes to entry number 3, CPET Buck, owned by Chrome Peterson of Jinx, Oklahoma. Next in, we have our last class of prospect steers. Single entry class, entry number 4, MKJM Trippy Red, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky.
This young lady brings us this good red calf here in our final class of these prospect steers. He grabs you in terms of the way he moves. He's a little lower set, stouter built kind of calf versus the 2 cattle we saw just in that class in front. I really like him from his shoulders back in terms of his proportionality to his body and his hip. I like his top in terms of muscularity, good stout hind leg, operates nice in terms of his foot, his hock, and his rear pastern. A good calf, maybe not as nice in his neck, how he presents it up front through his chest floor versus maybe those 2 calves in that last group, but a lot of product, a lot of power, and a really well-built, well-constructed package here in this single entry class.
And your results for class 3. First place goes to entry number 4, MKJM Trippy Red, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Now we will have our selection of prospect champion, reserve champion, which will also, this is our division and grand champion drive for our prospect steers. Out of class 1, we have Jiminy Cricket, owned by Katie Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Out of class 2, we have BYBR Lucky, owned by Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And out of class 3, we have MKJM Trippy Red, owned by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. Second place out of class 2 is entry 3, CPET Buck, owned by Chrome Peterson of Jinx, Oklahoma.
Well, we're already to our completion of our first show here in the second half of the show this afternoon, the Prospect Steer Show. 4 entries, but 4 good entries that all get to come back out here and compete for the champion banner here at the Limousin Junior National here for the Prospect Steer Show. I think there's some decisions to make, and we'll talk about each of these young kids' calves here briefly before we select our champion and reserve because I think it merits some good discussion, and there's definitely some things to think about as a show judge. The young lady brings us a young calf, January-born calf. He's obviously got a long ways to go until you figure out where he's going to end up, but the parts and pieces are there for that calf to have a bright future, just as she expects him to have. Really nice built in his structure. Actually, my favorite built in terms of his structure. You know, as you compare him to the calf behind him, he's probably just a little bigger footed and bone relative to his age and frame versus the calf that wins the last class. He's probably a little nicer in the angle of his shoulder, comes down a little neater up to his front foot. That calf's got muscle and shape. He's going to grow right. I think it just comes down to what do you think of this calf down the road. Today he's pretty nice, but obviously you got to read really deep into the crystal ball to know exactly how good he's going to be maybe when he's ready at his end point. Then we get into this class of 2 black steers, and I think that pair of steers really is a pair of steers. They're the bigger framed, longer bodied kind of cattle. I think they're going to finish at bigger weights as you read them in just their length of their cannon and the length of their body. They're going to be heavyweight cattle. The young man's calf that won that class is a little nicer balanced and structured. I thought they were comparable calves in terms of muscle. That calf's got a lot of look up through his front 1/3. He's so long ahead of his shoulder blade. He's pretty big in his rib cage. Calf that probably needs a touch more width to his skeleton, just relative to his frame. And I think the same can be said about the calf that was second to him as you compare maybe to these 2 cattle on either side of him. Calf that was second had a little more foot and bone. His feet weren't shaped quite as good. A little more navel and doesn't balance quite as nice out of his hip, but you certainly like that calf, and you like all these calves in this group. The red calf, the heaviest calf in the prospect division, a really square-built show steer. You like the way he travels off of his hip and rear leg. I think dense is the word for him as you read his bone, his body, his muscle. Yet he's built right in terms of his structure to his rear leg and hip. Not as neat fronted. Maybe you say that calf in the future doesn't have the same class and presence up through his front 1/3 as the 3 cattle ahead of him, but what you're going to like is him from his shoulders back today and always. So put your hands together. I'll show you the 2 I prefer out of this prospect steer show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
And our grand champion prospect steer goes to entry number 4, MKJM Trippy Red, owned by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And our reserve grand champion prospect steer goes to entry number 1, Jiminy Cricket, owned by Katie Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Moving right along to our progress steer show, we have a single entry class, class 4. We have entry 6, BBPB Leroy, owned by Afton Palish of Frona, Missouri.
This young lady is going to kick off our progress steer show. Single entry class winner, really a practically made calf through the center part of his body. You like him as he comes into the ring because of that. I think a calf that certainly can maintain levelness on the move structurally. I don't know if he's perfect in terms of his eye appeal, the way he sets down and travels, but he's certainly a functional calf as you study the way he moves and the angles to his joint work. So good middle of the road, practical kind of progress steer to win this single entry class.
Your results for class 4, first place goes to entry number 6, BBPB Leroy, owned by Afton Palish of Frona, Missouri. Next in, we have class 5 of our progress steers. We have entry 18, CC's Layden, born March 4th, 2023, owned by Jillian Mudd of Knobnoster, Missouri. We have entry 15, CC's Logan, born March 13th, owned by Ainsley Palish of Frona, Missouri. Entry 10, Cable's Sweet Tea, born April 10th, shown by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. And entry number 7, JABK Bandit, born April 20th, shown by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. Once again, this is class number 5 of our progress steers.
Well, we have a competitive class of 4 progress steers, and I think there can be some shuffle in the cattle, but good cattle as you study their parts and pieces. The top 2 calves, in my mind, are the 2 that I boil it down to, and I think there is good trade-off between these steers. The young man's calf that I elect to use to win the class, I favor from a structural build standpoint. I think he's just a notch softer in his rib cage as you compare to the calf behind him. As you get into some finite details, structurally, he's a little more correct in the angle of his shoulder. You much favor the way he's built in his knee and down to his front foot. That calf's got a longer step and stride to him, and like I said, you like his depth back into his flank. Both calves are really muscular. They're big and shapy out of their back and down from behind. I think those key differences as far as just production characteristics of body and skeleton is what favors the young man's calf that wins. Calf that comes in second really hits you hard in terms of quality. He's a very well presented kind of show steer. He's got a little more class to him in terms of his head and neck, how he ties into the top of his shoulder, how he's designed in his top line and tail head. Young man, I think that calf's got a bright future. He just needs to soften. He's a little harsh in terms of his forerib and flank today, and he comes up a bit short in his stride as you watch the cattle track. But the big parts are there. He's neat looking, very muscular, just needs to be a little closer to the center in terms of body and structure for my liking, but a calf that I like where he's good an awful lot. I thought the calves in 3 and 4 offered good trade-off. As I came into the ring, I thought the young lady's calf that slotted third just hit me more favorable from a balance perspective, comparatively a little neater through his chest. Calf that as you get on top of him is really open in terms of his rib cage. He's bold. He's got some muscle down his top and out of his hip. Structurally, he gets a little awkward in his hind leg. He wants to pull in his hock and just not quite move with the same attractiveness as the cattle ahead of him and the way he plants off of his hind leg, but a functional built hind leg nonetheless. So good calf. I like his balance just a shade more than the steer that completes the class. As you get right on top of the cattle, there's good terminal shape in all these steers, and this steer that closes the class is no different. He's really square in the edge down his back. He's very muscular through the center part of his hip. He's pretty bold in the middle part of his rib cage. Balance-wise, he's got a little more brisket in him, a little frailer bone, just doesn't hit you with quite as big of a rib cage as a couple of the cattle just in front of him.
And your results for Class 5. First place goes to entry number 7, JABK Bandit, owned by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 10, Cable's Sweet Tea, owned by Patton Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry 15, CC's Logan, owned by Ainsley Palish of Frona, Missouri. And fourth place goes to entry 18, CC's Layden, owned by Jillian Mudd of Knob Noster, Missouri. If you're following in your program, Class 5's order was 4, 3, 2, 1. Now entering the ring is Class 6 of our progress steers. Class 6 begins with entry number 8, Grayson's Luigi. He was born April 19th and is owned by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Entry 24, BMFK Hold My Spot, born November 10th, owned by Ty Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Entry 21, SL Lockwood, born February 2nd, owned by Harper Torgensen of Artesian, South Dakota. And entry 16, 2303, born March 5th, owned by Ben Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 6 of our progress steers. I want to continue to thank some of our sponsors this week. Our silver sponsors, Coyote Hills Ranch, Live Oak Cattle Company, Robbins Cattle Company, Roger and Karen Fisher, along with Vet Shack and Velocity Custom Fabrication. Our bronze sponsors, Livestock Nutrition Center and Professional Animal Health. We also appreciate our program sponsor, the Cattlemen's Congress. Of course, without all of you who have given your time and resources, our 2024 national show would not be such a success. We appreciate all of our sponsors.
We get into our next group of 4 progress steers, and I think a calf that stands out rather quickly. In this setting, he's the most moderate calf, but he's the heaviest calf, and I think that says a lot to his type. He's the boldest, most muscular steer of the group, just the widest skeleton. I like the way he's built structurally. He moves around the ring, certainly comfortable enough. I think a calf that's certainly fit to see more competition as we work through this steer show. He's very nicely presented, very well shown. A good calf here that's deserving of this top spot in this competitive class at the Junior National. The next 2 black calves are bigger, longer kind of steers, and really I think they're kind of a pair that needs to stay together as you evaluate this class because they're more alike than they're different. I like them in terms of their extra grow and their length. Young lady's calf that ends up edging out the steer in 3rd, I thought just hits you a little nicer in terms of the way he's designed in his neck and his top line out over his hip. Pretty big bone kind of steers. You study him down to the surface where he can't quite catch that winner. He's a little deeper in his brisket. He's got a little more sheath. As you step right behind the cattle, he's not blessed with quite the same product and shape down his back and over his hip. Young man's got a nicely designed steer in terms of his hind leg structure that ends up slotting here in 3rd. He's got a good shape to him from the side in terms of his hip and his twist, but I'd like to just open him up in terms of his chest width, body width, and muscle all the way through. He's a little more up and down in the angles to his skeleton through his shoulder and knee, but you'd like that steer's length of body, his bone, and the way he travels off of his hind leg. The red calf is the outlier of those final trio. He's probably the more moderate calf that's a little deeper in his rib and flank. This calf does have muscle as you study him over his back and hip, just a little plainer on the profile. He's got more crest to his neck, wants to round out of his hip and step down the most awkward off of his hind leg, but a calf that's certainly got some product potential when you get directly on top of him.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 6. Results are, first place goes to entry 16-2303, Ben Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 21, SL Lockwood, owned by Harper Torgerson from Artesian, South Dakota. Third place goes to entry 24, BMFK, Hold My Spot, owned by Ty Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. And fourth place, entry number 8, Grayson's Luigi, owned by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Following in the program, the order for Class 6 was 4, 3, 2, 1. Now entering is Class 7 of our progress steers. Class 7 begins with entry 14, JNJS Mr. Lynch, born March 13th, owned by Jordan Marie Jones of Carthage, Missouri. Entry number 9, DSUL RIP, born April 12th, owned by Grace Hoover of Dundas, Minnesota. And entry 11, SC Luigi, born March 18th, owned by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Once again, this is Class 7 of our progress steers.
Well, this class of 3 show steers, I think, is a head scratcher. All 3 of them have some different advantages and trade-offs. All 3 are good calves at the end of the day, and it really boils down to just the way the judge evaluates them, because I think a lot of judges can kind of stack these cattle in here a little bit differently. I think as you total up to the market steer that covers fundamentals, is sound and balanced, and puts all those pieces together, in my opinion, to the highest degree, a very subjective opinion, this calf to me is that steer in this setting. Where he beats the calf in second is muscle. He's quite a bit wider chested and bolder through his forerib. He's just got more muscle down his back, over his hip. Structurally, I think he's solid. He needs to get just a little more length to his stride, but his toes all point the right direction. He's a square-made calf that can strike you with a look of balance from the side. The next 2 calves have different pieces that are really outlying, and you got to figure out where you're going to draw the line on some traits. This young lady's calf, number 1, was being tough to show and not giving her just the best opportunity to get that calf showcased. But right now is where you really want to like that steer. He's very well presented. I love his structural build. He's the soundest calf in class. He moves phenomenal in terms of the length of his step. He's great in his foot shape and his rear foot shape. Like the length and levelness to his hip. That's the calf that travels the best out of his shoulder design as well. I wish he had a little more muscle. If he has a little more muscle, he wins the class, no contest. But he's just a little too flat to his pins and down to his stifle for my liking. And I think when you combine it with his extra front end and his shape of his rib cage, I think today he's solid. As he gets more finished, I hope he keeps enough expression and shape and trueness. But structural build, quality, and kind of cattle I like an awful lot. There's an outlier as far as terminal shape and red meat in this calf that closes the class. If you wanted to say this is strictly a muscle contest, this is the calf that you're going to tie to. For me, I felt like his structure needed to be better to compete with those 2 ahead of him. If he had a nicer shoulder, if he had a better foot, and he stepped better off of either end of his skeleton, he would be a calf I could work up. Because of that, you know, maybe his extra toughness on the move, he's probably not put on the same flesh and fat as he's gotten to this heavier weight. He's still ideal, or still close to ideal. He's not overdone by any means, but he's going to be probably the hardest to get fat on him as he gets heavier. But a good calf. He's got muscle and shape and boldness. Just felt like structurally he was at a detriment in this class.
And your results for Class 7. First place goes to entry 11, SC Luigi, owned by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 14, JNJS Mr. Lynch, shown by Jordan Marie Jones of Carthage, Missouri. Third place goes to entry number 9, DSUL RIP, owned by Grace Hoover of Dundas, Minnesota. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 7 was 2, 3, 1. Class 8, which is our last class of progress steers, begins with entry 20, NKKL Larry, born February 3rd, owned by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. Entry 19, Ratliff Luck, born February 10th, is owned by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. Once again, this is Class 8, progress steers in the ring. When this class is over, we will have our grand champion and reserve champion selections, a quick picture break, and then start cow-calf pairs.
I think a good pair of calves, a tight pair of calves that certainly offer their give and take, and I think both of them are good calves at the end of the day. We're going to get into them and talk about them, but I think you can flip and flop them around and not be wrong. I think both of them deserve to win this class. It just depends on those few finite differences where you place your opinion. The young lady's calf that wins is the better balanced and structured steer, and that's why I like him to win the class. As you get in front of him, he's better in his shoulder and knee, how his front feet come to the ground. He's adequately muscled down his back. He needs a little more power to his pins and down to his stifle. He's a good balance, good design calf. There's a lot of total product in that calf just based on his sheer weight. You like that. I think he's a finished steer that's ready to go. The calf that comes in second, I think there's comparatively a shot more dimension through his stifle and hip. He's a little shorter bodied, a little shorter hip, so I think you get kind of some trade-offs there. You probably have more shape in this calf. You have more length in that calf, so the total product, in my opinion, is a lot closer than maybe what some might think because of just a little advantage in shape. Where I'd change your steer is the way he moves out of his shoulder. He wants to pigeon toe and roll and open up. He's a little plainer in his head, but he's still stout. He's got some shape. That's a very competitive pair there. Good duo of show steers as we work through this final class of these market steers.
And your results for Class 8. First place goes to entry 19, Ratliff Luck, shown by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. And second place, entry 20, NKKL Larry, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mound Ridge, Kansas. Now we will have our class winners come in for our not only division champion drive, but our grand champion progress steer drive. From class number 4, we have entry number 6, BBPB Leroy, owned by Afton Palish. From class 5, we have entry 7, JABK Bandit, owned by Jackson Kidd. From class 6, we have entry 16, 2303, owned by Ben Sherry. From class 7, we have entry 11, SC Luigi, owned by Lily Bayless. And from class 8, entry 19, Ratliff Luck, owned by Sadie Eggers. Second place in each class, class 5, entry 10, Cable's Sweet Tea, owned by Patton Lauber. From class 6, entry 21, SL Lockwood, owned by Harper Torgerson. Class 7, entry 14, JNJS Mr. Lynch, owned by Jordan Jones. And from class 8, NKKL Larry, owned by Ashley Schrag. Once again, this is our Progress Steer Division and Grand Champion Drive.
Well, we had a little bigger Progress Steer Show versus the Prospects, and definitely some decisions to make as a show judge. Some very competitive classes. I think all these steers came to the show with high hopes as we get into each class, because every calf had certainly some things you like about them, and it really depended on maybe the draw of the show judge on how some of these cattle ranked on this particular day. The young people have done a great job presenting the calves. The showmanship has been tremendous. I've had a lot of fun working with them in this steer division. I always like a good breed steer shows at the Junior National. They're so fun just to see kind of some more of the characteristics of the breed showing up in these steers and what these hybrid cattle may look like as they're utilized in crossbreeding programs. I think the two steers we land on fit really good in the show ring, and they'd fit really good maybe out on a feed bunk in the feedlot as well. And I think they're calves that are going to have muscle and shape. They're sound cattle that'll feed well, and yet they look good and they look the part to be deserving of getting halter broken, shown, and worked on by these exhibitors all summer long. Speaking of their efforts, I want you to put your hands together, reward these exhibitors with a round of applause for their efforts this summer. I'll show you my two favorites out here.
And your grand champion, Progress Steer, goes to entry 162303, Ben Sherry of Yukon, Oklahoma. And your reserve grand champion, Progress Steer, goes to entry 11, SC Luigi, owned by Lily Bayless of Auburn, Kansas. We are going to do a quick picture break, Judge. Pictures with the steers, and then we will start cow-calves. Should be very quick. All right, we are ready to begin our cow-calf pair show. We will start off with class number 9. Class number 9, we begin with entry 193, DL Kiwi, owned by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Next in, we have entry 25, ELCX Kate, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we have entry 27, DSUL 231K, owned by Jordan Murray Jones of Carthage, Missouri. And then we have entry 30, Legacies Kinsley, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Once again, this is class 9, cow-calf pair division. Would like to introduce our judge for this afternoon's show, Mr. Brady Jensen, who resides in Cortland, Kansas, with his wife Allie and 2 daughters, Kelly and Kirby. Brady currently serves as a beef regional manager with ST Genetics. Previously, he was on faculty at South Dakota State University from 2017 to 22, where he served as a lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. Brady completed a master's degree at Kansas State University in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels in livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Champion team. Currently, Brady and Allie assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas. Please help me welcome Mr. Brady Jensen.
Well, cow-calf shows at Junior Nationals are always interesting because they're always really pretty good kinds of cattle, and you can say that for all 4 of these pairs that came to exhibit. We always had a rule at home that we don't bring a cow-calf pair out unless we're really, really proud of them, and I would say all 4 of these exhibitors did so. They are really proud of these pairs. They put the work in to get them here, and they look the part. These 2 top cows and pairs are excellent. They're a little different in their type and their kind, and you can pick the one you like and you'll be just fine. I think both of them are high caliber. They can be utilized in breeding programs to make very high quality livestock. In the next generation, I think individually and phenotypically, they're very good kinds of cattle. The difference as I see is the young lady's cow, and why I favor her is I think she just reads a little milkier. She just appears to have a little more fullness to her udder. She's got a younger calf, a quite a bit younger calf. I think both calves are fine for this stage in the game and relative to their age, how they're growing. Her udder structure is solid. I could probably just see a little more just tightness to her suspension. We could shorten up her front teat about 1/4 to 1/2 inch, make it really ideal. Her body design is very nice. She's very sleek, very feminine and smooth, big-bodied kind of cow that's got tremendous foot quality. Both her and her calf get a little weak-topped and higher in their tail head. You could strengthen up their bone and their muscle as you study them all the way through, but that's a very nice pair, high-quality pair to win this class. The cow that comes in second's got an older calf, so you like that token on the side of her. I think it's interesting. I guess as a cow-calf pair judge, I always start with udder and feet. Her udder to me doesn't look to be quite as milky, so sometimes I wonder how much the show barn environment played into getting the calf his extra groceries to get him here. But if you just study the way the cow is designed, you can say you like her extra elevation, her extra length versus the cow that wins. She's a little nicer in how high her neck attaches. She's beautiful about her head and neck. She's stouter. She's bigger bone. She's bolder in her rib. She's bigger out of her hip. She's not as good in motion. She breaks a little bit as you study her from her shoulder into her forerib. She gets off behind her shoulders and then wants to kind of get tight in the center of her back as she walks. I got really nitpicky on a pair of cows that I think are donor caliber that needed mated differently. You can pick which one fits your program, and these 2 young people can prove me wrong or prove me right just on how they get them mated in the future, because those are good cows that are going to give some earning potential for those young people as they try to generate more good Limousin cattle. The next 2 pairs are comparable. They're big-bodied, low-maintenance kind of cows that are around for a long time for these young people. Both of them are raising good calves, and I think that's a sign of just a good cow. They're healthy calves, they're big ribbed, they're powerful, they're sound calves. The young ladies pair that I ended up slotting in third, I thought was longer hipped and longer bodied. She's a little awkward in her hind foot and the way she travels out of her hip, and her tail head sets a little high, but a big bodied pair of cattle there that slots in third. Same can be said about the ones in fourth. I think just genuinely they represent really efficient kind of beef cattle, good shape of muscle and body in both of these 2 that close. I'd like to give more udder balance. She's a little bit sloped in her udder. She's a little shorter hipped and more rigid in her hip and her hind leg, the cow is. But those are good calves and good pairs. That's a tremendous class here as we work through this cow-calf show.
And your results for Class 9 of your Lim Flex cow-calf pairs. First place goes to entry 25 ELCX Kate, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 193 DL Kiwi, owned by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Third place goes to entry 30 Legacies Kinsley, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. And fourth place, entry 27 DSUL 213, owned by Jordan Marie Jones of Carthage, Missouri. If you're following in your program, Class 9's order was 2, 1, 4, 3. Now entering the ring is Class 10. Class 10 of our Lim Flex cow-calf pairs. Entry 32, Ratliff Knockout, owned by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Entry 33, TASF, Kena, owned by Aaliyah Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. And entry 35, DL Kim, owned by Annabelle Vandermay of Chadron, Nebraska. Once again, this is Class 10 of our Lim Flex cow-calf pairs. Don't forget to let your family and friends know at home that they can watch live stream through liveauctions.tv. Also, make sure you check out legacylivestockimaging.com. All the photos taken this week have been generously donated by our photo sponsors: Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousin.
We got a trio of pairs here in our next class, cow-calf pairs, and I think they kind of shake out as they come into the ring. We lead off the class with this very feminine female that's matched with her joint and her teat structure, super refined about her teat structure. She's raising the best calf, not only just as far as performance, or obviously we don't know exact ages in this particular class, but that calf's quality is at a high level. He's so stout, he's big ribbed, he's sound, he holds his neck up, he has presence, so that cow's doing her job. She's a hard-working cow. As you look at her, she's probably not been as close to the feed bunk as some of the other cows we've looked at as we've worked through this show, but that's all right. She's right in terms of the way she looks. She's very natural in the way she looks, has a nice token on the side of her. You change her back feet if you watched her walk or just got up on her, but you like her refined look, you like her quality and the ability she's got to generate really good quality in the next generation. You have a decision to make between second and third. I elected to use the really powerful cow that's bold and stout. She's really dimensional out of her top and in her hip. Her udder structure could be a pinch more balanced, and I could see her go better in the way she travels in her top line and hind leg. She's doing a good job raising a big stout calf just like herself, and that's what gave her the nod over this next pair. There's frame and length and extension in the cow that closes the class. She probably is comparatively looser built skeletally, but she's not quite as deep in her middle part of her body, not quite as nice as well as her teats. She's a little longer in her teats, but her udder suspension is very good in that class of 3.
And your results for Class 10. First place goes to entry 32, Ratliff Knockout, owned by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 33, TASF Kena, owned by Aaliyah Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. Third place goes to entry 35, DL Kim, owned by Annabelle Vandermay of Chadron, Nebraska. If you're following in the program, class number 10, order was 1, 2, 3. Class 11 is a single entry. We have entry 38, Spring Creeks, shown by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin.
We have a red pair in our next class, a single entry pair, really doing a nice job as you study just the structure and muscle and bone and power that's found in the good red calf that's on the side of this pair. I think a solid pair of cattle as we work through this show. My compliments to the young people on putting the hard work and effort into getting a pair to a show and present it at a high level as we continue to work through this event.
And the result for Class 11 is entry 38, Spring Creeks, owned by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. Class 12 is another single entry, entry 39, Auto Jelly, owned by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas.
We're in another single entry setting with a pair of black cattle. In this instance, a solid pair. I think as you back up and study them, the cow's producing a calf that I think's outproduced herself. She's got more quality and look and balance to her structure, her lines and qualities. So compliments to the young person on getting a good mating on this cow and using her strengths and a bull's strengths to find a good product with this calf on the side. Cow's nice, but not quite as nicely designed in her head, neck, and shoulder, but a really good calf on the side of this cow. Congratulations again on your single entry as we continue to work through our cow-calf show.
Results for Class 12, first place goes to entry 39, Auto Jelly, owned by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Class 13 of our Lim Flex cow-calf pairs begins with entry 42, CHAC Lovely Jade, owned by Logan Joseph Sachery of Dayton, Texas. Entry 43, BL, Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermay of Chadron, Nebraska. Once again, this is Class 13 in the ring of our Lim Flex cow-calf pairs.
Well, we get into some aged cows in this class. We have a pair of cows that are different. The class winner is this black pair, and I think phenotypically we can have good discussion and trade-off. I think numerically there's some intrigue in this female that ends up elevating. She's got extra cavities. She's big in her spread from birth to yearling. I think in terms of her type and kind, I like her sleekness, her refinement, a little better. Her udder needs to be just a little tighter in terms of suspension, but I like the balance to her udder floor. She's really refined about her teat structure. A very smooth-made cow that's got a younger bull calf that's a solid calf behind. The red cow's got a very powerful calf on her side, long and level and got some shape. The cow is really robust and really stout. Maybe not quite as feminine in her make from nose to tail. Maybe you don't see quite the refinement to her udder structure, but this is a more powerful pair if you decide to flip this pair of cows in a competitive class here as we conclude the own classes in this cow-calf show.
And your results for Class 13. First place goes to entry 43, BL Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermay of Shadron, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 42, CHAC Lovely Jade, owned by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. If you're following along in the program, Class 13's order was 2-1. Class 14 is a single entry class. Entry 44, Otto Hayes, owned by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky.
Excuse me, we have another class here to work through. I thought the last one was the last cow-calf class. We get into 2020 born female here, this black pair. I like this female's build to her shoulder and front end design. Really nice and attractive up through her head and neck. A leaner cow that's hardworking. Maybe her udder's not as refined and perfectly balanced, but it's a productive udder that looks like it'll last. The calf behind is a good quality calf in terms of balance, structure, and eye appeal. I think this is going to be a good solid pair for you to build a herd out of and use as a foundational piece as you continue to build your herd of cows, young man.
And your results for Class 14. First place goes to entry 44, Otto Hayes, owned by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. Our last class of the Lim Flex cow-calf pair division is a single entry Class 15. Entry number 46 is EWLK Deborah Dawn, owned by Eliza Truhl of Skytook, Oklahoma.
All right, we got another pair here as we work through these single entry classes. A big, strong cow with big growth EPDs on paper. Love her hip length and stoutness, the use of her hind leg. There's a lot of rib cage shape in this female. I think a calf that really is almost a spitting image of probably what she looked like as a little one. Nicely designed up front, extra body and muscle, and correctly made in terms of her structure. You know, you can talk about a few things here or there in terms of balance, but the big picture is it's a very good pair here as we conclude this single entry class.
And the results of Class 15. First place goes to entry 46, EWLK Deborah Dawn, owned by Eliza Truhl of Skytook, Oklahoma. We will now have our first and second place winners come in for not only our division, but our grand champion Lim Flex cow-calf selection. From Class 9, first place, from Class 9, first place coming in should be entry 25, ELCX Kate, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. From Class 10, we have entry 32, Ratliff Knockout, owned by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. From Class 11, we have entry 38, Spring Creeks, owned by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. From Class 12, we have entry 39, Auto Jelly, owned by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. From Class 13, we have entry 43, BL Just a Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermay of Shadron, Nebraska. Class 14, we have entry 44, Otto Hayes, owned by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. And from Class 15, we have entry 46, EWLK Deborah Dawn, owned by Elijah Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Seconds in a few of these classes: from Class 9, second place, entry 193, DL Kiwi, owned by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Second place in Class 10, entry 33, TASF, Kena, owned by Aaliyah Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. Second place in Class 13, entry 42, CHAC Lovely Jade, owned by Logan Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Once again, this is your not only division drive, but your grand champion Lim Flex cow-calf pairs.
Well, we have a really good lineup here in our cow-calf show. As you study them from the youngest cow to the aged cow, we have some quality individuals for sure. You heard me saying in that first class of the day, it takes so much work to have these pairs here to be exhibited, the stress of having them in the stall all week and worrying about how feeding time is going to go and getting everything taken care of, and sometimes getting the calf broke while you're at the show. So all of that can make it for a bit of a challenge, and there's always good memories involved with showing cow-calf pairs here in the summertime. We just discussed a lot of single entries and a few very competitive classes through this, so I'm not going to go back through and discuss every individual. I will say, you know, there's a pair of cows in my mind that really stand out and are very deserving and are going to be honored as your champion in reserve. I believe there's another cow out here that's a very good quality cow, has a tremendous calf, but maybe just you get it comparing her versus the other pair that's going to win, just maybe not quite as stout. So I'll go select the champion and reserve champion, but this is a junior national, and this is going to be your junior national champion cow-calf pair. So please put your hands together, reward these exhibitors for their class winners and seconds in this division.
And your grand champion Limousin cow-calf comes out of Class 9, entry 25, ELCX Kate, owned by Carter Cordingy of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion cow-calf comes out of Class 9 as well, entry 193, DL Kiwi, owned by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. We have one class of our Limousin cow-calf pair. We have entry 49. Entry 40 line. Boss Lake Clarissa, owned by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. This is our single entry for Class 16. Along with our single entry for Division and Grand Champion.
A single entry pair as we work into this show. I think the only pair in this show. Tremendously good structured cow. Love her foot shape, her foot quality. She's very athletic. She comes into the ring stout but still smooth in her joint work. Big-bodied heifer calf that looks like a pea in a pod probably compared to what this cow looked like as a baby calf. Broody, big rib, nice structured, good teats. This is a quality cow-calf pair, and if we have just one in this division, at least it's going to be a darn good one that'll get the banner for this particular division. So congratulations to this pair of young people on their award-winning pair here at the Junior National.
And results for Class 16, first place goes to entry 49, Boss Lake Clarissa, owned by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Class winner, division winner, and grand champion Limousin cow-calf pair. We will now take a cow-calf pair picture break. I believe they're going to drag the arena. While we do that, hopefully this picture break won't take too long. But as soon as we re-drag the arena, get those pictures made, we will move straight in to our Lim Flex show. And then our Bred Known Limousin show. So again, quick picture break with cow-calf pairs, quick drag of the arena, and then moving back on. All right, we're ready to get moving. Next up, we have our bred and known Lim Flex female show. Starting off, we have Class 17. Class 17 has females born January 4th through January 30th. First entry is entry 52, CHAC, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Next in, entry 54, ENTJ, Magnolia Gold, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Entry 55 is KRLE, Miami, My Amy, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 57, AMPU, Marley, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Once again, this is Class 17 of our bred and known Lim Flex female show. Don't forget, when you want to take a break between the show, we encourage you to go through the booths near our concession stands in the Coliseum. We have 8 businesses featuring everything from jewelry, hats, toys, home decor, supplements. Please stop by and support these small businesses while you can in Tulsa. It looks like the Lemmy boosters are over there putting the baskets up for a little while, but when you get a minute, please go by and look at the state basket tables. They're on the right side of the ring, on my right side. One of the 2 fundraisers that the Lemmy boosters do to support our juniors.
We're going to lead off with these January females here in this bred known show. I think we have good differences and good cattle all the way through. We talked and saw for sure one of these in the cow-calf show, maybe even 2 of them. And I think as you get looking at them and studying them, they're all going to have an opportunity for the young people to showcase throughout the year because they're nice. And if they raised them, or they did raise them, so they should be awfully proud of the ones in this class. Young man's heifer that wins is the stoutest heifer, but that's not the only reason she wins. It's she uniquely combines that with my favorite structural design. She's good in her rear foot shape, better in her rear foot shape than the 2 heifers behind. I like her stoutness of bone, but she's still really clean and smooth in her joints. Obviously, all the cattle in this class have plenty of body and muscle to them. To me, it's her added advantage in the way she's so stout and yet good and useful off of her hip and hind leg that allows her to win this class. Have a pair of heifers in second and third that are a little bigger scaled kind of cattle. They're going to be bigger framed when it's all said and done. You can see that in their length of neck, length of hip, length of cannon bone. You could say that their length and maybe a little smoother shoulder design can be favored over the heifer that wins the class, but I think they don't put their parts and pieces together quite as nice in terms of a balance perspective. Love both of the heifers. Both of them get a little bit more awkward and deep in their chest. They get a little easy in their loin and high in their tail head. I like the extra mass and muscle found in the heifer in second to beat the female in third. She's more coordinated in how she travels off of her hock and pastern. Heifer that comes in third is a good female. We just described her. Those are peas in a pod. She's just a narrower version of the heifer right in front of her that hocks in a little bit more from behind, but a deep-sided, loose-built heifer that's sound in her structure. Commented on this calf in the cow-calf show. I like this calf a good deal. Pretty up front, has some body and nice in her hind leg structure. Her tailhead wants to come up. She probably gives up a little bit in terms of body and substance today, but a very good quality calf to close this class.
And your results for Class 17. First place goes to entry 52, CHAC, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, shown by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. Second place goes to entry 55, KRLE, Miami, My Amy, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Third place, entry 57, AMPU Marley, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. And fourth place, entry 54, ENTJ Magnolia Gold, shown by Eliza Trull of Skiatook, Oklahoma. The order in the program, if you're following along for Class 17, is 1, 4, 2, 3. Now in the ring, we have class number 18. Class number 18 consists of entry 59, JNCA Ladylike, owned by Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Gary, Texas. And entry 60, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. These heifers range from November 23rd to December 15th. Once again, this is class 18.
Get into these kind of later born fall heifer calves, and we find a real standout here. If you run ringside, take a look in. This is a good female. Tremendously stout, tremendously sound, broody in her body and muscle, built right in her structure. Very high quality fall heifer calf. You should be awfully proud of raising this one. I think quite a lot of her. I think she'll be fun to breed around as you continue to build your herd. Love her foot structure, her bone, her mass, and how she can carry that such balanced as she does standing, just as she does moving. Heifer that's second's pretty bold and powerful in her own right as well. Definitely holds her own from that regard in this duo of heifers. She doesn't quite have the extra balance to her as we compare to that winner. She's a little rounder at the point of her shoulder and out of her hip. She wants to work up in her tail head, like to just smoothen her out and lengthen her out from nose to tail, but a nice pair with an outstanding class winner.
And your results for Class 18. First place goes to entry 60, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. And second place, entry 59, JNCA Ladylike, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 18 is 2, 1. Now in the ring, we have Class 19. Class 19 Lim Flex females range from October 2nd to October 6th birthdays. Entry 62 is LFL Lenore, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 63, ASBK Bugs Legacy, owned by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. Entry 65, AMPU Luna, owned by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. And entry 66, TACB Lottie, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 19, Lim Flex females in the ring.
All right, we're going to get into these October heifer calves, and a really good class and a tremendous top pair of heifers that come to us in this class. These two young people, I really think have a pair of good ones that are just very different. Young lady, really all four of these heifers aren't wanting to be the perfect critter. They probably were acting like me coming in. I came in about lunchtime. It was 100 degrees on my pickup truck. They're heifer calves, and they walked into the show ring, and they're feeling kind of spunky. So it gets a little bit tough to put them together, but I tell you, this young lady's got a female that's a little slicker haired, so what you see is what you get, and what I get is a really good look. Tremendously balanced, so good in terms of her length of body and her hip. Where I think she beats heifer in second is the shape and design of her shoulder. She's nicer in her head and neck in terms of refinement, cleaner in through her brisket. I think female, when you get up on them and study them as far as shape, I don't know if she's quite as opened up in her forerib or pin setting as the heifer that's in second, but she steps down on a way bigger foot. I love her rear leg design. It's a really good female that's going to lead off this class that I think the young lady's done a whale of a job of getting presented, fed, and bred to get here to this show. Young man's got an awesome cow prospect. Like I said, her advantages are evident when you circle around the cattle. She's got more width through her chest. She's bolder in her forerib. I like her tailhead setting, her width to her pin setting. She's a comfortable moving female that looks to be very maternal in her basic kind. I think she's a little bit plainer about her head shape. I don't think she matches quite the stoutness as you study her right to her foot, and she's just not as elegant up front. But that's a really dynamic pair of heifers that we worked through on this top of this class. These next two cattle are a little different. Young lady's got one that I like from a balance and refinement perspective. Standing profile, her neatness to her neck, her levelness atop and hind leg design is more favorable upon first impression. Your heifer that closes has got more substance. She's bigger boned, she's big bodied, very broody. If I would use this female back in a program, I would say let's add a little bit of levelness to her lines and attractiveness, but the basics to her structure, the looseness of her structure, her substance will be something that you can really breed off of at home.
And your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 66. TACB Lottie, shown by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 62, LFL Lenore, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 65, AMPU Luna, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. And fourth place goes to entry 63, ASBK Bugs Legacy, shown by Ashley Schrag of Mountain Ridge, Kansas. If you're following along in the program, Class 19's order is 2431. Now in the ring is single entry for Class 20, entry 69, KQLL 3338, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa.
Really good female here in this single entry class. A lot of performance to this female. She might deceive you a little bit because her showman's pretty tall dude himself, but this is a powerful, good-looking female, a lot of substance of muscle and body. I think she gives a balanced look profile. Structurally, I call her adequate. We could loosen her up in the design of her shoulder and maybe her hip structure, but solid. Solid built in their structure, very balanced, very cowy, highly presented, good single entry female that most certainly can see more competition.
Result for Class 20, first place goes to entry 69, KQLL 3338, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Now we will select our Division 1 Lim Flex champion and reserve champion. Coming in from Class 17, we will have entry 52, CHAC Man, I Feel Like a Woman, owned by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. From Class 18, first place was entry 60, LDIL Landing, shown by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. First place from class 19 was entry 66, TACB Lottie, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And first place from class 20 is entry 69, KQLL 3338, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Our second place from class 17 is entry 55, KRLE Miami, Miami, owned by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place in class 18 was entry 59, JNCA Ladylike, owned by Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Gary, Texas. Second from class 19 is entry 62, LFL Lenore, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. So once again, this is your Division I Lim Flex Champion and Reserve Champion selection.
What a division here as we go ahead and kick off this Bred and Owned show. And I think each class winner has their good out here. There's pieces of them that you really want to tie to, and at the end of the day, they're all good cattle. I think it makes it tough that there are some outlying pieces you like in each one of our class winners, and we got really nice seconds as well. Because, you know, I think depending on the show judge or how you look at cattle, you probably have your favorite in this setting, and I think that's good. That means we're blessed with good cattle to work through, and the young people did a nice job breeding good cattle. But it makes it challenging as a show judge because I think I like each of these kinds quite well. and I think it just depends on which one is the best of that kind, which one puts the most good together. And so we're going to talk about them. I don't always do that in a division, but I think it merits that here in this particular setting. Young man up front has got one of the big-footed, big-boned heifers. I like her structure to her foot. She's good in terms of how it's designed, in terms of just like as you look at it in the claw. I like her turn of muscle and body. She's big out of her hip, mobile heifer off of her rear joint work. She's maybe not quite as just pretty up front in her head, neck, and shoulder, but that's going to be a stout, powerful brood cow that's going to generate something for that young man as she gets into production. Forehead in that class, and we had a nice pair right behind her that were bigger rib, bigger framed heifers that were a bit plainer. I think we can see that out here, but good functional cattle. I tell you, this heifer's being a tough one to handle for this young lady here out of the second class, and they're all being not totally perfect as we study them. There's things you want to love about this heifer, and Right in Motion is one of those things. She's so comfortable, free, and flexible as you ask the cattle to walk around the ring. She's a big ribbed heifer calf in terms of depth of body. I think as you get right on her and study her from the front or the rear, I love her shape to her shoulder. She comes into a very bold forerib. She's square down her top and big out of her hip. Her tail head sets down nice between her pin bones. I think you guys can see it probably in the top of the bleachers better than I can. When you're looking at the cattle, she just is a little bit awkward. She's a little earlier maturing and just the way she's built. She's a little shorter cannoned, a little heavier conditioned. She's not built with quite the same futuristic look and youthful look up through her head, neck, shoulder, and chest. What she is a really good brood cow that's awesome structured, big-bodied with tons of power. Is she long enough? Does she have enough long-term, enough youthfulness to continue on and make an awesome bred for the young lady? It's probably up to you a little bit and how you manage her, but I think what a beautiful female to breed on as you take her back home. A stout one that's second to her, that's not quite as sound, but really, really powerful. This young lady wins a very competitive class out of Class 3. She's the female that you want to like from a futuristic and a youthful perspective. As you let that heifer present herself, she's so angular up front. She's the one I favor from a leanness perspective. She's green, she's youthful about her head and neck, and yet there's real substance in that heifer when you get on top of her and read her rib shape and her muscle shape. I like her foot. I like her rear leg design quite well. She's a little awkward and uncomfortable out here as she gets in motion. She's maybe partially not broke or feeling good, but you can see her handle her spine a little differently. She'll come up in the center of her back, and I think when you get right in the front of the cattle, she's a bit bigger shouldered and a little bit pinched in her forerib. But I think from a youthful quality look from the side perspective, I think that's a female that's certainly in contention. The second place behind her is one of the really maternally built females in terms of her body and structure. A little plainer to look at about her head and neck, but I think a female that's got a great hip design, a big rib cage, and going to make a tremendous female. We get to the oldest class winner in this particular division. I think as you'd expect from the oldest heifer, she's the most advanced from a condition perspective. Very big rib kind of female that can give you a great look in terms of her balance. Like her in terms of her levelness to her top line. She's good out of her hip. I think her structural design is solid, like I discussed earlier in class. Definitely a functional female in the way she moves off of her hip and her hind leg. I think as we study the angle of her front end structure, she's just a little pitched forward in the angle of her shoulder. She wants to stumble out of her front end ever so slightly, but a big ribbed, level design female with a really nice set to her hind leg. Certainly one of the contenders out here in this lineup. If you've heard my thoughts, particularly on this set of class winners, you can tell that I like them an awful lot. I think there's not a clear-cut winner in choice. I think there's just a lot of really good heifers. So I'm going to take one more look, and I'll select a champion in reserve, but let's congratulate the first and second place individuals in this class with a round of applause.
And your Division I Lim Flex champion comes out of Class 19, entry 66 TACB Lottie, shown by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And your Division I Lim Flex Reserve champion comes out of Class 20, entry 69 KQLL3338, owned by Kyle Lenhart of Leon, Iowa. Next up, we will begin our Division II, starting with Class 21 of our bred and owned Lim Flex females. Class 21 starts with entry 72, KYNM Gabby, shown by Kinley Mae Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Entry 73 is Barry's Louis Vuitton, shown by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Class 21 is Lim Flex females born July 10th and 25th. Once again, this is Class 21 of your Lim Flex females. Want to take a minute again to thank some of our sponsors, Neogen for our ultimate show this morning, Showmanship Shirts yesterday, Lawrence Family Limousin and Parkinson Cattle Company. Our show shirts are sponsored by Red Rock Limousin. The owned show programs sponsored by Cattlemen's Congress. Sweepstakes awards sponsored by DNA Cattle Company, along with Trace Falkenstein and Lightning Ridge. Family Fun Night sponsored by Young Show Cattle, Mary and Sonny Booth, Dustin and Charmaine Kendall, Spring Creeks Cattle Company, and Osborne family. Once again, our show would not be possible without all of our generous sponsors.
We get into these Class of July heifers. They come in as they'll be placed. Broody female wins. You like her heart and middle part of her body. So bold and robust. Heifer that's got a shot more dimension when you get on top of the cattle and studying them down their backs. And I think as you study them from a balance perspective and you find which one hits you harder, I think the extra that we just talked about in the female up front completes her look. She's not quite as big in her frame and long in her length, but I think she's just right in terms of her mature cow size and where she's going to end up. A little more brisket, not quite as tight in there at the base of her neck, but balances because of all the brood cow fundamentals that come from her shoulders back. A little leaner kind of heifer that sits in second. We talked about her extra frame and length. We appreciate that about this female. She's a little more upright in her knee. She doesn't quite have as loose of a structural build or body design. We can see that as she handles her top line in motion and comes up a bit short in her stride, but a classy female that's got a nice look up through her front 1/3. You like those parts and pieces of her.
And your results for Class 21, first place goes to entry 72, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kinley Mae Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Second place goes to entry 73, Barry's Louis Vuitton, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 21 was 1, 2. Next in the ring, we have Lim Flex females born May 12th and May 20th We have entry 75, LRCC Miss Love, owned by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. And entry 76, Berries Laura Croft, owned by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Once again, this is class 22 in the ring.
Class of 2 here as we enter into these Mayborn females. Young man up front's got a little more maternally built, kind of cowy one that's going to win this class. I think a decided advantage in refinement to her head, neck, and shoulder. Her joints come so much deeper and bolder and through the middle part of her body and back into her flank. Not as stout, not as powerful as far as muscle, but young man up front, that's a beautiful cow prospect that's feminine and balanced and sound. She's going to win the class here at the Junior National. Congratulations. A lot of big parts and pieces in the heifer in second. Really ties her neck in high to the top of her shoulder, bigger in her bone, a lot of muscle as you get on top of them. A little bit tighter in the middle part of her rib, a little more rigid in her structure out of her shoulder and knee, but there's big parts and pieces in that heifer in second. Good quality class of Mayborn females.
Your results for class 22. First place goes to entry 76, Berries Laura Croft, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Second place goes to entry 75, LRCC Miss Love, shown by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. If you're following in the program, class 22's order was 2-1. Next in, we have class 23. Class 23 has females born April 3rd through April 28th. First in, we have entry 78, CKES Laura, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 79, Sinnott Lioness, shown by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 80, Legacies Lady, shown by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Entry 81, K2J's Lava Stone, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, shown by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Entry 83, TCKK 314 Tammy, shown by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Entry 85, KMHS Larger Than Life, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And entry 86, Spring Creeks Lucille, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscoville, Wisconsin. Once again, this is class 23 of your Lim Flex females, born April 3rd through 28th.
first, Jeremy second. We have, go ahead and peel that third place heifer out, young lady, and get her in here mixed with these other two, if you don't mind. We have a trio of heifers, but really a pair of heifers that are more similar, that work up, that need to be the top pair in this class, but good trio that hits you hard as they walk in. I think just tremendous good differences between these pair of cattle. It's going to depend on what kind of cattle you like, on how you sort these pair of cattle. Both are maternally built. They're females you like from a female quality perspective. I think both are solid in terms of structure. I think the one I used to win is more genuine, and that's why she wins. You get in front of the cattle, behind the cattle, she's got more skeletal width. And I'm not even saying she's a stout power heifer, but she has more width through her chest. She's got a turn to her rib cage. She has more natural dimension down her top. She's quite a bit stouter to her pins, has more base width as you get behind the cattle. And we can all say, hey, we're judging females, but I just think she's a better blend of cow character, a better blend of female quality with the right kind of substance as we move forward in 2024 with good kind of cattle. She's a fraction straight up front. She wants to maybe toe out a little bit in her front too. Young lady's a phenomenal showman. I think the heifer is tough because she doesn't have a lot of hair, and she's probably just on the edge of a little chubbier than maybe what I'd want her to be at this point in the summer. But hey, the young lady's got her here to show. She's trying to win. She's showing to win, and she wins this class. The heifer in second really comes in the ring and grabs your attention. If this was a hair and fit quality show, this is the female that you're going to be drawn to. You love her lines. You like her length of neck. She's very smooth in her shoulder. Structurally, she may be a little freer off her front end structure than the heifer that wins the class. If you get behind the cattle, there's just not enough heifer. She runs out of gas. She's plenty pinched in her forerib, really flat as you study it from her pin down to her stifle, but a smooth blending, refined heifer that gives a very good look profile. The heifer that sits in third, there's just so much of her, she has to be in this mix. Standing, she's got big pieces and parts that are hard not to deny. She is, proportionally speaking, the longest necked, the biggest boned, and the heaviest boned heifer in the class. Like her foot shape. Standing, I think she's going to move great. Moving, she gets just a little awkward and clunky as you watch her travel off both ends, but she's functional, structured, and sound. Gives a nice look as she's profiled, a well-presented kind of female. Not quite as feminine in her head and her neck, a little deeper in her brisket versus them top two cattle, but she's so big in her pieces. That's a breeding piece that you can take home and do a lot of good with. The next two cattle are very similar. They're moderately framed, bull-made cattle that are different in their type and kind. You got a fresher conditioned heifer that's toes point square off both ends. She's got good shape. I like that heifer. If she was stretched out and lengthened out, she's in the mix to move on up in this class. She's just a little bit conventional in her type and kind. And the next heifer, like I said, similar type, bold. She's got some base width and substance. She wants to rotate out of her hip, not quite as loose and athletic in her hock, but a very good female. We have a long, strided, elegant female coming next that's too one-dimensional and flat in terms of her rib and body. We close with a pair of cattle that are different. I chose the more balanced, the class, the structure in this heifer of the young ladies to circle. She doesn't have quite the performance and weight per day of age as the rest of the cattle in the class. I read her green and youthful and sound. The heifer that concludes the set's a big, strong red heifer that gets a little base narrow and needs to be opened up in terms of her rib cage.
And your results for Class 23. First place goes to entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Second place goes to entry 85, KMHS, Larger Than Life, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 79, Senate Lioness, owned by Claire Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana. Fourth place, entry 78, CKES Laura, shown by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fifth place, entry 83, TCKK 314 Tammy, shown by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Sixth place, entry 80, Legacy's Lady, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. 7th place, entry 81, K2J's Lava Stone, shown by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. And 8th place, entry 86, Spring Creek's Lucille, shown by Lily Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 23 is 436, turn your page, 71528. Now in our ring is Class 24. Class 24 is females born March 2nd through 28th. First in, we have entry 88, Barry's Lipstick, shown by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 89, MLP Let Her Go, shown by McKinley Palmatieri from Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 90, KMHS LL Cool Cat, shown by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Entry 91, AVAM Luetta, shown by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And entry 92, JLZO Lainey Wilson, shown by Josie Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Once again, this is Class 24 of your Lim Flex females.
Well, good class, an easy class winner, a nice second, and I tell you, those bottom three are tough. Those are good heifers, so good class, and that bottom trio is tough to evaluate because they're all really good kind of cattle. This heifer wins and wins easy. She's big rib, she's sound, she's flexible, has quality. You know, we can talk about this or that in terms of the way she's put together, but big picture, she's easy class winner. Congratulations on a very highly presented, well shown, and good heifer that dominates this class. Young man's got a very good cow prospect that sits in second. To me, where she lands here is because shoulders back, she's the big rib cow prospect with a good set to her hip and her hind leg. She's smooth and fundamental in her joints, good in her foot shape, not as long and extended or as stout as some of the other cattle in this class, but really good kind of females like her make you a breeding program, and you're gonna like her when you get her calved out and you take her back home. The next trio is very tough. Like I stated, we have some different shapes and sizes, but we have really nice cattle. They're gonna make tremendous cow prospects. We have one that I think's got just a touch more quality to her neck. I like her extra length and smoothness of shoulder versus the heifer behind her, but maybe gets a little bit tight in her spine as she moves. The heifer heifer that comes next is the stoutest heifer maybe of the class in terms of muscle and power. I'd like to tone down the size and roundness to her shoulder, just plenty coarse as I study her up front, but she can give you a good look. She's bold, she's powerful, and certainly things you like about her. Young man's heifer kind of took an awkward step and got moving kind of poor there, and that's just cow showing some days. I'd like to change her foot, though. It probably highlighted that she's pretty long and flat in her foot shape, but she's nice in her balance. She's nice-necked, she's long and level hip, she has some depth to her body. That was a very good class with lots of nice heifers in it.
And our results for Class 24. First place goes to entry 90, KMHS LL Cool Cat, owned by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 91, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 92, JLZO Laney Wilson, owned by Josie Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Fourth place goes to entry 89, MLP Let Her Go, owned by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. And fifth place, entry 88, Barry's Lipstick, owned by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. We are now ready for our Division II Champion and Reserve selection. Coming in from Class 21, we should have entry 72, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kinley May Thomas. Again, now we're on our Division II Champion and Reserve Champion selection. From Class 21, first place was entry 72, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kinley May Thomas. From Class 22, first place was entry 76, Barry's Laura Croft, owned by Radley Berry. Class 23, first place was entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, owned by McKenna Richardson. And from Class 24, first place was entry 90, KMHS LL Cool Cat, owned by Carly Harris. Seconds in our ring from Class 21, entry 73, Barry's Louis Vuitton, owned by Rowdy Berry. Second from Class 22 is entry 75, LRCC Miss Love, owned by Trace Falkenstein. Second from Class 23 is entry 85, KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Mae Harris. And Class 24, second place was entry 91, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller. So once again, this is our Division II Bred and Owned Lim Flex Champion and Reserve selection. Don't forget to tell your friends and family at home that they can be watching live stream, Live Auctions TV, and you can also download all the photos that Legacy Livestock is taking this week. If you go to legacylivestockimaging.com, thank you to our photo sponsors. These are all free. Davis Ranches, Edward Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, Red Rock Limousin.
Hey, these juniors should be awfully proud of their cattle they bred. It takes a lot of time and work and thought process to make them look like this and to care for them like this and breed them. So my compliments to these young people. Really, really proud of them. The class winners out here are all good. So are the seconds. There's some that stand out a little bit more to me. But I think it's going to get really tight and close. And this is a nip and tuck decision. So we got a few more divisions to get through, so I won't talk about them. To me, I think it boils down to which one's going to be reserved. But there's a lot of really nice cattle out here. Put your hands together. Congratulate these young people. The heifer out of Class 3 will be your champion.
And your Division II Lim Flex champion goes to entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And your Division II Lim Flex Reserve champion comes out of Class 23 as well. Entry 85 KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Moving right along to Class 25. Class 25 consists of Lim Flex females born February 5th to February 22nd. First in, we have entry 95, Lucky M. Mocha, owned by Hayes Hageston of Granby, Missouri. Entry 96, KESC, Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Entry 97 is KCOD Journey, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And entry 194, and that is a number change in your program, should be changed to 194, is J6 Dolly, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Once again, this is Class 25 of your Lim Flex bred-known females.
Class of 4 February heifers. This young man's got a female that's really good that wins this class. Very well presented, very well shown. I think that heifer, in terms of body, the turn of her rib cage, her symmetry to her lines underneath and up high, very good. You know, we could probably stretch her out in her neck just a little bit, and you could see her come shot different, maybe to the ground up front on her front 2 feet. But I think shoulders back, I have her so good. She's beautiful about her teats, nice set to her hip and her hind leg. Love her pin setting and just the turn of her muscle from behind. The next 3 cattle are very different. This red heifer, I think, is, when you get down to it, a pretty solid kind of heifer that just doesn't put all the parts and pieces together as seamless as our winner. But really, when you study muscle and body and structure, that's a good female. She's good in the turn of her rib. She's got muscle out of her hip. I like the use to her hind leg. You can say you like her length of body and length of neck versus the heifer that wins the class. I'd like to change her top line, though. She's a little off behind her shoulder, kind of gets higher at the point of her tail head, maybe doesn't balance quite as nice. But a good female, like I said, in terms of length of body and looseness to her hind leg structure. The young man's black heifer is probably smoother and deeper than the red heifer. She's got more forerib and flank, useful set to her structure. I think where she got into trouble for me, she's a little plainer. She's got a little more neck. She's a little crestier at the top side of it and deeper in her brisket, but a big functional female in terms of body and looseness. Heifer that closes the class is a good heifer. She's just out of balance in terms of weight per day of age. Just needs a little more substance to her, but a smooth built, fresh heifer that's sound just needs to be beefed up a little bit as you get in behind the cattle.
And your results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 96 KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Second place goes to entry 97 KCOD Journey, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 95 Lucky M. Mocha, owned by Hayes Hageston of Granby, Missouri. And fourth place, entry 194, J6 Dolly, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. If you're following in your program, the order was 3-1-2-4. Next in, we have Class 26. Class 26 is females born January 2nd and 3rd. Entry 102 is Legacy's Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Entry 104 is Licorice, owned by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 26 in the ring.
We're going to leave the January class here as they came into the ring. Both are sound females. The key difference is width and power and body dimension, and that's where this heifer really elevates in my mind. You back off, you look at them from a balance perspective. She draws nice in terms of her lines, really functional. Love the set of her hip and her hind leg. This female is going to run in this show because all the things that she puts together, unique things. She's stout, she's opened up, but she's built like a cow, and she moves good as well. The heifer that comes behind her is the looser heifer in terms of her spine and her hind leg, probably a little greener in her overall condition, and consequently comes off a little flatter in her rib and body, but you like her refinement, her sleekness, her smoothness, and her soundness.
And your results for Class 26, first place goes to entry 102, Legacy's Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Second place, entry 104, Licorice, owned by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 26 is 1, 2. Class 27 is now entering the ring. Class 27 Lim Flex females were born December 12th through December 26th. Entering in, entry number 105, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry, Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 106, JTBW, Cookie Crisp, owned by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And entry 107, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Once again, this is Class 27 in the ring.
Classes haven't been big in numbers, but I really think the more these class winners come together, we're kind of fitting a similar mold time and time again of these really good heifers. And here's another great example of it. This is a good cow prospect. Just love her maternal look. Looks like she's going to be a tremendous brood cow. Big ribbed, really flexible in terms of her joints. She's maybe just a touch shallow heeled, both on her front and rear feet. Heifer that's not blessed with anything extra in my mind, but just really good. Nice in her balance, big ribbed, has enough to her in terms of shape and mass, freshly conditioned, highly shown, highly presented. It's a good class winner that's going to fit right with the best of them as we work through this show. The next heifer's bigger in her frame, big bone, big footed kind of female. Really like her leanness and freshness for a senior yearling. A young man's done a tremendous job keeping her right in the mix there. She's a little stouter and bigger in her frame and hip, but a little bit big, comes a little bit shallower middle, just needs to kind of have more body relative to her frame. A leaner heifer that's nicely designed in her hip and hind leg sits in third. I think this heifer probably just needs a little more performance and body mass to run with them others, but a good quality heifer in terms of her design of her hip and her hind leg.
Results for Class 27. First place goes to entry 107, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Second place goes to entry 105, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And third place goes to entry 106, JTBW Cookie Crisp, owned by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. If you're following in your program, Class 27's order was 2, 3, 1. Next in, we have Class 28. Class 28 has females born October 11th and 17th. Entry 108 is KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And entry 110 TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Once again, this is class 28 of your bred and owned Lim Flex females.
Tremendous female in this pair of heifers, and you know, I think as we work through the Bred and Owned show, we haven't had anything that any of these juniors shouldn't be proud of. Just good cattle all the way through, and heifer that wins just comes in and grabs your attention. She's a long-bodied. I love her hip and I love her hind leg. Again, kind of like some of them other cattle, you could probably just deepen her heel a pinch and just change that rear foot a bit. But love her length of neck. I think for a senior yearling, condition is solid. I think maybe you could see her a touch closer in calf, but she's still just in October, so I don't think that's a big deal. Love her body, love her hip, really moves nice in terms of her hind leg. It's a really good heifer to go ahead and win this class. Young lady's heifer that second is a good cow prospect, but man, she just runs into a tough one there at the top end. She actually might hold her top line just more nearly level as you study them behind their shoulders. She's just not equipped with that framework and foot and looseness to her stout build like the heifer that wins the class is. Not as nice in her neck, but does hold her top line good. She's true in her body, true in her muscle. That's going to be a nice cow prospect for you. Get her mated right, and I think you'll be really happy with bringing her back to your breeding program.
And your results for class 28. First place goes to entry 110, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And second place, entry 108, KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Next in is our last class of Lim Flex females, single entry class, entry 112. Born September 16th, 2022, is KLCSMK Kiss and Tell, owned by Keely Campbell Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Once again, this is our last class of Lim Flex bred and owned females.
Beautiful cow prospect. Love her teats. Moderate, big-bodied, loose-built. This is just a world-class female in terms of looking at one that's just going to have so much turnout value. I think a type of heifer that has so much opportunity for you to breed off of. Now, there's some cattle that have been stouter and more dimensional that we've looked at, but she's as nice as we've looked at in terms of just the way she's designed in her skeleton, her body, her refinement. I probably prefer the fact that she's just maybe a little more moderate. I don't know where she fits in the scale of things, probably a little bit on the moderate side, but I think plenty acceptable. Very good female. Love her structure, love her design and refinement.
And your results for class 29. First place goes to entry 112, KLCSMK Kiss and Tell, owned by Keely Schultz. Next in, we will have our Division III champion and reserve champion selection. After our Division III champion and reserve champion, we will then have our grand reserve and third overall. For Division III, coming in the ring, we have our first place from class 25, entry 96, KESC Lucy's Marble, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. From class 26, first place was entry 102, Legacy's Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. From class 27, first place, entry 107, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. From class 28, first place, we have entry 110, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And from class 29, entry 112, KLCS MK Kiss and Tell, owned by Keely Campbell Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Seconds in the ring from class 25 is entry 97, KCOD Journey, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. From class 26, second place was 104, Licorice, owned by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. From class 27, entry 105, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. From class 28, second place, 108, KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kenley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Once again, this is your Division III champion and reserve selection.
What a great division. We get out here and we didn't have just a lot of numbers in each class, but I tell you, these class winners are really, really good. And I think they deserved some discussion, because if I had one of them and they didn't get a piece of this division, I'd be probably wondering why, and I think we're going to talk about him because of that. Young man's heifer that wins his first class from her shoulders back is one of the best females out here. She's so good ribbed, like her teat and udder structure. I think she's nice out of her hip and hind leg, very, very good. You get up on her, they did a great job presenting her. She might fall apart just a little bit right behind her shoulder blades. We could extend her out of her neck just a fraction and tow her square on her front 2 feet. But if you could just put all that up together in her front end, a shot different, oh boy, you'd have one you really like, because her shoulders back are so good and so near perfect that you really want to like her. Heifer, the second was that red heifer, a little more stoutness, a little more muscle in her, but just maybe didn't put all them pieces together. This next female, I think, is as true in her top and hip as any of them. Just really stout, muscular, wide, square pin set. Hooks to pins are awesome. Like the way she comes down and steps down in terms of her hock and her pastern and her hind leg. I think in terms of balance, she's maybe not quite as intriguing as the rest. She's got a little crestier top side of her neck. She doesn't maybe quite blend as smooth. She's probably comparatively the shallowest of these, but that's really neither here nor there to me. She's got plenty of rib. I just like to make her a little more refined at the top of her neck to really allow her to balance. Get into the heifer that wins this third class. I think a very cowy female. She's big ribbed. I love the length of her hip, proportionally speaking to how just long bodied she is and how big she is. She's really long hipped, beautiful in her tail head. Like the set of her hind leg, she functions so useful off of her hip and her hind leg. She's a true heifer that's got base width and squareness to her hock. You know, I think when you study her from a quality perspective, she's very cowy. I think she balances in her chest and her underline. She doesn't present herself quite as nice in terms of her neck set and her neck extension. I think she's probably a fraction chubbier in her condition than what would look just perfect on that female, or she could have just a little more softness to her hair coat to allow things to come together. But I do think those are minor details. I'm just telling you my thoughts. I love her structure, her body, her cowiness. It's a tremendous female. The heifer that comes out of the next class is overwhelming in terms of how big she is. She's a big boned heifer that's got a lot of performance to her, but I think she's a good heifer too. When you get down to it, she's loose in terms of her build and structure, very big in her feature and her foot. You could probably change the shape of her feet ever so slightly, and I think a female that you study her in terms of just how big she is kind of the misfit out here. So you got to figure out where you're going to stand as far as mature frame size and cow size and maturity. But a big boned heifer that's long hipped and loose moving, I think for as stout as she is, they did a great job keeping her fresh. Next female, very balanced, very attractive. I love this female in class for her refinement to her teats and her neck and her joint structure. Maybe not quite as much gas to her in terms of bone and power, but going to make a tremendous female for the young lady. I do think, depending on how you look at cattle, you got options. You got some that are a little on the more moderate side that are going to be little brood cows with big rib cages and really, really feminine. And then you got some that are big, powerful beasts that can offer a lot of utility in a breeding program, as well as you have an environment for a bit more feed and forage. So I'll pick the one that I like the best. I think it's going to get awfully close for reserve. A lot of differences in this lineup. Put your hands together and congratulate these young people.
Your Division III Lim Flex champion comes out of Class 28, entry 110, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And your Division III Reserve champion comes out of Class 25, entry 96, KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. We will now have our grand champion Lim Flex female, reserve, and third overall drive. Once again, we are ready for our bred and owned Lim Flex female grand drive. When the grand drive is over, we will take a picture break and then move on to our bred and owned purebred females. From Division I, our Division I Lim Flex champion was entry 66, TACB Lottie, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Our Division II champion was entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And our Division III winner was entry 110, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Our Division II division reserves for Division I was entry 69, KQLL 3338, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Division II Reserve was entry 85, KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And our Division III Reserve champion was entry 96, KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Once again, this is your bred and owned Lim Flex Grand Champion Drive.
As most of you know, Nalja runs a virtual carcass contest every year. I'd like to recognize and thank Chad Gordon. He's up there doing the video, but Chad's done that for the last 13 years, whether it's been here, the Pen Bowl Show in Denver, or at the Pen Bowl Show in Cattle Congress. But at the end of the day, on the progress steers that Brady sorted out earlier today when we got started, we've got those results tabulated. And the winner of the virtual carcass contest is Lily Bayless. Lily's steer is RJSL 130L. Excellent steer. The steer weighed 1258, had a back fat measurement of 0.34, 34 hundredths, ribeye of 1434, IMF of 519, which equates to mid-choice. And excellent steer. For a steer to grade that well at 1,258 pounds in today's environment's outstanding, young lady. So let's give Lily a hand and recognize her for her champion carcass steer. That was also the reserve steer in the progress show, by the way. So Brady, you found him.
Well, we had a great show here in our bred-known division. As we get through these three divisions, there was a lot of good cattle, and like I commented, in each and every division, I thought that the depth, the quality of the show, and the consistency of the quality of this show was tremendous. Every animal that came into the ring was going to be a great cow for the young people as they bring them back home, and it really took an awfully good one to surface in each class and each division. You know, the thing about probably how they came together, you know, we probably have a little variation, but I think for the most part, they're very similar in their type and their kind of just their cows with a little more quality. There's some stouter ones and there's some more feminine ones that are a little flatter out here in this mix, but kind of with the particular divisions and how they shook out. These are the cattle that I admired the best out of each division, cattle that are sound and have some breeding utility as you move forward. So it's really exciting to be here at your Junior National with you. Your young people brought a tremendous set of cattle. Your young people with the junior board have really done a great job, a professional job here in the show ring, getting the show ring orchestrated and really showing this event with class as we go through this deal. So I have my three favorites in my mind, and I think you could probably shake them around, and honestly, with the depth, the quality of show, you could probably have a few different heifers in there if you have a few priorities in a different spot than maybe I do. This is this one judge's opinion, and this is how I like them today. With that said, I want these young people, this is the bred known show at the Junior National. This is a big time title to go ahead and win and breed one that makes these top three. So put your hands together, congratulate these exhibitors here in this division.
And your grand champion, Lim Flex female, comes out of Division 3. Entry 110 TJFR Cadillac, shown by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And your reserve grand champion, Lim Flex female, comes out of Division 2. Entry 82, Richardson's Legacy, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Third overall comes out of Division 3, entry 96, KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. That does wrap up our bred and owned Lim Flex division. Once again, we will take a quick picture break and then move into the purebred, or the bred and owned purebred. Once again, we want to congratulate also Lily Bayless for her champion carcass steer. Don't forget, while we're taking a break, go downstairs by the concession stands and check out some of the booths and support some small businesses here in Tulsa. Also, while you're taking a break, if you see any of our helpers from committee members that help put on our show from Oklahoma, of course, we have our co-chairman, George Hubbard and Shanna Holloway. Please make sure you pat them on the back and tell them thank you for all they've done. In charge of awards this year was Suzanne and Shelby Hubbard. Our promotions and marketing were Peyton Haley Stubbs, Kyle Haley, and Ryan Cotting. Make sure you tell them thank you. Our opening ceremonies and the wonderful meals, make sure you thank Christy Sanders. Our welcome committee chairman was Mike Palmetary, and his helpers were Jeff Gazaway and Jim Bob Hendrickson. We also appreciate chairman of the barn and tie-outs, Hal Vaught, with his helpers Ricky Bryant and Cody Beach. The hospitality area chairman, Gina McElligott. I just slaughtered that one. Her helpers, Verna Bryant, Sue Ann Holloway, Brenda Vaught, and Lisa Schrader. Please make sure you also thank our show ring chairman, co-chairman, Linda Carrier and Shanna Holloway again, with their helpers, Lonnie Robbins and Jolene Elmore. We also appreciate Morgan Woodall for the help with the satellite events. The finance committee, which is never fun, chairman George Hubbard, helpers Randy and Suzanne Gilbert, Suzanne Hubbard, and Carrie Sherry. And then the trade show chairman, Amy Gazaway. We really do appreciate all the work that Oklahoma put in to putting together such a great show for us this year. All right, we are ready to move on to our purebred, bred and owned show. First in, we have Class 30. Class 30 is January 4th through 21st females. Beginning with entry 113, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Entry 114 is MINO Minnie Moon, owned by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. Maybe that one is a scratch. Because entry 115, KLCSMK Medea, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. So it looks like there is just 2 entries into this class. Entry 114 is a scratch.
I told these young ladies when they walked in, we're starting off on a high note in this division. This is a pair of good females. The differences I see, both are great females in terms of body. Fundamentals of structure are covered. I think there's just a little higher quality build and make in the heifer that wins. She's neater chested, smoother shouldered, better in her tail head. Just everything blends together at a higher degree. I like that heifer quite a bit. I think she's got a humongously big future. I really admire the way she's built and balanced. I'd say those of you in ringside, make a note next to that one. See what she looks like here next year at Junior National. She's going to be right towards the front end. So is this heifer. This heifer is more outlying in performance, length, neck, and depth of body. She just kind of gets a little more awkward in how she puts her pieces together. She's got a little wider shoulder blade. She's a little more pinched in her heart and higher in her tail head. But loose structured, big footed, big volumed. It's a good female. Both I really, really like.
And your results for Class 30. First place goes to entry 113, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore. Second place goes to entry 115, KLCS MK Medea, owned by Keely Schultz. Now coming in the ring, if you're following in your program, Class 30, the order was 1, scratch, 2. Class 31 entering the ring, entry 117, HFC Las Vegas, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Entry 118, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Once again, this is Class 31 in the ring.
Got a pair of calves here in this class. A little bit of differences as far as length, performance, but a high quality heifer to start. Really like her design up through her head and neck, long bodied, loose built. I think a female that's got a bright future. She's certainly starting off with a lot of quality here, and she wins this class rather handily. The heifer that comes in second gives up in terms of weight per day of age and performance. A female that I think as she matures and grows is going to have the right kind of shape to her body and muscle. She's not quite as ladylike and petite and feminine about her head, her neck, and her shoulder, but a heifer that you certainly like in terms of just her turn of rib and her muscle as you step in behind the cattle.
And your results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 118 BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer. Second place goes to entry 117 HFC Las Vegas, owned by Taylor Holloway. If you were following in your program, Class 31's order was 2-1. Now in the ring, we have Class 32. Class 32 is females born October 1st through 31st. Entry 121 is LGNS Smith's Lady, owned by Logan Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Entry 122, CBHS Laney, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 123 is LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 32 in the ring.
I think a top pair of heifers that are totally different. We have a moderate, bold-made, wide-constructed female that I end up starting the class with. I think as these cattle mature, she's going to really suit me well where she ends up as far as maturity. Even as a young little heifer calf, you like her refinement and spacing to her teats. I think just like her extra depth of heart and flank, a little truer and sounder off of her hind leg, both cattle are very good, a shot different. The red heifer's bigger framed and bigger outlining, definitely longer out of her hip. Young man's done a tremendous job getting her shown. He's always got her stuck appropriately. She's a little bit finer bone relative to the amount of body she has and muscle she has. Doesn't quite hit you as attractive about the shape of the top of her neck, but a good female that's solid as far as body length, depth of body, and structure. The next heifer is this black heifer that's a little greener in her overall condition. She's not quite as balanced as you study them from nose to tail, but a female that's got some turn of muscle when you get right down her back.
Your results for Class 32. First place goes to entry 123 LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson. Second place, entry 122 CBHS Laney, owned by Corbin Brockus. And third place, entry 121 LGNS Smith's Lady, owned by Logan Smith. If you're following in your program, Class 32's order was 3-2-1. Next in the ring is Class 33. Class 33 has females born September 4th and 12th. Entry 126 is BTWH Lorelei, owned by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. And entry 127 FHC Leah, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Once again, this is Class 33 in the ring.
We have a competitive pair of heifers that these young people bring us. I think as you study them, you can pick the one that you prefer. I think as you really get down to it, what the differences I see are structure and movement. The young man's heifer is freer and easier in her joint work down low. She's more comfortable in her spine as she travels the ring. A heifer that maybe doesn't hit you as nice in the shape of her head. She's maybe a little high in her tail head, but I like the fact that she's loose design, big ribbed, a female that's built with longevity and cow function for time to come. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, at times she's the one you want to start the class with in terms of her look and eye appeal. She's really attractive about her head and neck, a female that can maintain a level top line as she stands. As she goes, she gets a little bit more rigid in her structure. Part of that is she's acting up, not wanting to be the best sport out here. I think when she relaxes, she'll probably be a little closer, in my mind, of sliding around this one. But today, I read her a little straighter in her shoulder, a little higher in her tail head. But that's a good pair of cattle. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Your results for Class 33, last class of Division I. First place went to entry 126 BTWH Lorelei, owned by Bradley White. In second place, entry 127 FHC Leah, owned by Taylor Holloway. Now we will have our Division I champion and reserve selection. Coming in from Class 30, we have first place, entry 113 SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. First place from Class 31 would be entry 118 BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. First place from entry from Class 32 is entry 123 LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. In first place from Class 33 is entry 126 BTWH Lorelei, owned by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Our second place from each class of Division I. Second in Class 30 is entry 115 KLCS MK Medea, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Second place in Class 31 is entry 117 HFC Las Vegas, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Second place in Class 32 is entry 122 CBHS Laney, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. In second place from Class 33 is entry 127 HFC Leah, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Once again, this is your selection of Division I, champion, and reserve.
Good calf division here as we work into this division of fall females. I think we have a pair of cattle that, in my mind, really fit together quite well. They're a little bit more feminine, later maturing kind of females that, to me, have a structural build, a body balance that will pay these young people dividends throughout these heifer show careers and be ultra fun to mate on as you get them into production. I think everyone out here has done a great job. Really good cattle, good functional cows in each and individual slot. I just think there's two that ratchet it up a little higher in terms of quality and balance. And I'll show you which two those two are. But I really, really commend the young people on breeding such a functional set of Limousin cattle. So put your hands together and congratulate these juniors.
In your Division I Limousin champion is entry 118 BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And your Division I Reserve Champion is entry 113, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Moving on to Class 34, Division II. Class 34 begins with entry 128, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Entry 129 is LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Class 34 females were born June 6th and July 10th. Once again, this is Class 34 in the ring.
It's a very competitive pair of heifers again. We're going to watch them where I decide to place them, and that's in motion. This young man's heifer is more comfortable in the way she tracks off of her hind leg because she's longer out of her hip. She's more correct in how her joints come into her stifle and down into her hock. I think in combination with that, she's a female that's a little bigger ribbed and higher volume through the middle part of her body, a little bolder through her heart. She's not as long-necked. She's not quite as nice at the top side of her neck, but I think just the rear two-thirds of her body, hip, hind leg are a clear advantage in my mind, and she needs to win this class for me. Now, if you want a later maturing, longer necked one, this is the one you might tie to because she is just a bit more refined about her head and neck. She's probably smoother shouldered. You want to say she's more attractive up front, and then she's got just a little awkward shape to her brisket. If she had the same hip and hind leg design and body volume of this winter, I think we'd have a different discussion out here, but probably just like to see the hip and hind leg come together a little bit differently in this pair, but a really good solid set of heifers, in my opinion, that could be flipped and flopped around depending on how you evaluate beef cattle.
Your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 128, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton. Second place goes to entry 129, LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton. If you're following along in your program, the order for Class 34 is 1, 2. Next in, we have Class 35. Class 35 has May 11th and 18th females. Entry 131 is LFL Lindley, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 132, MLP Luxury, shown by McKinley Palmetieri of Durant, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 35 in the ring.
I tell you, it's tough to not sound like a broken record when we work through a class of 1 or 2 or 3, and each and every time we can say how good the cattle are, and I think the same can be said here again. We have a set of heifers that are as good type of cows and functional as you could dream of. Now, I mean, you got a few things here or there that we can talk about and as far as balance and the way they tie all their parts and pieces together, but both of them are just really nice females. The decided advantage to me in the young man's heifer is the way she's balanced from her chest into the middle part of her rib. Just such a nice hip and hind leg as she stands there and moves as you could probably neaten her up at the top side of her neck and extend her just a little bit, but I love her length and levelness and trueness to her top line, hip structure, and down into her hind leg. The white flanked heifer is probably a skosh longer bodied and bigger in her frame, female that I think has got a slight advantage in her neck shape. I don't know if she moves quite as comfortable off either end of her skeleton, and that's a strictly comparative comment because I think functionally speaking, very solid in terms of her feet and legs set. A brood cow in the making in terms of body. A nice female. I think a good pair that really kind of stick together and fit together as far as type and kind go.
And your results for Class 35, first place goes to entry 131 LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson. And second place goes to entry 132 MLP Luxury, owned by McKinley Palminteri. If you're following along in the program, Class 35's order was 1-2. Next in, we have Class 36. Class 36 is our final division for our final class in Division 2. We have entry 136, L7, Last Word, owned by Rory Peterson of Puquana, South Dakota. Entry 139, KESC, Miss Lenny, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. We have entry 140, JNJS, Letty, owned by Jordan Jones of Carthage, Missouri. Entry 141 is Legacy's Letty, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Entry 142 is Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And entry 144 is BAIP Libby, owned by Paige Beyer of Griswold, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 36 in the ring. These females were born April 20th, actually born March 13th or 16th through April 20th. Class 36 in the ring.
It's fun out here looking at these cattle. It had good tunes in the background. I kind of wanted to just stop and study them a bit longer because nice pair of heifers, and it was having fun out here with these kids. But I tell you, as good as these two are, I do think I tie to the heifer up front right away. She's just got quite a bit more to her. I like her rear foot and hip and hind leg. I love her hip pin width and the stoutness that she has out of it. A heifer that's probably pretty solid as far as turn of rib. I don't know if she's the deepest in her heart and flank, but I like the turn and spring she has to it and the dimension she has down her top. There's some things, that you can talk about, with her chest or tail head, but all things considered, a heifer that's high quality, has a really unique look to her, and I think you'd gravitate to her rather rapidly as you watch this class walk in the ring. Young man's got a female that's very functional and fundamental. I think structurally speaking, she's a little bit more reserved. She's not as overwhelmingly big-footed or boned versus the heifer that wins the class. And you could probably get into a comparative discussion and say maybe she's a little smoother shouldered and maybe she's, a little more comfortable as she walks. And I wouldn't argue with you, but I like this female, basics, function, structure, but she just doesn't have the extra factor like the one that wins the class. A little plainer up front, probably needs stoutened up, but functionally speaking, she's loose built, deep ribbed, and a good kind of cow prospect. The heifer that comes in next is a female that I think grows on you the longer you study them. She's high quality in terms of her lines. She's fresh and attractive up front. She's a sound structured female. She's a little bit petite and feminine as you study her to her base of her foot, just like to stouten her up there at the surface. But honestly, past that, that's a female that can give you a good look. She's fresh in her condition and level in her lines. She beats the next two heifers just in terms of quality and balance and structure. The young lady's heifer just behind's got more frame and bone and foot, but just doesn't tie her top line together quite as nice when she stands. Probably a little bit shallower as you study the middle part of her rib. The next heifer is big and stout in her bone, a little coarser in her make, kind of a deeper fronted heifer with a little more neck, but you like her extra bone. Female that concludes the set, not quite as level in her design, but a deeper flanked heifer versus the one that's just in front of her. Like to lean her up and give her more of an exquisite feminine look, but certainly a heifer that's got some depth of body.
And your results for Class 36. First place goes to entry 142, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson. Second place goes to entry 139, KESC Miss Lenny, owned by Kessler Collins. Third place goes to entry 136, L7 Last Word, owned by Rory Peterson. Fourth place goes to entry 141, Legacy's Letty, owned by Jocelyn Rupert. Fifth place goes to entry 140, JNJS Letty, owned by Jordan Jones. And sixth place goes to entry 144, BAIP Libby, owned by Paige Beyer. If you are following in your program, Class 36 order is 3, 2, 5, 4. Turn your page, 1, 6. We now have our Division II winners in. We are selecting Division II champion and reserve champion. From Class 34, first place was entry 128, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. From Class 35, entry 131, LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And from entry Class 36, entry 142, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Next, we have our Class 2 winners from entry 34. Class 2, place 2 was entry 129, LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton of Wolford, Texas. From Class 35, second place was 132, MLP Luxury, shown by McKinley Palmetary from Durant, Oklahoma. And from Class 36, second place was entry 139, KESC Miss Lenny, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Once again, this is your Division II champion and reserve selection. After this, we just have one class for Division III. Then we will be selecting our grand champion, bred and owned purebred female, reserve, and third overall.
We come into Division II, and again, I want to keep my comments brief because I believe the cattle and the kids have stayed true all day, and I've been very impressed. So, like I said, I'll keep them brief. Please put your hands together, and I'll show you the two I prefer, but let's congratulate these kids.
Your Division II Limousin champion is entry 142, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Your Division II reserve champion is entry 131, LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Next in the ring is our last class for our purebred bred and owned show. We have two entries in Class 37. First in, we have entry 148, AVAM Lima Bean, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Entry 151 is BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Class 37 is also the only class in this division. So these will be class winners and Division III champion and reserve.
We get into this final class, and both of them are about the same as far as turn of rib and very similar in terms of frame size. I like the front end structure of this young man's heifer to win the class. She's more mobile in the way she comes off of her front foot and off of her front end. Female that I think has body balance, maybe not the neatest in terms of her design up front, but you just study her levelness and her trueness to her structure and lines. It's a female that you really like and admire a lot about. Bold ribbed, has the right kind of muscle down her top, down her hind leg. Just a really solid female to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man's heifer behind a slicker haired female that's very honest in terms of her body shape. She's not going to blow you away in terms of muscle, but I think a female that's functional in terms of her feet. Maybe we just need to slope her a little differently through the angle of her shoulder, but those are very good cow prospects that have enough body shape. They're really refined in terms of their type and kind and joints.
And your results from Division III, your class winner and Division III champion is entry 151, BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London. In second place, along with reserve Division III, is entry 148, AVAM Lima Bean, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Now coming in the ring, we have our bred and owned purebred Limousin champion drive. From Division I, first place was entry 118, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. From Division II, we have entry 142, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And from Division 3, we have entry 151 BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. We also have our reserve division winners. From Division 1, reserve was entry 113 SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. From Division 2, entry 131 LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And from Division 3, we have entry 148 AVAM Lima Bean, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is your grand champion drive for our bred and owned Limousin females. When this show is over, we will take a picture break before we move into our bull show.
Well, it felt like just a few minutes ago we finished up that other deal, but honestly, this one was a little bit shyer even on numbers than that last show, but the quality was just as intense. The young people brought out tremendous livestock. They were highly presented. They were very well shown, and it's so impressive what these junior national programs have done to help young people in these breeds learn about breeding cattle and learn about matings and how to utilize those past show heifers to make these really good females that we're looking at. I have no doubt that some of these heifers here in the ring are going to be very competitive as you enter tomorrow or whenever your show is where you show your own cattle. They're going to be right towards the top, if not at the top, because these young people are working and pushing the breeders just as the breeders are pushing these young people. So I commend each of the breeders that had cattle exhibited today in both shows, the purebred and the Lim Flex show. I've been just really, really excited to see the quality, and it's been so much fun to see your efforts come to fruition here at the end at the Junior National. So I know the way I like the three cattle that are my favorite in this particular group, and I think there's probably five you could shuffle around in my mind and how you might rank these, but the three that suit me best are going to be our division winners. It'll just come down to which order I like them. So please put your hands together and reward these young people with a round of applause.
And your grand champion, bred and owned Limousin female, goes to entry 142, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. And your reserve grand champion Limousin female goes to entry 118, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And third overall goes to entry 151 BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Once again, that wraps up our bred and owned show for our Limousin females. Give us a few minutes for a picture break, and we will move into the bull show. We do have a little change in our schedule due to the show running a little late today, And of course, we have the dance tonight. Don't worry, that hasn't been changed. Cow Camp Finals will actually be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and team fitting will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So once again, a little schedule change. Dance is the same tonight, but Cow Camp Finals will be at 9 a.m. in the morning, and the team fitting will start at 10 a.m. I know this was sent out as a text message also, but we have the Cal Camp teams that are advancing to the finals. Junior division, Team 1, Rocky Lakers, which includes Levi, Emery, Trotter, and Diem. And Team 2, the Fighting, Illini, Cade Freed, Ty Freed, Brock Freed, and Vincent Alfreed. Those 2 teams will be advancing in the junior division of Cal Camp, the Rocky Lakers and the Fighting Illini. Senior division, we have Team 1, that is Lily, Violet, Olivia, and Annabelle. And Team 2, Roadrunners, Wesley, Kaysen, Hannah, and Turner, advancing in Cal Camp. And since the junior board is working the ring, the tenderfoot today is canceled. I believe we are ready to move on. All right, we are ready to move on with our bred-known Lim Flex bulls. We have Class 38 coming in the ring. Class 38 begins with entry 152. Born January 2nd, Legacies Morgan, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Entry 154 is a December 7th bull, JTBW Louis Game, owned by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And entry 155 is another December 7th bull, TAYE Lil Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 38 of our bred and owned Lim Flex bulls.
We get into a class of 3 here as we lead off on our Lim Flex bull show, and pretty good individual going to lead off this class. Stout, big testicles, a bull that moves around the ring good for as stout and powerful as he is. I like that calf's masculinity for his age, his head and his neck and his crest set onto him good. He's good through the middle part of his rib, functions nice off of his hind leg. He's very muscular in his shape. I think a calf that'll be interesting to see how he grows and matures beyond today, and then how he fits in today at the end of the day as we work through these divisions. The next 2 bulls are useful kind of cattle. I think there's a little more attractiveness in this young lady's bull. He's probably a little longer fronted, cleaner fronted kind of calf. He's big ribbed, he's loose made. He's a little bit piecey in his top. He comes apart behind his shoulders and he flattens through his stifle, but I like his looseness of structure and his depth of body. The young man's bull that slots in 3rd, I told him, I said, you know, you keep getting in these really tough classes. This calf, again, is a practical, functional, useful kind of bull that's got a lot of turnout value commercially. He's in line with some things on paper that you admire. A bull that just runs out of gas from behind and a little plainer up front, but big picture, he's sound. Good testicles, big rib. That's a useful kind of beef bull to close in a nice class of 3 bull calves.
Results for class 38. First place goes to entry 155 TAYE Little Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore. Second place goes to entry 152 Legacies Morgan, owned by Claire Dorsey. Third place goes to entry 154 JTBW Louise Game, owned by Tanner Brown. If you're following in your program, Class 38's order was 2, 3, 1. Next in is Class 39. Class 39 begins with entry 156, a November 28th bull, ENTJ Leroy, owned by Eliza Trull of Skytook, Oklahoma. And entry 157, a November 12th bull, NCPC Mafia Man, owned by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Once again, this is Class 39 in the ring.
We got a pair of November calves. This young man's bull comes to us with one of the more advanced growth genetics that we've seen as far as weaning and yearling weight, and he appears that way, and that's his advantage here in this particular setting. Big long bull that's still made right in terms of his skeleton, correctly designed up front. He's strong about his head and his crest. He could have just a little more meat and muscle down his back and out over his hip, but I think all things considered, he's a loose-built, big-ribbed, long-bodied kind of bull calf that certainly brings a lot of useful pieces to the table when you study his genomics. The next calf is a moderately framed bull that's got some depth to his body. He gives up some weight per day of age and performance, and that's kind of matched by his genetic script, but a bull that's solid in the way he's built and the angles of his skeleton just needs to have a little more beef and performance to ride along with that bull up front.
And your results for Class 39. First place goes to entry 157 NCPC Mafia Man, owned by Nathaniel Pico. Second place goes to entry 156 ENTJ Leroy, owned by Eliza Trull. If you're following in your program, Class 39's order was 2-1. Next in, we have Class 40. Class 40 begins with entry 160. An October 22nd bull, OEJR Louis, owned by Olivia Jaquin of Marthasville, Missouri. Entry 161 is October 15th, KLCS MK Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. And entry 162, October 3rd, ASWT Wisdom, owned by Anna Sweat of McCaskill, Arkansas. Once again, this is Class 40 of our bred-known Lim Flex bulls.
These three young ladies bring us a set of October bulls and a dominating winner that's got presence and quality. Really like the utility to his structure. He's great in his foot, very good in the angles of his skeleton, a balanced bull that's certainly one you gravitate towards. We could just intensify his muscle right behind his shoulder blades and strengthen him up in his forerib, but I like his length. I like his useful structural build. I think a calf that comes to us with balance and class, and yet he's still stout and looks like a bull should look. The next two cattle, I think, are very similar in their type and kind. The difference, as I see, is the young lady that I end up slotting seconds raised a bull that's got just a little more scale and performance. He's a little stronger in his top line and deeper back in his flank, all while traveling nicer off of his hip and his hind leg. The bulls, though, are similar in their outline. The young lady's bull that closes, a long-fronted kind of bull. He's useful in the way he's designed in his front structure and how he moves up front. You like to just add a little more meat and muscle and robustness to the middle part of his body and out over his hip, but solid class of bulls.
And your results for Class 40. First place goes to entry 161 KLCS MK Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz. Second place goes to entry 162 ASWT Wisdom, owned by Anna Sweat. Third place goes to entry 160 OEJR Louis, owned by Olivia Jaquin. If you're following in your program, Class 40's order was 3-1-2. Next in, we have Class 41. Class 41 begins with entry 163, a September 28th bull, TESE Landmark, owned by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Entry 165 is a September 14th bull, AUPH Lennox, owned by Austin Hunt of Frona, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 41 in the ring.
Here we find a pair of these September bulls, big growth bulls on paper. You like their yearling weight, even a bit more of an outlier in terms of yearling weight comes to us in this young lady's bull that's going to win the class. I like him. He's stout. He's big boned. He's big muscled as you study his shape and his dimension. His masculinity is good. He gets a little bit broken right behind his shoulders, and I'd like to tighten and clean his sheath up as you study his underline. The next bull comes to us second. He's a smooth-made bull up front. You like his smoothness to his joint work. A bull that looks masculine in his testicles, his head and his neck and his crest. I'd like to just stouten him up in his bone, his foot, just see a little more masculinity and muscle down his top and out over his hip. But he's a useful bull that structure and body will last a long time if he sees a lot of use. So congratulations on your 2 September board.
And your results for Class 41, first place goes to entry 163 TESE Landmark, owned by Tinley Edwards. And second place goes to entry 165 AUPX Lennox, shown by Austin Hunt. So if you're following in your program, Class 41's order is 1, turn the page, 2. Now we will have our Division I Bred and Owned Champion Selection. Division I Bred and Owned Bulls Lim Flex Champion and Reserve Selection. Coming out of Class 38, we have entry 155, TAYE Lil Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. First place out of Class 39, entry 157, NCPC Mafia Man, owned by Nathaniel Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Class 40, first place was entry 161, KLCS MK Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. And Class 41, first place was entry 163, TESE Landmark, owned by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Second place from Class 38 was entry 152, Legacies Morgan, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Second place from Class 39 is entry 156, ENTJ Leroy, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skytook, Oklahoma. Second place in Class 40 is entry 162, ASWT Wisdom, owned by Anna Sweat of McCaskill, Arkansas. And second place from Class 41 is entry 165, AUPH Lennox, owned by Austin Hunt of Frona, Missouri. Once again, in the ring is your Division I Bred and Owned Lim Flex Bulls Champion and Reserve Selection. Don't forget to check out the photos on legacylivestockimaging.com. We'd like to thank the generous photo sponsors, Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, Red Rock Limousin, for sponsoring our photos. All the photos you may download for free.
We get here to the conclusion of our first division. Like a lot of the parts and pieces of a lot of the bulls out here, there's two that stand out. One of them's this calf right here in front of me. He's going to be your champion in this division. Congratulations to this young lady. Reserve is going to be the young lady here out of Class 3. It's a good pair of bulls to lead off this show.
In your Division I Bred and Owned Lim Flex champion is entry 155, TAYE Little Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Your Division I Bred and Owned Lim Flex Reserve champion is entry 161 KLCS MK Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Now we will be moving in to our Division 2, starting with Class 42. Class 42 has entry 168, a July 28th bull FSC land payment, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Entry 171, a June 23rd bull LFL Lovell, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 42 in the ring.
These young men bring us these summer-born bulls. We're going to leave them as they come in. This young man's got one that I like better in terms of his structure. We can all see as he walks around the ring, he's leveler down his back as he moves. It's all because he's just a little more correct in his hip, his hock, and his hind leg, and how he moves around the ring. It's a nice-looking bull in terms of muscle, shape, masculinity, length of body, and balance. He'll be a very useful tool for you back home in your breeding program, a really solid bull. The young man's bull that comes in second, in terms of his data, he's more intriguing. He's got more cavities. His birth to yearling spread is more of an advantage. I like his smoothness and his sleekness as you study him from nose to tail. An honest bull in terms of body and muscle. I'd like to change him in terms of his top line when he moves. He's a little frailer down to the ground and rounds out of his hip. Both bulls are very useful, practical kind of bulls in their own right. Congratulations, young men. It's a good pair of bulls you brought to town.
And your results for Class 42. First place goes to entry 168, FSC land payment, owned by Brock Freed. Second place goes to entry 171, LFL Lovell, owned by Colt Parkinson. If you're following in your program, Class 42's order was 1-2. Now coming in the ring is Class 43. Class 43 begins with entry 172, a May 15th bull, Dobbs Prince, owned by Mackenzie Dobbs of Waukesha, Oklahoma. Entry 173 is a May 12th bull, LIVS Lawman, owned by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 43 in the ring.
Here in this pair of bulls, interesting, their data is very, very similar. It's obvious that, there's some things in maybe their environments maybe allowed this bull to have a little more weight per day of age than that bull, and that's the obvious phenotype advantage that we identify between these two bulls. Nice looking, balanced bull. He's level in his lines. Really like him up through his head and neck. That's one of the really extended yet masculine bulls that we've laid eyes on. Tremendously level down his top line. I wish I could lengthen him out in his hip, and I think that would just go down to his hind leg and just allow him to drive and push with a little more set. But a bull that's got a tremendous look, very well presented, very well shown, and he's going to win this class. The young lady that comes in second's got a little bigger testicle kind of bull. He's not quite the same in terms of extension. He's a little more of a moderately framed bull. He's green. That's a bull that I think if he develops, it'll be interesting to see what he does. Because he's got some bone. He's kind of correct in the way he's designed down to his feet and the way he travels. Just like to beef him up, see more mass and substance to the middle part of his body.
And your results from Class 43. First place goes to entry 173, Lives Lawman, owned by Olivia Robbins. Second place goes to entry 172, Dobbs Prince, owned by Mackenzie Dobbs. If you're following in your program, Class 43's order was 2-1. Next in the ring, we have Class 44. Entry 174 is an April 20th bull, L7 Lukenbach, owned by Memphis Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. Entry 175 is an April 8th bull, RWR The Judge, owned by Wesley Wages of Center, Texas. Once again, this is Class 44 in the ring.
Good pair of bulls again. I think a very competitive duo that have some trade-offs and strengths on different ends of the spectrum. The differences I see, the young man's bull I like to lead off is cleaner sheathed. He's stronger down his top. But I think at the end of the day, both bulls are very useful. Good-footed, sound-structured, good-moving kind of bulls. The bull that I used to win, it might be a little better in terms of his Cavanese column. He's a little more safe in terms of his birth weight, but neither bull's out of bounds, just differences. He does look like a bull that you might think about using on heifers, and the next bull looks kind of like a powerful cow bull. So the differences, like I just stated, are there. I like this bull's tightness of sheath, his strength in his back to go ahead and win this class. Young man's got a bull that comes in second that's got tremendously big feet. I like his out there pieces. He's a big bone bull that travels and moves nicely as you study his joint work. He's a big-ended bull out of his upper hip. I think he gets a little awkward in how he puts his pieces together in his top line. He's a little higher tail-headed, a little weaker right there behind his shoulders. I love his head. I love the crest to his neck. I like how big boned and smooth jointed he is. That's a very solid bull as well. Like to tighten up his sheath.
And your results for Class 44. First place goes to entry 175, RWR The Judge, owned by Wesley Wages. Second place goes to entry 174, L7 Lukenbach, owned by Memphis Peterson. Results for Class 44, if you're following in the book, is 2-1. Class 45, our first entry is a scratch.
Long, good profiling bull, gives a single entry calf. He presents his neck nice. He's good in the slope of his shoulder, very useful in his skeleton. This bull's lean still. He's green. I'm not saying he's too green to be here. I think he looks athletic, like he's been used. He's got good feet. He's mobile. He's attractive. It's a good, solid bull. We could see him a little boulder centered, a little tighter sheathed, but I think a very useful design bull in this single entry class.
Class 45, first place goes to entry 177, LKRC Lucius, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Now we will move into our Division II Champion and Reserve selection. From Class 42, First place was entry 168, FSC Land Payment, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. From class 43 was entry 173, Lives Lawman, owned by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Class 44, first place was entry 175, RWR The Judge, owned by Wesley Wages of Central Texas. In class 45, first place was entry 177, LKRC Lucius, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Second place winners from each of these classes. Class 42, second place was entry 171, LFL Level, owned by Colt Parkinson. Class 43, second place was 172, Dobbs Prince, owned by Mackenzie Dobbs. Class 44, second place, entry 174, L7 Lukenbach, owned by Memphis Peterson. Once again, this is your Division II, bred and owned, Lim Flex Bull, Champion, and Reserve.
We had a good showcasing of bulls in this division, a lot of useful bulls that have good feet, good testicles. We can change this or that in some bulls. This bull wins his first class. If he was a little square in his hock, I think he would dominate in terms of his balance, the length of his stride, his muscle shape. Good bull that was second to him was a little higher in his back. Nice profiling bull comes to us out of the next class. Good necked and a great shoulder design. Love the way his front end comes to the ground. He needs to have a longer hip. He could be meated up and just massed up down his back, down through his stifle. Bull behind him doesn't have quite the weight per day of age out here to fit in with the group, but a useful bull in his skeleton. Good class of 2 contenders out here, certainly. A bull that wins, tight in his sheath, really good in terms of his body shape, got the right kind of muscle down his top, useful footed kind of bull that's kind of a problem-free kind of an alternative. Big stout bull behind him, love his head and neck and his crest. Bull that's not quite as nice in his top line and sheath, but a bull that's so big boned and so useful in his skeleton down low. Come to us out of this last class. We have a good profiling, long made, neat fronted bull that could be just a little more masculine in his look, but a solid, useful bull. I'm going to go give them one last look. I have a pair of them that are back and forth in my mind, but please put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors in this bull division.
And your Division III bred and owned Lim Flex Bull Champion is entry 168, FSC Land Payment, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And your Division II bred and owned Lim Flex Reserve Champion Bull is entry 175, RWR The Judge, shown by Wesley Wages of Center, Texas. We are now moving into our last division, 2 classes, both single entries. Class 46 is entry 178, a February 21st bull, Lucky Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska.
long, loose-built bull here in our single entry class as we get into this older division. A February-born bull, like his length of hip, correctness to his hock and hind leg, an athletically designed bull, not the meatiest, biggest ribbed individual we've seen, but a long, loose constructed bull in this single entry class.
First place goes to entry 178, Lucky Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer. Class 47, another single entry. Entry 181, a January 11th bull, BAIP Lancelot, owned by Paige Beyer of Griswold, Iowa.
We got a big, powerful bull as we close the single entry classes. Big forearm and big rib cage, muscular down his top, really big out of his hip. I like his power and his dimension. I wish he had a little different foot shape underneath of him. His toes are starting to curl just a little bit off of his hind foot. But he's big and muscular and he's bold in his shape. You really have to identify and like those parts and pieces of this bull.
First place for Class 47 is entry 181, BAIP Lancelot, shown by Paige Beyer. Now we will have our Division 3 owned Lim Flex champion and reserve champion bull selections. From Class 1, we have entry 178, Lucky Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer from Chadron, Nebraska. And from Class 47, entry 181, BAIP Lancelot, owned by Paige Beyer of Griswold, Iowa. Once again, this is your Division 3 champion and reserve selection.
We have a pair of bulls that are contrasting. A bigger, longer bull that comes to us out of the first class. He's nicer structured, he's better footed, long and level, a little leaner in his make, probably not quite the body density and muscle of the bull behind. The bull behind is the power bull. He's stronger in his head, really masculine and good in the crest of his neck, a big top, thick-ended kind of bull. You could change his foot. So I think those are the differences. You can use a little better footed bull that's a little leaner and smoother. Use a bigger boned, heavier muscled alternative here out of Class 2. I like the Class 2 bull to win the division. Congratulations to you, young lady. The bull up front will be reserved.
In your Division 3, bred and known Lim Flex champion bull will be entry 181, BAIP Lancelot, owned by Paige Beyer of Griswold, Iowa. Your Division 3 reserve champion is entry 178, Lucky Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Now we will move into our Grand Champion Drive. This will be our Grand Champion Lim Flex Bull Drive. From Division 1, we have entry 155, TAYE Little Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. From Division 2, we have entry 168, FSC Land Payment, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. And from Division 3, entry 181, BAIP Lancelot, Paige Beyer, Griswold, Iowa. Reserve Division 1 is entry 161 KLCS M-Cave Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Reserve Division 2 was entry 175 RWR The Judge, owned by Wesley Wages of Center, Texas. And Reserve Division 3 is entry 178 Lucky Dream, owned by Annabelle Vandermeer of Chadron, Nebraska. Once again, this is your grand champion Lim Flex Bull Drive. We will be picking top 3.
My congratulations goes out to the individuals out here in the Bull Show. Probably in an era where we get to some national open shows, we're probably seeing numbers dwindle a little bit in the Bull Show. And so I think Junior National Bull Shows actually can serve a very unique purpose to our industry and can help us identify some bulls that can be useful both on other juniors cattle as well as other breeders cattle around the country. I do think our Champion Reserve Bull that I have in my mind are very useful cattle that have breeding utility beyond maybe just the herd that they're going to go run behind. I could see them having some parts and pieces to make Limousin or Lim Flex cattle even better. So got a Champion Reserve in third in my mind. I'll go show you the order in which I like them, but very proud of these young people and the bulls they brought to town. Please put your hands together for them. Give them a round of applause and a congratulations in the Bull Show.
And your grand champion, Lim Flex Bull, goes to entry 155 TAYE Little Troy, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion comes out of the same division, entry 161 KLCS MK Smooth Talker, owned by Keely Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Third overall is entry 168 FSC Land Payment, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. We will do a quick picture with the judge. Quick picture for the Lim Flex Bulls. Quick picture, and then we will move into our purebred bulls.
States, don't forget, as soon as we're done with the purebred bull show, we will be picking the best pair of females and state group of females, first and second place. So once again, make sure your state knows that we will be picking the best pair of females and state group after the purebred bull show, which is about to start. All right, moving right along. We are now ready for our bred-known purebred bulls. We are ready to start with class 48. Entry 182. We have a January 18th bull, JNMD Tank, owned by Jillian Mudd of Knobnoster, Missouri. Entry 183, a December 25th bull, Spring Creeks Lumineer, owned by Reed Mitchell of Boscobel, Wisconsin. And entry 184, a December 2nd bull, LDIL Long Jump, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is class 48 in the ring. I would once again like to thank our judge for this afternoon, Mr. Brady Jensen from Cortland, Kansas. He currently serves as a beef regional manager with ST Genetics. He was on faculty at South Dakota State University, where he served as a lecturer and the livestock judging team coach. He completed a master's degree at Kansas State University in animal science, focusing on the genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, he attended Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded All-American status at both levels of livestock judging. In his collegiate coaching career, he was on the coaching staff for 3 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville and coached the 2021 Reserve National Champion team. Currently, Brady and his wife, Allie, assist the family seed stock operation, Jensen Brother Herefords, in Cortland, Kansas. Please help me thank Brady Jensen for judging our juniors today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to be here, and it's good to get back into another bull show. A young lady brings us a bull calf that's easy to like. He's practical, he's productive, big rib kind of bull that moves around the ring comfortably because he's well built in his skeleton. He's got good feet. He's more correct in the slope and the shape of his shoulder versus the calf just behind. I like and favor his rib cage and the turn of his forerib and how he comes back into his flank versus the bull in 2 as well. The young man's red bull that comes in second's really muscular. You get on top of him, he's square topped. He's really square out of his hip. A bull that's going to have masculinity and muscle early in his life. Maybe you want to tighten his sheath. Maybe you want to change how his tail head lays into him, but a muscular bull that's athletic in his make. We close with a bull that's a little more immature. I think more time on feed, and this bull will evolve and change. Today, he's just a touch far behind to kind of compete with the mass, muscle, and product that we find in them top 2, but a good solid calf to close.
And your results for class 48. First place goes to entry 184, LDIL Long Jump, owned by Ellie Deal. Second place goes to entry 183, Spring Creeks Lumineer, owned by Reed Mitchell. And third place goes to entry 182, JNMD Tank, owned by Jillian Mudd. If you're following in the program, class 48's order was 3, 2, 1. Next in the ring, we have class 49. We have entry 185, a November 15th bull, M6 HEZA Crown Jewel, owned by Miley McGinnis of Prague, Oklahoma. We have entry 186, an October 5th bull, LFL Loverboy, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And we have entry 188, an October 3rd bull, LLKT Lukenbach, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Once again, this is class 49 in the ring.
Well, this young man's brought a string of good cattle out here today, and another class winner and a deserving class winner. I think his decided advantage over the bull in second is the way he handles his top line. I think all these bulls are pretty comparable as far as performance and mass. This bull's got a nice look up front, a well-presented bull that's stout in his bone, has some turn of his body and muscle. Just a really solid calf to go ahead and start this class. Young man's calf that comes in second. A big calf as far as performance. He's further along in his testicular development. I like his head, his neck, and his crest. Not as much foot and bone circumference, maybe not as long and level out of his hip, but a good solid bull that's going to slot second in this particular setting. We close with a calf that's not quite as advanced as far as his weight per day of age. A long-fronted, smooth-shouldered bull that's got enough depth to his body. He's a little further behind in terms of his testicular development and his masculinity today. Good solid top pair of bulls in this class.
And your results for class 49. First place goes to entry 186, LFL Loverboy, owned by Colt Parkinson. Second place goes to entry 188, LLKT Lukenbach, owned by Cole Keaton. Third place goes to entry 185, M6 HEZA Crown Jewel, owned by Miley McGinnis. If you're following in your program, class 49, the order is 3, 1, 2. We will now select our Division I champion and reserve champion. Out of class 48, first place was 184 LDIL long jump, owned by Ellie Deal. Out of class 49, entry 186 LFL Loverboy, owned by Colt Parkinson. Out of class 48, second place was entry 183 Spring Creeks Luminaire, owned by Reed Mitchell. And out of class 49, second place was 188 LLKT Lukenbach, owned by Cole Keaton. Once again, this is our Division I champion and reserve selection.
Here at the conclusion of Division I, good class winners, a really practical, balanced class winner out of Class 1, not as muscular and stout as some of the other cattle in the group. Red calf is muscular and stout, maybe doesn't blend his pieces as perfectly well together as you study him from nose to tail. I think the two complete calves in this set come to us paired up out of Class 2. Them pair of young men are going to be champion and reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Your Division I bred and owned champion comes out of class 49, entry 186, LFL Loverboy, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Your reserve champion also comes out of class 49, entry 188, LLKT Lukenbach, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Next in, we have class 50. Class 50 is a single entry, 189. This is an August 15th bull, TSAN Rocky, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas.
We get into this August class, single entry bull. Conformationally, you appreciate the way he's designed in terms of his structure and skeleton. Bull that moves agile. He's got good foot shape as you get to the dirt. Maybe not a bull that's blessed with tons of performance and length, but a good solid bull when you study the way he's put together.
And your results for Class 50, first place, also Division II champion, is entry 189 TSAN Rocky, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Next, we have Class 51, which will also be its own division. So beginning Division III, we have one class, 3 entries for Class 51, Division III. We have entry 190, a January 30th bull, AVAM Louis, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. We have entry 191, a January 21st bull, LKRC Legacy, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. And we have entry 192, a January 10th bull, 436 Attack Legend, owned by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Once again, this is your Class 51 in the ring. Also, Division III in the ring.
Rugged Bones Stout Made Bull advances to the top of this class. We have some type variation, as you can see, around ringside, a lot of different shapes. The calf that ends up winning to me wins because of his stoutness, his bulk, and his power. I think he handles it good enough in terms of his structure. He's not the tightest sheath. He's not the cleanest made up front, but that's a stout, powerful bull that elevates to the top of this class. The bulls in second and third are different. We have a bigger frame, longer bodied bull that's really level in his top line. You like his muscular shape. He's a little more frail in his bone work. And I think relative to the extra leg that he has, we could see a little more depth through the middle part of his rib. Like his head and his masculinity about his head and his neck, like his strength, levelness atop, his shape out of his rump. The calf that comes in third is a more moderately framed bull. I like his extra foot and bone that sits underneath of him. It allows him to move more comfortably than the bull that's just ahead of him. I'd like to give this bull a little more length. I'd like to give him a little more performance as we evaluate him on hoof. But I do like him in terms of the way he's made. I like his testicles and his feet. That bull will last for many seasons of service. A good solid bull to close.
And your results for Class 51. First place, Class 51, along with your Division III champion, is entry 192, 436 Attack Legend, owned by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Second place in Class 51, along with your reserve Division III champion, is entry 190, AVAM Louis, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And third place, entry 51, in Class 51, entry 191, LKRC Legacy, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. If you were following along in the program, Class 51's order was 2, 3, 1. We now have our grand champion, Limousin, Bred-Known, Bull, Drive going on in the ring. From Division 1, our Division 1 champion was entry 186, LFL Loverboy, shown by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. From Division 2, we had entry 189, TSAN Rocky, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. And from Division 3, we have entry 192, 436 Attack Legend, owned by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Reserve in Division 1 is entry 188, LLKT Lukenbach, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolford, Texas. From Division 3, reserve champion was entry 190, AVAM Louis, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. We are now picking the grand champion, Bull, reserve, and third overall.
Well, we've had a long day as we've worked through these bred-known cattle, and the exhibitors have been just so impressive, done a great job presenting these cattle. Really, you've heard my comments all day, so I won't repeat too many of them. But I just want to congratulate you 5 individuals out here on breeding good Limousin cattle and exhibiting here at the Junior National. I'm going to kind of stick with the same theme as we did in the younger division. These 2 bulls out of the first division will be your champion reserve. Congratulations, boys.
We need a third overall.